Okay, we're going to get started. We do have quorum. So good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. We do have somebody online, I believe, one councillor. So if a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. Contact information has been circulated. And council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim, Councillor Carr, Councillor Kirby Young,
Present.
Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bligh in the chair, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Fry, Councillor Montague,
Present.
Councillor Klassen,
Present.
Councillor Meisner, Councillor Joe.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Bligh.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to go over the plan for the day. Any comments or on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. We have 8 items of business on today's agenda. 2 presentations, 4 reports, and 2 council members' motions. We will recess for lunch at noon, followed by the in-camera meeting and reconvene here at 2 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene at 6 p.m. Should the business not be completed this evening, the meeting will reconvene on Thursday, December 14th at 6 p.m. I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment by using the council meeting amendments DL. Members of the public should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. As chair for this meeting, I am suggesting that for reports with no speakers, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. Report 2 has no speakers. Does any member wish to hold report 2 for debate or decision or questions to team members? And I see Councillor Kirby Young is on the queue, so I'm going to advance you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to propose a motion to change the agenda today. And specifically because we have a very full day, we have 154 net speakers I'm aware of on a topic of high interest, as well as other items that require council's actual decision and debate. And so looking at the seat update, presentation 2 and chatting with the city manager. I understand there isn't a time sensitivity for this. There are no speakers. There is no decision required by council. And so as we have very full business and have limited reserve dates with the holidays, I'd like to propose that the seat presentation be moved to the standing committee meeting on January 24th in order to allow council to conduct business on all the items that require a decision today.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is a motion on the, I saw Councillor Klassen second the motion. So that motion is debatable. Is there any discussion? Okay, sure. Councillor Carr, we will get you that support. So we can put you on the queue to, so I'm going to go ahead and, there we go. Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Carr?
Great, thank you. Yes, sorry. If I could just through you ask the chair as chair ask staff a question, point of information, which is there any negative consequences to delaying the presentation on CEAP, this Climate Emergency Action Plan, to January?
Go ahead, Steph.
Yeah, good morning, Brad Bedell, Director of Sustainability. There are no negative consequences to pushing into January.
I appreciate that input. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Carr. Seeing no one else on the queue, we can take it to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes. Thank you very much, staff, for being here and prepared, and we'll see you in January on this particular presentation. So going back to the question was, and Councillor Klassen, I see you on the queue. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, is there anything else?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify because I noticed that we have put our usual 2-hour window for in camera, and I believe the presentation.
1 hour.
I heard two. Did you 1 to
Back
2?
at 2 p.m.
2
So
p.m.
go at
Okay,
1,
my
come back at
apologies.
2.
I thought. Okay, sounds good. We'll
Okay,
keep
great.
that.
Thank you very much for confirming that. So we will. So my question initially was, does any member wish to hold report 2 for debate or questions to team members? And seeing none, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent item? Okay, seeing none. So I'd like to ask for a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in report 2. Thank you, Councillor Dominato, and Councillor Klassen. Second, thank you very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. So that is report 2, 1115 Granville Street, RRRJ Holdings Limited Dual License Liquor Primary License Application Liquor Establishment Class 2. So that motion, that report has been approved on consent. So our first item on the agenda is the Sea to City Design Challenge Award presentation. We are excited to receive a presentation from the sustainability group about an award the city has won. And I'd like to welcome Angela Danieluk to present.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Angela Daniluk. I'm the city's senior biologist and a climate change adaptation planner. Today, I have the privilege to introduce to you Jane Newlands, Vice Chair of the International Association of Public Participation Global. She's here to present the City of Vancouver with an award. Clerk, if I could cue up my presentation there. Because before the hardware, I have to tell you about the project that has actually won an award, and that's the Sea to City Design Challenge.
I think our projector is just warming up.
All right.
See it on the clerk's screen, but not yet on the projector. So we'll just wait for that. Apologies for the delay.
No worries.
Looks like our projector did not get the memo. We'll just wait a second. That might be a soft start. Let's take a
Okay.
few minutes
Okay.
to allow our IT team to troubleshoot the projector issue. So let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back.
The agenda wasn't clear. Does it note that board presentation?
2 is
Seep.
Okay, we will just call us back. Oh, Mayor? Just joking. I'm just joking. We've got to keep everyone fueled today with a little bit of holiday chocolate. Okay, we will call our staff back. Thank you so much for your patience. We look forward now to hearing the presentation. So over to you.
Thank you. Okay, well, it's nice to be back. Next slide, please. So I'd like to give you a little bit of background about the project that has won this award. The Sea to City Design Challenge was a year-long coastal adaptation project that took place in False Creek from September 2021 to September 2022. The project has created a vision for False Creek that will guide land use, infrastructure planning, and ecological restoration. This project was the first of its kind in Canada for coastal adaptation, and it was a bold project that captured the imagination of over 2,000 Vancouverites. Sea to City has created design guidelines that include guidance on reconciliation, technical information related to cost and engineering, and has created a suite of pilot projects that I'm really excited to share with you. Some of these pilot projects include retrofitting a portion of the seawall at the foot of Cooper's Park and potentially at Stamps Landing. Outputs of Sea to City were also integrated into park board projects like the West End Waterfront Plan and East Park. Next slide, please. So today's recognition is really important, and it's just really exciting for the project team. The project has won the International Project of the Year from the International Association of Public Participation Global, and this is on top of winning the Indigenous Engagement Award and Project of the Year from Canada. And so much gratitude goes out from the project team to the representatives from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations who helped to steward and guide us in our work. And many thanks to the staff, over 50 staff from the city and the park board from all departments who worked along with the project team to learn. And I also want to thank Council for your years of support on adaptation planning and sea level rise work. We know it's one of your strategic priorities, and we're really excited to share more with you in 2024 as we move forward with our projects. Next slide, please. This work, Sea to City, didn't just come out of nowhere. It came off the back of 10 years of technical work and community planning. Vancouver is an urban environment, and we are a coastal city. So we need to design and invest in flood management systems that reflect our city. A traditional diking system like the one you see in Richmond and Surrey and Delta will not work for Vancouver. We don't have the space in all the places, and we don't want to become a bathtub. Rather, the vision is to design and invest in multi-purpose, high-value designs that deliver flood management as well as many other benefits and services to the people of Vancouver. Next slide, please. So this is an image that I spent a lot of time with. This is an image of the city of Vancouver's floodplain. So the dark blue is what's vulnerable today to a major storm if we don't take any adaptation measures. And the dark blue and the light blue is what's vulnerable in the future, again, if we were to experience that major storm and 1 meter of sea level rise, again, if we don't do anything. Next slide, please. This work is based on recommendations from the province of British Columbia, and the Best Science staff are constantly engaged with scientists from across the country as well as in Victoria. So we expect to see 50 centimeters of sea level rise by 2050, and then about 100 centimeters by 2100. The light blue is that uncertainty. We know that climate change will cause sea level rise to accelerate towards the end of the century, and we know that we're locked into sea level rise. This is not going away. It's going to persist for hundreds of years and only continue. Next slide, please. And we're going to go through this slide. It's an amazing video that I encourage you to watch at vancouver.ca/sea to city. You have a busy day today, so we're saving you the time. It was co-produced by Charlene Alec, Tsleil-Waututh Knowledge Keeper, and Corey Douglas, cultural advisor on the project, and the project team. So it gives a nice visual summary of the project and the approaches that were created as part of the works. So we can go on through to the next slide, please. Okay, so next steps. we're going from planning to doing. We're currently working on staff on designing a new portion of the seawall at the foot of Cooper's Park. And so this is a bit of a conceptual picture of what that could look like. And then we'll be looking in 2024 to do some work. You can click at Stamps Landing. And then, of course, in 2024, staff will be bringing forward to council via a briefing about the sea level rise work and other adaptation work. It's still in early days, but planning and engineering staff have made a lot of significant steps moving forward, and we have the opportunity to continue to lead the way and also bring funders who are very excited about this work and regulators. And without further ado, next slide, please. You'll have to just click on through. Thank you. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jane Newlands from the International Association of Public Participation to say a few words. Jane, thank you.
I wasn't expecting that.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair, Your Worship, Mayor Sims, Council, staff, and guests. On behalf of the International Association of Public Participation, I am honored to present the winner of the 2023 IAP2 International Core Values Award of Project of the Year to the City of Vancouver. Core Value Award winners represent the best practices in our field and serve as models of excellence for others. The entries in this category are each winners in their own rights, having won the Project of the Year in their respective regions. In 2023, we received entries for the International Project of the Year from Australasia, Canada, the United States, and South Africa, and included projects in a wide variety of areas, from community development, health and infrastructure, to emergency planning and disasters. All of these projects have been recognized for their innovation, creativity, and inclusion. When selecting the City of Vancouver's Sea to City Design Challenge as Project of the Year, the judges highlighted a number of factors. These included how Indigenous perspectives and values were incorporated into the engagement design, the co-design of the engagement approach with the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, incorporating reconciliation, decolonization, language, and culture, the use of public values and Indigenous knowledge as the criteria the design teams were evaluated against, and building relationships, trust, and respect through early and meaningful engagement. Please join me in congratulating the City of Vancouver, the IAP2 2003 Project of the Year Award recipient. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. So thank you. That does complete item 1, and just another congratulations to the whole staff team. Should we do a photo? Yeah, great. Okay, awesome. So maybe just yes, just for anybody following along, we'll call a recess for a couple minutes to do the photo. Okay, so just bringing us back to our agenda. We are moving on to the reports on our agenda for today. So the next item is Report 1, Policy and Bylaw Updates to Regulation of Liquor Establishments, including distance requirements. And I am going to take us to the main queue before we move on to staff. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none. We do have team members present and have prepared a presentation. And we will move ahead with that presentation as we do have speakers. So
Need a moment.
we'll just take a moment to introduce Sarah.
Yes, and we just need a moment to get the presentation up and shared.
Not a problem at all. It looks like it's up. Please feel free to start.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Hicks. I'm the Chief License Inspector. I'm here today with colleagues from DBL Planning as well as VPD to present to you a report on updating our regulations for liquor establishments, specifically including our location and distance policy. Next slide, please. So for today, I'll give an overview of our liquor licensing, including the roles of the province and the city, as well as an overview of our current regulatory framework for liquor establishments, including the policies that are in place, the options considered for updating today, and the key recommendations that are before you in the report. Next slide, please. We are here today after a motion from Council, undertaking this work first to suspend the distancing policy as it related to dual licensed liquor establishments in our downtown area. That was immediately implemented in June of 2022, and we received a further motion later that summer to review our liquor establishment distancing guidelines and opportunities to consider modernizing the regulatory framework. Next slide, please. So before I go into the specifics of our distancing policy, I'd like to give you a bit of background. So the central component of the policy is to review the city's distancing policy on liquor establishments. It has been in place since 2005 when it was adopted as a response to then changes in provincial liquor licensing. The policy sets out to manage the density and distribution of pubs and nightclubs throughout the city in ways that are meant to be appropriate to different areas and neighborhoods. So the distancing policy allows for clusters of establishments of different sizes. You can have a small establishment next to a large establishment, but it does not allow clusters of establishments of the same size. So you cannot have multiple small establishments or multiple large establishments near each other. It does allow greater density of establishments in the downtown core than it does in non-downtown areas, and only small establishments can locate next to residentially zoned areas. The outcomes of the policy are to help protect neighborhood livability. It limits the total number of liquor establishments, which can benefit to public health by moderating access to liquor. It does create challenges for business seeking to expand and for businesses seeking policy-compliant locations. Next slide, please. This provides you an overview of what the distancing policy is. Our license, business licenses, our class sizes are on the left. The general policy is in the middle of where they can locate. And then the distance required between establishments of the same size are located on the right, showing both the differentiation between the downtown and the non-downtown. You'll note that starting at Class 3, or establishments of 151 seats and larger, are not to abut primarily residential zones. There are exceptions to this policy as it relates to liquor establishments looking to locate in major hotels or major business developments. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overview of liquor licensing showing both the provincial liquor license type in the left-hand column as well as the city's business license category to the far right. It compares where the city must make comments to the province in their consideration of the liquor application, as well as whether or not our distancing policy applies. The province has the sole authority to issue liquor licenses. The city does not have authority to issue a liquor license. However, the province takes into consideration city's comments on liquor primary licenses. When providing comment, we must include information on the suitability of the location and the potential impacts on the community. This includes providing information on feedback gathered from the community in the immediate vicinity, as well as the proposed person capacity and hours of the liquor license. Staff also ensure during an application process that the application is aligned with relevant city policies, land use requirements, and Vancouver building bylaw requirements. For a new liquor primary license, comments to the LCRB, or the Liquor Control and Regulation Branch, are submitted through a formal council resolution. For changes to existing establishments, such as seat increases, the Chief License Inspector has the authority of council to make those comments. Next slide, please. Here you'll see an overview of liquor primary licenses that the policy, our current policy, does not apply, including non-traditional liquor licenses. Current policy allows for non-traditional liquor licenses to be applied for in arts and culture-related venues. We also have liquor primary event-driven licenses. So this is where liquor is served in conjunction with pre-programmed events. And then we have manufacturers' lounge endorsements. This is where the main purpose of the business is to manufacture the product, and then they are able to seek an ancillary lounge in order to serve their product to their clients. Next slide, please. So, reviewing the distancing policy in liquor establishments, our scope included a review of the policy citywide. It also included our moratorium on the Granville Entertainment District, our non-traditional liquor serving establishments, hours for Granville Street, and process improvements. Staff did consult with industry and business improvement associations regarding the Downtown Eastside moratorium and have connected with some nonprofit organizations. Consultation is ongoing and will target community-based organizations and not-for-profit organizations. Initial consultation, staff heard significant concern from not-for-profit organizations and service providers that removing the moratorium would increase safety risks for residents in the area, including women, seniors, and other equity-deserving groups, including homeless individuals. The concerns center around two key issues: late-night conflict between patrons leaving bars and pubs and area residents, and gentrification and displacement of local serving, cultural, and heritage-based businesses. Staff will continue with the consultation and are planning to report back to Council in the first quarter of 2024. Next slide, please. Staff set the following broad objectives for the policy review, which included increased flexibility and opportunity for businesses operating as liquor establishments, to maintain neighborhood livability, and to limit harms to public health and safety. Next slide, please. Key stakeholder consultation for this work focused heavily on business operators, industry associations, and organizations. It also included business improvement associations, not-for-profit organizations, the Vancouver Police Department, and Vancouver Coastal Health. Next slide, please. During our consultations, we discussed a broad range of topics, including our distancing policy. from reducing the distance required between establishments to removing the policy in its totality, including opportunities for limiting class size of establishments next to residential. We discussed removal of the Granville moratorium on seat expansions or new establishments, as well as the downtown Eastside moratorium for removal of the moratorium and seat expansions. Overall, we heard a lot of support for removal of the distancing requirements citywide for all liquor establishments. We heard support for retaining a limit on the size of establishment next to residential, so long as the class size of Class 2 would be able to increase its current capacity from 150 up to 200 or 250. And we heard support for removal of the moratorium. We heard support for removal of the moratorium of the downtown east side from the business community. We did have concern about the downtown east side moratorium as it related to late night safety and displacement, as well as public health and safety concerns related to increased harms with increased access to liquor. There are concerns about potential increased safety risks for women and other equity-deserving groups, particularly as it relates to the Granville Entertainment District. Next slide, please. So some additional topics we consulted on were our non-traditional liquor serving establishments. Discussed was the opportunity to expand the types of businesses to align more closely with the provincial liquor primary opportunities. Discussion around hours of operations, including aligning hours on Granville Street, supporting dual license liquor establishments or restaurants that operate as a liquor primary in the evenings from our current 10 p.m. to 9 p.m., which matches the provincial regulations, and considering extension of hours for establishments in the downtown east side Oppenheimer district. We also discussed opportunities for process improvements, which included a delegation of council authority for new applications to the Chief License Inspector. We heard broad support for all of these options, and particular interest in the potential for a 3 a.m. Closure for all establishments. Next slide, please. So before you today in the report are recommendations that will look to repeal the current liquor license and capacity policy with the retention of a livability that it limits the Class 2 establishment to that being close to residential, while increasing the Class 2 establishment capacity up to 200 people. There will continue to be an exception to the policy for establishments that are located in major hotels, as well as business developments. You have a recommendation to remove the moratorium on the Granville Entertainment District and include seat expansions, and to expand the definition of our liquor establishment Class 8, or the non-traditional liquor establishment, as well as limited food service, so that more types of businesses can apply for non-traditional liquor primary licenses. Next slide, please. You also have a recommendation to look at aligning the hours along Granville Street. This will include an extension of hours to 3 a.m. Between the 1,000 and 1,300 blocks of Granville. To support dual liquor license establishments starting at 9 p.m., which will align with the provincial regulations. And for council to consider the delegation of their authority for new applications to the Chief License Inspector. There will be a ability for applicants to appeal any decision that they do not agree with for the Chief License Inspector to council if that delegation is made. Next slide, please. So our next steps after today, we will continue our Downtown Eastside community consultation around options for the moratorium and report back to council in likely Q3 of 2024. Further to that, if the recommendations are accepted today, the policy will be effective immediately. Bylaw changes are tabled for the hours along Granville later this afternoon. And we will be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And naturally, there are a number of members on the queue, so we'll start with Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I have a number of questions, so can I move for a second round just in case we need it?
Yes, I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Meisner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the work, and I know generally speaking, we've been kind of unwinding what I describe as some of the Made in Vancouver policies, where Vancouver had different regulations than the province. I think of last term when we changed our fire capacity because we allowed less patrons in than if you had the same size pub establishment, Burnaby or otherwise. So I kind of view this through the same lens. So getting to the questions, I'm looking at the moratorium piece, and this is specifically focusing on the GED, but pulling out the downtown east side for further study. But the downtown east side areas officially includes things like Gastown, Chinatown, Thornton Park and Victory Square, where there's a number of other establishments, isn't necessarily the heart of the DEOD. So I'm wondering, are we not creating an unlevel playing field by kind of continuing to study this and pulling this out? Because we're starting to have situations where operators have the ability for, there's no moratorium, they don't have the same seat capacity, depending if you're on one block versus the other, for example.
Yeah, I think the concerns that were raised around the impact of on individuals who reside in the neighborhood, while it does not provide the same opportunity for businesses, it does provide us an opportunity to determine, through our consultation, whether or not there are potential mitigating factors that we could consider prior to opening up the moratorium in the area.
But we also have the ability to monitor and sort of adjust or make changes as well, too, because we would monitor these policies on an ongoing basis, correct? And deal with any issues. Can you sort of explicitly tell me around with the downtown regulation area and the hours there, if this goes ahead and we don't make changes for things like Chinatown and Gastown, if I'm running a business there, how long can I stay open till versus if I'm running a business in, again, something like Victory Square or Gastown, how long can I stay open till?
The hours will vary. The 4 areas that allow liquor establishments, zoned liquor establishments in that area, fall into a number of different categories in the Business Premise Regulation of Hours bylaw. Some would have to close by 1 a.m., some would have to close by 2. And those, there are 5 legacy establishments within the DEOD zone that were there mostly in hotels. That were there prior to land use regulations that have the most restrictive hours in the city. And I believe they're allowed to stay open till midnight.
Okay, so quite a range, midnight 1, 2, or 3, which can get a bit confusing if you're a consumer, kind of knowing where you can go or where you can be served. I have a question specifically with respect to the dual license, and spoke with a number of operators in the Mount Pleasant area who had wanted to take advantage of this, and just looking for clarification that the dual license was only implemented in the downtown, is that correct? And so did that preclude with sort of some of the clusters in an area where Mount Pleasant, where the businesses are close together, that they weren't able to take advantage of the dual license, like and the earlier hours to close their kitchen at 9 versus 10 if they so choose, like as is allowed everywhere else in the province, except we only did downtown, and then again created kind of that unlevel playing field.
So the dual license was established throughout the city. Because those establishments are considered as liquor primary establishments after that closing time, the distancing policy as it is today applied. So if they were in conflict with another establishment, then that was where they weren't able to pursue the application.
Because the two were intersecting. So
Correct.
with the changes to the distancing policy, if that's now citywide, then the Mount Pleasant businesses that felt precluded from taking advantage of dual license will now be able to do that.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of one question that people naturally have is, does this mean you're going to have tons more liquor establishments in the city if these things pass? But can you sort of describe the fact that it's the province's role in terms of issuing liquor licenses and how many seats can potentially be allocated? Can you just give us a high level on that?
Yeah, I think the answer is we don't know how many new establishments we could have. It is a large financial commitment to open an establishment. and it does take time to open establishment. Each establishment would go through public consultation in order to gain the specific community feedback as it relates to there, which gives us that opportunity to do ongoing monitoring and decision-making as impacts, if there are any, are felt.
Right, so we
That is your
monitor, but we,
time, Councillor Kirby Young, so we'll
Thank you,
need
Chair.
to come back for a second round. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks very much, Chair Bligh. Thanks for the presentation and for the review. I had a few questions. Do any other major cities in Canada currently have distancing requirements for liquor primary establishments?
They do not.
No other major city in Canada. Okay, so it's really a made in Vancouver policy.
It is.
Okay, that's good information. I saw in the report that you're recommending the review on the Downtown Eastside moratorium with a report back to council in 2024. Which quarter are we expecting that?
Q1.
Q1, okay. And then do we have any statistics or information on stats of negative interactions between liquor primary patrons and unhoused individuals? Do we have any data or statistics on that?
We don't have specific data that relates to that.
Okay, so where is the concern for that coming from?
We're hearing the concern from nonprofit organizations that operate in the area, talking about the impact to the individuals that they service.
Okay, and there's no data from Vancouver Police on those negative interactions that's available? Just looking for some context.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Superintendent Don Chapman. With respect to the question now, no hard data with respect to that interaction. I mean, that's something that potentially could be mined, but we don't keep that track of such that.
What's your sense of that, though, having, being in your position and your experience?
My sense is anecdotally, occasionally.
Okay.
And you're going to have negative interactions with all members of the community. Unhoused people are members of the community, so it will happen, but it's not something that we're seeing on a nightly basis, a weekend basis. It does happen from time to time, for sure.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Appreciate that. Victory Square, I'm just I'm noting it's kind of sandwiched between GED, Granville Entertainment District, and the Downtown East Side, but included in the Downtown East Side moratorium. Do we have a sense of how many liquor primary establishments there are in that area? I think there's not that many.
It's not something that we have this moment, but we can certainly look it up for you.
But not a lot, right?
We don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. And then some historical context I'd appreciate on why this moratorium was originally introduced. Was in 2004, I believe, right?
For the Downtown East Side, originally the moratorium started in the Downtown East Side Oppenheimer District in the 1980s.
Okay.
And then it was expanded in 2012 to include the areas that we know today.
Okay, and what was the reason for that expansion in 2012?
I believe that it was related to the planning process that was ongoing and looking to, protect particularly vulnerable individuals in the area.
Okay, so related to the Downtown East Side plan.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me. Thanks very much, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you for this. I'm curious, I have a couple questions about the Granville Entertainment District. And the first is, I'm wondering why we're bringing recommendations on the GED forward here ahead of the larger planning process that we're engaged in around the Granville Entertainment District.
I think we're bringing recommendations forward today. It's an opportunity to modernize our policy, across the board. And Granville has started to see a shift, and the opportunities to continue to see that shift and support businesses bringing alternative opportunities forward. I think we've just seen that most recently with an application for the Rec Room, which is a more entertainment-based, video game-based type opportunity. So this will lend itself with that process. Also, again, each application does go through a public notification process, providing us that opportunity to continue to expand and evolve with the policy as the Granville team brings that forward.
Okay, can you remind us when we're expecting an update on the Granville planning process? An update and or when it's going to be done?
Yes, Thomas Daly, lead planner for Granville Street Planning. In terms of your last question, we're anticipating an update in the spring of 2024 to council, and then we'll be reporting back later in 2024.
Okay. Yes. And I'm not sure which of you this is a question for, but I remember days when the Granville Entertainment District was quite a bit more sort of, I mean, admittedly, I'm not out late except at long council meetings these days, but when it was quite rowdy and boisterous and felt dangerous as a young woman. And so I guess I'm curious to hear more about the direction that the planning is going in terms of more of a, busy all day family and lively arts entertainment district, and how that aligns with lifting the moratorium and allowing quite a few more liquor-focused establishments.
Yep. We've been working quite closely with the team here presenting today and to understand any of the issues that may come forward with these changes. The proposed changes today are very much aligned with what we're hearing from the community stakeholders, seeking to kind of reanimate and activate Granville Street more broadly. But through the planning process, we will be bringing forward specific actions to council to address concerns around public safety, both in the evening and in the daytime. So yeah, we'll be looking forward to bring those to you.
They're aligned generally with where you see the planning going.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's super helpful for me to hear. And my last question on Granville is around safety. And I'm not sure who this is a question for, but do we anticipate more public safety concerns, a need for more police into the evenings, et cetera? What's our sense of, with the proposed policies today, what the response will be and how we may need to mitigate or balance that?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question, and I appreciate city staff's ability for us to weigh in on this and have a look at the policies before you. And I think that we can say that, as for the VPD, we're cautiously optimistic about the proposals presented here today. With respect directly to your question, we are a hub city, and we do have that entertainment zone or that mecca that does attract everybody from the region coming into that city. Do we think we're going to see potentially an increase in resources for police? There is that potential for sure. I think there's some fresh ideas brought to the table here, and that does not preclude us from coming up with our own fresh ideas in order to use our resources to police that area. We've seen, I've been here for 27 years, worked in the Granville Entertainment District for a lot of those years in a variety of capacities. I think I can speak to what you described years ago as that, lots of fights going on, whatnot. That trend, we still do have issues there for sure, but that trend is certainly not what it was, 10, 15 years ago by any stretch.
Is that related to the moratorium, though, that trend has shifted?
It's just I think it's related to our transition in how we have resourced the area, and just sort of an collective understanding by the city and people go there of behavior that is expected in the area, and the fact that there are police there.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. First question is for Sarah on distancing. Have we ever considered focusing more on concentration rather than distancing, recognizing that real estate sometimes places smaller CRUs next to each other, and distancing seems less practical given the real estate construct, but maybe focusing on concentration?
Yeah, I mean, staff considered a number of different opportunities, different methods of looking at, seats per capita, concentration, decreased distancing. We looked at a whole gamut of opportunities. When we're considering those options, we're looking at how administratively heavy they are to do, how understandable they are by public and business, and whether or not they provide that opportunity for business to find the right space, for them to operate. Again, we would be stepping into a realm where we don't overly see others doing those types of regulations.
Like distancing, basically.
Correct.
Okay. Have we heard at all from applicants in that the arbitrary nature of metered distances is a hindrance to?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Dual licensing, which we've recently sort of explored and pursued, and we've caught up with the province. Have we? Do we have any data on how dual licensing versus liquor primary impacts the culture of drinking, like less binge drinking or more binge drinking or more kind of moderate drinking? We
don't have data relating to that. I think the establishments are so new at this point that there wouldn't be meaningful data yet. They haven't operated long enough. Most of the establishments that have set up continue to operate their can, and we know that food is a mitigating factor in liquor consumption.
Mm-hmm. So on and focusing a little bit on the downtown east side moratorium, where I've lived for well over 30 years and was around when the first 1990 moratorium was introduced and saw the impacts and anecdotally seemed to drive many low-income drinkers to more risky behaviors with illicit substances. Do we have any, and obviously we've expanded the moratorium from the DEOD throughout the downtown east side, do we have evidence as to the efficacy of the moratorium? Has it driven more risky behavior? Also seating a question for our friends at Coastal Health who may have thoughts on that.
Yeah, we do not have data on that.
So we don't know how effective the moratorium has been necessarily in general?
No.
Okay. Would there be a consideration for like a discretionary approach to a moratorium rather than an arbitrary?
I think when we're looking at discretionary options, it's difficult to have applicants and business really know where their opportunities are. They are looking at a large financial investment in that, and they do a lot of pre-work prior to submitting those applications to the city and to the province. I think setting out clear guidelines on what to expect and where opportunities are the best approach.
Speaking of what to expect, what expectations do we have on applicants, and how do we support programs like Bar Watch or like Good Night Out through liquor applications, and how does that actually work, and are we bringing that to more new applicants as they come online?
So Bar Watch is a private organization that businesses look to gain membership in and share information about individuals that shouldn't be partnering in their establishments. The industry may be able to provide more nuanced information as it relates to that. Good Night Out does have annual funding from the city I think for another 2 or 3 years. And through the Granville planning process, they will also be looking at the Good Night Out and opportunities to enhance their services.
Do we anticipate expanding programs like Good Night Out and supporting them more based on this expansion of liquor licensing, even into other non-GED neighborhoods?
Yes, we're exploring that throughout the Granville Entertainment Plan.
But outside of Granville Entertainment, I meant.
So through the Granville Plan, we're looking at what are the opportunities to expand outside of the Granville Strip.
West End.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much. We'll move to Councillor Dominato. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and update. Appreciating that you've been working on this for some time now. I do have a couple of follow-up questions. Many of them were asked about other jurisdictions, but I did want to just reflect back what I understood from the repealing of the liquor license capacity and location policy and guidelines is that this will indeed enable to have more potentially liquor primaries and other places to gather in neighborhoods throughout the city, because we've typically seen a concentration in the GED as well as in the downtown core, but increasingly the public is wanting to be able to go out into places in their neighborhood and not come downtown. Is that a fair representation?
Yes, the policy does provide that opportunity. We do see when we analyzed, the downtown versus the non-downtown, within the policy framework that there is today, there is space available, certainly in the non-downtown for establishments. There continues to be capacity opportunities. That does not mean that the building that meets the policy is the building that meets the business need in terms of the look, the feel, and the building code requirements that they would have for such a use.
Okay. And so just in terms of an example, I heard about over the course of last term was there was two businesses. They were maybe one or two businesses apart. One was a liquor primary. The other was wanting to move to a dual license, but wasn't able to because they were so close. But in going forward, again, they were very small CRUs. These were not nightclubs. These were very small kind of little pubs. In the future, that would actually be able to happen as the liquor primary would be able to operate, and then the restaurant, which was food primary, would be able to get a dual license to be liquor primary after 9 o'clock. Is that?
Correct. The recommendations before you today do recommend retaining that a Class 2 establishment at 200 seats be the largest near residential, if that's the setup. But yes, there would be opportunity within that to locate directly next door to each other.
Okay, fantastic. And then I just wanted to explore the subject of hours has come up, and I just wanted to explore that a little bit. You're proposing extension along the south part of Granville Street to align, because you already have 3 a.m. for a number of the businesses, but just there's a small portion there of Granville it doesn't. What has been the experience of other cities that go up to 3 a.m. or even further? I lived in Europe and hours were up to 5 a.m. in terms of closures. I'm just curious, what's the data that we have or research that we've done around other jurisdictions that allow that later opening and the experience of residents?
Sorry. Most don't have 3 a.m. Sorry, in our jurisdictional scan, most other jurisdictions don't allow up to 3 a.m. They have more restrictive hours.
Okay, and would that have been largely North American jurisdictions?
Yes.
Context? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. No, I appreciate that because I do think it is a different context than maybe perhaps others. I'm going to maybe pause there because I think a lot of questions have been asked and I know we have a busy schedule today. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. I just want to note that Councillor Klassen hasn't had a first round, so if I can just advance Councillor Klassen and then Councillor Boyle, you'll be after and then Councillor Carr and Councillor Klassen. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be quick. Just curious for your comments. We've now are looking to consolidate or delegate the authority to our Chief Licensing Inspector. Obviously, this is a move around reducing red tape. How does that align with the provincial authority on liquor licensing and help make improvements there?
Sure. The province requires municipalities to comment on liquor primary applications. The requirement is to have a council resolution, unless that authority is delegated to somebody like the chief license inspector. The timing of council processes could mean it's an extra 4 to 6 week process for applicants. So by delegating the authority, we will look to be at least 4 to 6 weeks faster than what we currently are.
Okay, great. I know we've got some industry representatives following to speakers coming up. Part of the goal here is to allow for more innovation. There are some really striking statistics about plummeting use of alcoholic beverages across the continent. Almost half of young people have basically, I've got numbers here that go from number of college students between 2002 and 2018 gone from 28 to 20% overall that are actually using alcoholic beverages. Gen Z, 20% less of the millennials, and which was 20% less of Gen X consumption, and also a growth in no and low alcohol brands, which are expected to take up to 20% of sales by 2025. Have you heard from the industry how they're going to be able to adapt with the sort of changing trends on alcohol use?
That hasn't been a specific conversation we've had with industry to date.
Okay, thanks very much. Maybe they can address those questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Just a couple of questions. Others have been answered. Thank you so much for the report. The first one has to do with the 3am closure. I know it's not the subject of this, but the 3am closure begs the question of how do people disperse, as we are a regional center, Granville Entertainment District in particular, and there was a lot of post-closure sort of incidents on the streets, and no SkyTrain. So how are we working around that issue with TransLink?
I may have my colleague from VPD to also discuss, their experience. I think with the implementation of ride-hailing in 2020, we've seen more opportunities for individuals to disperse from the street where that had not existed, and there was, there simply wasn't enough transportation to leave our entertainment districts. At the time, we continue to have conversations with transportation, with the province as it relates to, the vehicle for hire industry, to look for opportunities to improve service.
Have you given up on TransLink extending its hours on Friday and Saturday night?
No.
Okay, that's good to know. There's a lot of content in this report about the potential for new, diverse, dispersed centers in the neighborhoods. Are there any particular neighborhoods, other than what we have seen in the downtown, the Granville Entertainment District, the downtown east side, et cetera. So out in the rest of the city, are there areas that are of particular, I think, interest or hope around sort of dispersed locations for these?
We certainly see, industry tends to cluster in zones where there is good transportation. There's easy access for clients to come and service their businesses. So we see those along our commercial districts, Main Street, Fraser, West Fourth, those type of areas. Planning is doing some work as it relates to neighborhoods where there may be more opportunities there to have smaller establishments, come into our neighborhoods to provide that kind of neighborhood pub option.
I saw you glance back at planning staff. Obviously, in our Vancouver plan, we did talk about more complete neighborhoods where people can walk to meet all their daily needs. Not that necessarily a liquor is a daily need, but at the sort of entertainment aspect of it, and the meeting and getting together with people. So, are you in conversation with planning staff around including that? I'm seeing heads nod back there.
Yes,
okay.
we are.
That's great. Okay, appreciate that. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just had one more question, which is I'm wondering if our Healthy City strategy, it's been a few years since I read it, if the Healthy City strategy speaks at all to issues around alcohol access and liquor policy.
Thank you for the question, Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services. The Healthy City Strategy speaks to the multiple dimensions of health, including substance use. I can't remember the exact references, but I'd have to go back and check for you.
Okay, I'll do a little Google search for myself then. Appreciate that. Those are all my questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we will go to our speakers now. We have registered speakers for this report, and speaker number one is here in person, Dr. Patricia Daly, Chief Medical Health Officer with Vancouver Coastal Health. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Council. I am here in my capacity as Vancouver Medical Health Officer to provide my best advice to Council as you consider recommendations that will impact the health and well-being of the citizens of Vancouver. The recommendations in the staff report will increase alcohol availability in multiple ways, which will lead to greater consumption of alcohol and greater alcohol-related harms to the health of the Vancouver population. However, I understand that the proposals are popular with the public and are put forward with the intent of improving the vibrancy of the city and supporting the business community. What concerns me is the scale of what is proposed today, which, if passed, could result in the single largest expansion of alcohol availability at any single point in time in Vancouver, without any countermeasures to address the public health harms that will result from increased consumption of alcohol. This is in contrast, for example, to the BC government's modernization of liquor laws 10 years ago, which included measures to address harms. Therefore, my primary recommendation to Council is to proceed with a measure of caution. The most concerning proposal, in my opinion, is suspension of the moratorium on new liquor establishments and seat expansion in the Granville Entertainment District, an area that is unique in the province. I note that Vancouver Police is also concerned about expansion of liquor seats in the Granville Entertainment District because historically this area attracts people from all parts of the region outside of Vancouver. Yet many of the harms caused by these non-Vancouver residents engaging in excessive drinking when visiting Granville Street will actually be suffered by the residents of Vancouver themselves, such as the public disorder, an increase in assaults and sexual assaults. This behavior by non-Vancouver residents will tie up local ambulances and crowd Vancouver hospital emergency departments, resources which may not then be available for the citizens of Vancouver when needed. City staff have not included any robust recommendations in the report before Council to prevent or address these potential harms. Surely Council would want an appropriate strategy to prevent any increase in assaults and sexual assaults before proceeding. I therefore recommend Council defer any consideration of lifting the Granville Entertainment District moratorium until the Granville City planning process, streets planning process is complete and has carefully considered these concerns. Finally, I would ask Council to direct City staff to robustly respond to complaints and monitor impacts of any changes from recommendations Council decides to adopt today, including complaints resulting from public disorder and noise secondary to expanded locations and hours of liquor consumption. I will commit to Council that as medical health officers, we will monitor the ongoing impact of increased alcohol consumption and public health harms that we are already seeing in the City of Vancouver, including impacts on youth, women at risk of sexual assault, and those with alcohol use disorder, and report regularly to Council with our best recommendations that City of Vancouver can implement to address these concerns, which could include distancing requirements that other municipalities do indeed have in Canada. Staff was incorrect in answering that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daly. We appreciate you being here. Next is speaker number 2, Michael Schwann, Medical Health Officer with Vancouver Coastal Health.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Michael Schwant, and I'm a local medical health officer for the City of Vancouver. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on this motion from a public health perspective, specifically on concerns with measures which will increase the density of liquor serving establishments in our communities. With policy changes under consideration which will enable increased access to alcohol in a variety of establishments, I want to emphasize to you the anticipated public health impacts of lifting distancing requirements. This is based on decades of evidence, including data collected in our own community. With respect to the report under discussion, there are particular concerns with the proposed direction to repeal the liquor license capacity and location policy and guidelines, removing distancing requirements between liquor establishments. Now, to quote the report that's under consideration, the current limit serves a public health goal of moderating access to liquor. This was an important consideration at the time of the policy's very creation, and it remains important amidst increasing availability of alcohol through grocery and home delivery pathways. Now, medical organizations from the Canadian Cancer Society to our own trauma surgery department at Vancouver General Hospital have raised concerns with the increased ease of access to alcohol in our communities. Availability of alcohol, including the density of alcohol retail and liquor serving establishments, has been shown to be a key promoter of alcohol consumption in terms of both volume consumed day to day and dangerous binge drinking. As well, a large body of evidence shows that geographic density and increased hours of alcohol sales contribute to alcohol-related community disruption. This is reflected in health evidence from across North America, around the world, and here in Vancouver. In fact, local data have shown that people living close to liquor serving establishments have higher odds of binge drinking than people who live further away. Even a distance of a few blocks has been found to have an impact. So when it comes to day-to-day and binge drinking, the city environment matters, and in particular, the density of outlets on the ground has an impact. In addition, policy changes supporting an expansion in the alcohol serving hours of establishments can effectively increase the density of alcohol outlets at a given time. Public health advice on alcohol policy is not about taking away people's individual decision latitude to consume alcohol. The opportunities to do so are many in the City of Vancouver, with well over 1,000 establishments licensed for on-site consumption. Rather, as we aim to discourage people from drinking in ways that are known to be harmful, we need to make healthy choices easy choices. Increasing the density and hours of alcohol availability risks moving in the opposite direction. I hope that these comments inform your deliberations and that the city's approach to liquor serving establishments will promote health in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll call on speaker 3, Bert Hick.
Good morning. My name is Bert Hick of Rising Tide Consultants. I'm going to give you a different perspective than the previous two speakers, and I mentioned that I expected that Patricia be here. Thank you very much for the early Christmas present on this report. We fully support the recommendations in this report that you're considering today. What happened was under Andrea, they started this consultation with the industry group, and we created a little task force of people involved in the hospitality industry, consisting of Ian Tossison over my geographic left, Jeff Gennards, who's here somewhere in the building, Ken Beattie of the Craft Brewers Association, and Mark von Schelowitz and Ingrid Jarrett of the Hotel Association. You know, there's an old Chinese proverb that a journey of 1,000 miles begins by taking a single step. And we appreciate these first steps being taken because from our perspective, we want to see Vancouver be competitive, not just with other cities in British Columbia, but also with other cities in the country. Well, I support, there are many issues to be addressed here, and many more issues that we want to see addressed that aren't touched on here. And I've written to Andrea about these issues, and I'm going to share those issues with you because we hope that sometime next year that some of those other issues will come forward for consideration. Our group does support the lifting of the moratoriums, and with respect to the Granville Street moratorium, Council made a bold decision a couple of weeks ago by approving the 800 block, the Cineplex Rec Room concept, which is 1,500 liquor primary seats on Granville Street, which does technically violate the moratorium. Your staff recommend in favor of it, but it's a great project. The Rec Room concept is not like a nightclub. It's not liquor focused. Liquor service is an added amenity. And we just think that you've got to allow that creativity to exist. Rec rooms exist in Edmonton, Calgary, Toronto, and they're not a problem. We also have one in Burnaby, Metrotown, and it's not been a problem whatsoever. It's a virtual reality interactive entertainment complex. With respect to the distancing policy, well, we all remember the issue of the Fountainhead Pub wanting to increase the capacity, but they couldn't because of the problems of John Clarity's Numbers nightclub across the street. Well, one's a nightclub, the other one's a pub, and we're mixing it. With respect to licensing of other facilities, well, we licensed a funeral home in Ontario, which is probably one establishment that should be licensed. But we also licensed Aritzia stores in Ontario. And you all remember in Nordstrom's on the women's fashion floor, on the second floor, there was a little bar Habitat, which was a liquor primary establishment. We licensed that, and that was done and when we could do it. And we want to get back to that because we have expressions of interest into our company from other people who want to have a same sort of service. If you're spending $300,000 on a watch, you like to think they might be able to serve you a glass of champagne. With respect to the moratorium on Granville Street, my view is that moratoriums just prop up the dinosaurs. It does not allow for creativity, innovation, and a new opportunity to breathe life in. You're just propping up the cheap bars that serve cheap drinks, and you end up with cheap drunks. And I think that you need to have that creativity, that innovation, to allow us to compete with other cities. With respect to future meetings, we look forward to working with Andrea and her team, but we fully support these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bert. Next, we'll call on speaker number 4, Ian Tostenson.
Hi, Mayor and Council, Ian Tostenson with the British Columbia Restaurant Association. Thank you. That's the best chocolate I've ever had. I've eaten half of it, Mayor. Bert has expressed how we feel about the report. I won't get into any more details except the fact that we do 100% support it. And I'd like to thank Sarah and Andrea for all their hard work on this very complex situation. I think if you do approve this, what you're sending is a signal to industry at a time when it's probably at an all-time low in terms of post-pandemic, in terms of customers, in terms of sales. It's just not in a good place right now. And I think that the City of Vancouver is sending a message of hope for the business community that there is light at the end of the tunnel eventually, which is a great thing. I also want to just address, Dr. Daly. We take the responsibility of serving liquor very seriously. There's huge liability associated with that. In fact, I see the ability to serve alcohol as a privilege and one that we have to be very careful of. Councillor Clausen mentioned different trends. There is a trend. There's a definite trend towards the younger demographic that aren't drinking. And so what you're seeing is a lot of the places now are adjusting to non-alcoholic drinks, which is great as a business proposition. So I don't see that this expansion is going to necessarily increase risk. I think it's going to be able to deal with some of the emerging trends. So I just want to thank you on behalf of industry that if you do approve this, it'll be a very positive signal. We look forward to working with you in a very safe and prosperous environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from caller 6, who is registered as calling in, and I'll call on Mark von Schelowitz.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Mark.
Okay, I'm Mark von Schelowitz, Vice President, Western Canada for Restaurants Canada, which is Canada's largest hospitality industry association, representing tens of thousands of restaurants, bars, and caterers nationwide. Restaurants Canada appreciates Mayor and Council's commitment to the hospitality industry by developing the Vancouver Hospitality Working Group. On behalf of Restaurants Canada, I would like to also speak in favor of the recommendations included in the policy and bylaw updates of regulation to liquor establishments report. These recommendations come from the Vancouver Hospitality Working Group consultations and are common sense changes to reduce municipal red tape and regulatory burden on one of the most regulated industries, making it easier for restaurants and bars to do business in the city. We also look forward to continuing to work with city staff and Hospitality Working Group stakeholders in 2024 to implement additional recommendations to reduce City of Vancouver hospitality industry-related red tape and speed up permit approval processes. These recommendations come at a time when the city's restaurants and bars continue to struggle and need all the help they can get. I recently shared with Council a summary of our most recent food service facts report, which is the industry's go-to resource for the latest food service statistics, trends, and forecasts. After surviving the pandemic, the restaurant sector has been decimated by skyrocketing inflation, rising labor costs, labor shortages, customer traffic not rebounding due to the work from the home to shift, and the high pandemic-related debt levels that we're really in trouble trying to repay. In fact, the most recent edition of Food Service Facts revealed that 34% of restaurants are operating at a loss, effective March 2023, compared to just 7% before the pandemic. And another 17% said that they were only breaking even compared to 5% 4 years ago. When adjusted for anticipated menu inflation of 5.6%, real food service sales are forecasted to grow at 4.1% in 2023. Compared to pre-pandemic sales, however, this is still significantly below pre-pandemic levels, down 30% when adjusted for inflation. Real GDP in the food service industry is still 12% below pre-pandemic levels. This is the second worst rebound, with only the arts, entertainment, and recreation sector seeing a steeper decline since the start of the pandemic. Also, 69% of Canadians say that they're not dining out as often as they would like to because it's getting too expensive. Given the extremely challenging economic climate and financial headwinds that the restaurant sector continues to grapple with, impactful and effective government policy has never been more important to support their recovery and survival. That's why our members recommend all levels of government provide a do no further harm commitment not to implement legislation or regulations that will increase the cost of doing businesses as restaurants continue to struggle to become profitable once again. Instead, we are looking for commitments from the government to reduce costs and red tape. Given the latest food service tax data, we appreciate the ongoing support of Vancouver's Mayor and Council in implementing policies to help the struggling hospitality industry recovery. Approving the recommendations included in the policy and bylaw updates report would be a positive step towards helping the industry's recovery and making Vancouver a more vibrant city.
Thank you, Mark. I do appreciate you're well over time, so I'll have to pause you there. But thank you very much for calling in today. I'm going to move to speaker 7, also on the phone. And just a reminder, you have 3 minutes to provide your comments. Anthony Ritchie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anthony Ritchie. I'm 71 years old. I have owned the number 5 Orange for 37 years. I'm quite discouraged that we again been excluded on the new hours of being allowed to stay open until 2 a.m. simply because we're in the boundary of the downtown east side. Firstly, the line that was drawn up 20-odd years ago is the back lane. If we were on the other side of the back lane, there would be no issue. We are a world-renowned, legendary Vancouver show lounge. Our customer base has never been the downtown east side population. Our local clientele comprises of city workers, firefighters, policemen, administrators, university students, and many businessmen and entrepreneurs. We are proud of the fact that so many business number 5 Orange from around the world while visiting Vancouver because of our notoriety. Over the years, we've entertained many actors, musical groups, and people in the entertainment industry. We at the number 5 Orange do more than our share of giving back to our community. Over the years, we've done charity work with the Children's Hospital, Covenant House, Canuck Place, Zajac Foundation, breast and prostate cancer, and so on. I'm also very proud to say that with the help of my clientele, we raised $150,000 in the construction of Mays Place Cottage Hospice on Wall Street by Renfrew Street in Vancouver. We also do our share in the economic circle in Vancouver. We spend money in the hopes of making money. We have advertised with several radio stations and media outlets over the years. We have just recently spent $45,000 with Sportsnet 650 to advertise throughout the Vancouver Canuck hockey season. I don't think you'll find many Vancouver hotel bars that have done what we have done. I've never had compliance issues with the Vancouver Police Department or Liquor Control Enforcement Branch. By complete compliance, we have saved Vancouver Police Department and City of Vancouver thousands and thousands of dollars by self-regulating. Several years ago, we joined Bar Watch through Curtis Robinson. He will tell you that we are the example of how to run a safe bar. We have never been a burden on the City of Vancouver budget, unlike some of the other establishments. We have 48 cameras outside and inside of our hotel. Our security staff is as good as they come. I have a staff of 32 employees, some of which have been around for 35 years. They consist of students, single mothers, and fathers, and we are proud of our record. I do see the downtown east side improving with your current administration. Hopefully, we can all make it better. The problem is not the number 5 Orange or alcohol. It is fentanyl, opioids, and mental illness. The fact that we cannot be open until 3 a.m. is grossly unfair to us. For example, last Sunday and Monday evening, a historic concert ending at 11:15 p.m. left our bar empty because we closed at 1 a.m. Meanwhile, everyone went to bars open until 3 a.m. I cannot continue to compete in this current economic environment by closing at 1 a.m. People come out later in the evening, which leaves us approximately an hour and 20 minutes of profitable business. We will lose about $350,000 a year in gross revenue in a year if we do not get the hours everyone else has.
Anthony,
Costs
I'll
have
have
risen.
to pause you right there.
Insurance.
Thank you so much. That is your 3 minutes. We're over 3 minutes now, so.
One more thing. Insurance alone is $130,000 yearly, and that's with no claims. Please reconsider and allow us to be open until 3 a.m.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will move on now to speaker number 9, Adam Henderson.
Hi. Thanks, everybody. My name is Adam Henderson. I'm the president, co-founder, owner of Superflux Beer Company, and I'm also a board member of the Craft Brewers Guild for the breweries in British Columbia. So we represent about 200 breweries in BC, and we've got 25 today in Vancouver. This is the first year in Vancouver in the last, I think, decade or 12 years. We're going to have fewer breweries at the end of the year than we had at the beginning of the year. The brewery my business started at, Callister Brewing, is actually closing December 31st. They've chosen not to renew their lease. So the way that I see this kind of factoring into breweries for us is, one, I just want to express my support across the board for everybody as hospitality goes, so does our business. But the 80 square meters rule that's mentioned in the report has a huge impact on breweries. So specifically, when we open a brewery, the most difficult part of our discussion with city staff is around this rule. It's an arbitrary made in Vancouver rule that it existed 12 years ago when you folks decided that you would allow lounges, which is great because that's how we impact our customers. It's how we hire people. 60% of the staff that I have at my brewery work in our lounge. And so that's restricted to 80 square meters, which is basically 67 people. It doesn't matter how big our brewery is, it doesn't matter how big our building is. And what we do is we fight with staff and we clarify, re-clarify, email, re-email. We spent 3 months trying to figure out where to draw this line. It's already covered in zoning, it's already covered in fire. I mean, there's a whole lot of ways that this is handled for us. So what we ask for on behalf of our members, which are now going to be 24 breweries in the city and hopefully some new ones that'll be slated to open next year, is that we can simplify this and just kind of go back to what the zoning says. Provincial guidelines don't have any specific actual limitations on the size, but it's definitely covered in our zoning for where we need to be for the amount of ancillary use that we have. So our members would find this extremely beneficial. It would also help me to use a big area of space in my brewery where currently no one can sit. That sort of just sits there looking at the street. So that would be really, really great. It's going to help us with paying increased rent, increased wages, increased property tax. So we're just looking for a little bit of support and help for getting, the city to get out of the way on that and help us there for our members. We've got 20 seconds left, so thanks everybody for, especially Andrea Law and her group for the working group that we've had. It's been really, really, really helpful for us. And like I say, we're in the same place as the rest of the hospitality industry. So looking forward to a really good 2024, but thank you.
Thank you very much, and that was perfectly timed. Next, I'll call on speaker number 10, Dr. Mark Lesician, Medical Health Officer.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Lesician, another medical health officer, providing independent advice to City Council for Vancouver. So you've heard that harms related to alcohol consumption, or harms related to alcohol are related to consumption. More consumption equals more harm. Consumption in BC, in Vancouver, and in particular in the Vancouver City Centre neighborhood is high, and it's been increasing over the past 2 decades. Alcohol is now overtaking tobacco as a cause of morbidity and mortality in BC. And what this tells us is that more regulation of alcohol consumption is needed, not less. But the trend that we see in Vancouver is less regulation, which we know will lead to more consumption and more harm. Vancouver was seen as a leader in the fight against tobacco, having one of the first municipal tobacco bylaws, even when the province didn't have one. Even now, Vancouver's tobacco bylaw is stronger than the provincial bylaw, and Vancouver is celebrated for that. But recent council decisions are not treating alcohol the same way as it treated tobacco in the past, despite the fact that it's causing harm to residents. Much like tobacco, alcohol doesn't just cause harm to the person who consumes it, it can cause harm to others. The risk of harms to others increases specifically when people binge drink, when people drink late at night, and when people drink in settings where lots of other people are drinking. So this is in neighborhoods like the Granville Entertainment District. We have seen all of these harms in the Granville Entertainment District historically, and we continue to see them today. And we're concerned that removing the distancing regulations, lifting the moratoria, and allowing greater hours of consumption in that area will increase these types of harms to other people. The types of harms to other people are related to injuries, like motor vehicle injuries, injuries related to interpersonal violence, and then harms related to sexual violence. So basically, we're at a place with alcohol is that we need to maintain our regulations, or we need to add regulations if we want to protect the population, not lift regulations, allow more consumption, allow more harm to the people that consume alcohol, but also to others. So we ask you to consider these as you're considering these recommendations today, which would essentially lift all regulations and not provide any substantive measures to protect the population of Vancouver. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We will now move to our next registered speaker, which is speaker number 11, Dave Kershaw.
Good morning, Council. My name is Dave Kershaw. I'm the owner of Cabana Nightclub on Granville Street. I've been the owner there since 2010, and I've owned a nightclub on Granville since 96. So I'm here today just to speak in full support of all our recommendations. What I can tell you is that I've been in the nightlife industry for 27 years. And since COVID, this has been the toughest stretch period by far. So I really applaud you being forward-looking and doing things for a small business that will allow us to flourish. Actually, more accurately, allow us to get back on our feet. And I know that the owner of the number 5 spoke earlier, and I would echo what he says. Expenses have gone through the roof, and we need the opportunities when we can to make as much money as possible, just to not be super profitable, but just to pay the bills. That's it. The expansion of seats, highly needed. A lot of us have had undersized liquor primaries in large buildings with low capacities, even though we have the fire exiting and the space and the washrooms to accommodate it. And having that extra hour has become a big deal recently. I think we've all noticed that the trend in nightlife and entertainment has gone later. People are doing dinner at 9 o'clock, coming to nightclubs at 12 and 12:30. So if you close at 2 during the week, you're really losing that opportunity. And for all special events, and recently we opened for the Drake concert to have an after party. The concert doesn't end till 11, so if we only have 2 o'clock, it gives people a very short window of time. So I really applaud and appreciate your forward-looking report. Thank you, whoever put that together. I fully support it, and that's all I really came to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from speaker number 12, Charles Arulia. Hey there.
Good morning, City Council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Charles Aurelia, and I'm a manager of advocacy with the Canadian Cancer Society. The Canadian Cancer Society is the only national charity supporting Canadians with all cancers in communities across the country. With almost 2 in 5 British Columbians expected to develop cancer in their lifetime, it is vital we work together to strengthen our efforts to reduce the cancer burden in the province. In this vein, CCS opposes the proposed updates to the city's liquor regulations. When it comes to alcohol, we know it is a well-established risk factor for cancer, with International Agency for Research on Cancer categorizing it as a Group 1 carcinogen multiple times for over 30 years, the highest classification it gives for cancer-causing substances. Alcohol is estimated to be one of the top 3 causes of cancer deaths worldwide. Drinking any type of alcohol, beer, wine, or spirits, increases your risk of at least 9 different types of cancers, including breast, colorectal, liver, mouth, stomach, and pancreatic cancers, among others. Evidence indicates regular alcohol consumption over time, even at low levels, increases the risk of developing alcohol-associated cancer. Unfortunately, over 40% of Canadians are not aware that alcohol consumption increases the risk of cancer. It's a sad fact that we are hearing that people are finding out at the oncologist's office about the link between alcohol and cancer. This direct link between alcohol and cancer is why CCS works to advance policies which reduce consumption and implement reasonable restrictions on alcohol access. To be clear, the recommendations to update the city's liquor regulations will increase both alcohol consumption and health harms. The proposals stand in contradiction to health policy recommendations on alcohol, which seek to limit outlet density and operational hours of liquor establishments as a means to create better health outcomes. The proposals are also out of step with actions being taken at both the federal and provincial levels to reduce alcohol consumption and raise awareness of alcohol's health harms. Finally, while the proposals aim to stimulate business growth and opportunities in the city, the evidence is clear. When accounting considers both government revenue and societal costs, Canada runs an alcohol deficit of about $6.2 billion per year. To put this in context, the cost associated with alcohol use in Canada in 2020 was more than the cost associated with tobacco, cannabis, or opioid use. Reducing alcohol consumption remains one of the top modifiable ways British Columbians can reduce the risk of cancer. The City of Vancouver has a role to play in ensuring that residents are set up for success in making healthy and informed choices and that make it easier to reduce alcohol consumption, not harder. And passing these proposals will do just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much to come in and speak to council today. Appreciate your attendance. We're now going to hear from speaker number 13, Jeff Renard.
Your Worship, councillors, good morning. Pleasure to see you all again. My name is Jeff Ginyard. I'm the Executive Director of BC's Alliance of Beverage Licensees. So we're the industry association that advocates for BC's private liquor stores and a broad category of liquor primary licenses, so pubs, bars, nightclubs, curling clubs, legions, stadiums. And additionally, we administer the Bar Watch program that I think you're asking questions about earlier. Our goal is to stand for responsible and smart liquor laws. It is a highly regulated industry. We work primarily provincially, but we work with municipalities all across BC. And I'm here today to enthusiastically, on behalf of our board of directors and membership, support these changes. Vancouver has had some silly liquor policy rules for a while, which are unique to your jurisdictions. Other cities don't do these sorts of things, and I think it makes a lot of sense to eliminate them today. The consequences of not is that we end up having a lot of businesses opening in neighboring communities instead, which is not productive for our economy. Also, as you have heard repeatedly, our industry is in serious trouble right now. We have not recovered financially from the pandemic. I know we don't want to talk about the pandemic anymore, but as of today, 50% of BC's hospitality industry is either losing money or barely breaking even. And these sorts of restrictive rules do not help in our situations. A couple of points. I've spoken publicly in support of this in media, and I was on a radio call-in show the other day, and one of the callers who brought up the point of competition, saying, how is it going to help if you put more businesses together so they can compete against existing hospitality businesses? It's not about competition, it's about clustering. In economics, you want to create little vibrant entertainment areas where you get different kinds of pubs and bars and restaurants and cocktail bars and different experiences to drive more tourists and more customers to those areas. It increases the vibrancy of those neighborhoods, and it allows all of those businesses to succeed together. I've heard a number of discussions around public safety concerns as well. And it's always interesting when the hospitality industry and the liquor industry is blamed for things that we don't feel is to be our responsibility. But when you look at a place like Granville Street and that entertainment district, one of the challenges we have is people are on the street. They're not in the establishments because we don't have enough capacity for them. So what happens is you end up with the licenses you have and the concepts you have and no ability to alter them until somebody else leaves the district and comes back. This will allow us to cluster like-minded companies together and to have complementary businesses that maybe you don't want to go to a nightclub or you want to go to a cocktail lounge first and finish off at a quiet lounge later on in the evening as well. I've heard our health advocates speak quite passionately, and we, as my colleague Ian said, work quite productively with them. I would only say on that the battle they are waging is the same one that we are all waging together. Industry is already pivoting to low alcohol and no alcohol products as well. But this is not going to be solved through regulations and policies. It's going to be solved through education. That is a massive challenge that we need to be taking up, and that responsibility exists primarily at the province. So adding additional regulations here, I don't think will tackle that challenge effectively. And with that, I just want to thank you for your support today. Industry really appreciates it, and I hope you have a really happy holidays. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you very much, Jeff. We'll now move to speaker 14, Dr. Eric Grafstein. Forgive me.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you. My name is Eric Grafstein. I'm an emergency physician and the regional head of emergency medicine for Vancouver Coastal Health and Vancouver emergency departments in particular. I would like to express my opposition to the proposal before you today. Any of you who have been a patient or taken a loved one to the emergency department in Vancouver knows that these places are chaotic. The service is not very good. No one wants to go to the emergency department unless they absolutely need to. It is a fact that our Vancouver emergency departments, they're our health safety net, and they're bursting at the seams. St. Paul's Hospital, nearby the Granville district, has seen a 25% increase in volume over the last 10 years. That's 20,000 more patients annually compared to a decade earlier. And yet the emergency department footprints of all emergency departments in the city has not changed. The only thing that's changed is the complexity of the patients. There's more seniors, there's more drug use and mental health patients. And in general, patients are sicker. What else has changed in the last decade? Well, there's more violence. It's skyrocketing. Last year, a security guard in St. Paul's Hospital was stabbed. An emergency physician at Vancouver General Hospital was punched in the nose and it was broken. He was off work for several weeks. St. Paul's has had to implement a weapons detection program, first of its kind in Western Canada. In the first week, 30 weapons were taken from patients. Drunk patients can be particularly challenging for staff. I'm sure you can appreciate that, for their potentially erratic and violent behavior. Just a couple of numbers to consider. Over the last decade, Vancouver emergency departments have treated over 30,000, close to 35,000 patients whose primary diagnosis was alcohol intoxication. More than 1,000 of these patients required further admission to hospital. And the truth is, this underrepresents grossly the number of patients we are seeing, because if you drink, you might get cut or beat up or in a vehicular accident, and that may not be represented as your primary diagnosis, even though alcohol consumption directly has been related to the visit. Friday and Saturday nights in emergency departments see 60% more patients than alcohol intoxication on a Monday or a Tuesday. Why is that? It's because bars draw people, many of whom do not live in Vancouver, and they drink excessively. This shows us that access to alcohol, like on weekend evenings, Robbie Burns Day, Stanley Cup Riot, make EDs worse. So my request, council members, is that when you are making your decisions, you consider the impact of Vancouver hospitals and emergency departments that are already stressed with the burden of caring for very sick patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have 2 more speakers. So speaker 15, Sean Cassidy. And I'm not seeing a speaker approach the mic, and they are registered as in person. So I'll just check with the clerks if anyone is on the line for this particular item. Okay, we are not hearing. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no speakers on the line.
Great, thank you very much. So our final registered speaker is speaker 16, Lewis Hart. Good
morning, Council. Thank you. Today, as a small business owner, you'd expect me to talk more about the economics of everything, but I actually want to touch more on the health benefits of lifting moratoriums. There is still a stigma surrounding liquor sales, and I'm not going to deny that liquor is a vice. However, there are studies to actually show that when liquor moratoriums are lifted, mental health in a community actually benefits. An Oxford University study shows that areas with a neighbourhood pub actually have lower levels of crime and stronger senses of community. And studying the book Soconomics, which is a very fun book to read for anyone on an economics base, actually shows from a German medical study that during World Cups, anywhere with a local neighbourhood pub actually has the lowest rates in suicide in men. And that is the sense of community that liquor establishments offer. Now, the problem is that the problems that come with alcohol aren't ever going to go away, but what we are is a highly regulated industry. And during COVID, when everything was closed down, global retail sales actually increased historically the most they have ever increased. And so without liquor establishments, there are no safeguards for liquor consumption. What you have with liquor establishments is actually safeguards and education. And what we aren't getting right now is medical professionals coming to the table and seeing the benefit that we offer the community, as opposed to still considering us kind of the negating factor of a good society. And so a bartender is limited to 2 alcoholic units per hour, whereas a liquor store, you can buy as much as you want. No one can stop you buying that. There's nothing stopping you going to a park and drinking everything. So what we need to establish here is kind of that dropping these moratoriums does add access, but what it does is it adds controlled access for everybody. Now, the last moratorium, Councillor, you kind of mentioned like what was the data built up on, and there was a lot of data that was actually misconstrued. So I do have it here, and that there was one piece of data that was relied on a lot, and it was 42% increase in calls to the police and a 44% increase in liquor primary seats in Gastown. Now, the problem is that data failed to acknowledge the tourism increases of over 1 million people a year, the Olympics, the Stanley Cup riots, and a population increase of over 140% in the downtown east side. And so everything was just a very linear path to say, people that serve liquor are the problem here. Now, by removing the moratorium, you don't just add community environments, you actually lower the boundaries for industry professionals to be able to have a chance here. Now, the current setup means that you cannot actually own a venue unless you have a deep set of pockets or you have investors behind you. And those investors are obviously there for monetary gains only. They're not the creatives who create the cocktails. They're not the people that really educate themselves around wine. Now, what we currently have is a system where two bartenders can't pull their tips for 2 years, find a small space and say, we really care about cocktails.
Louis, I just need you to wrap up your past 3 minutes.
Sorry about that. So by lifting this, it's going to give two bartenders a chance to say, let's open a cocktail bar. Let's do something here.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Very much. Do appreciate you coming in to speak today. So that I'll just check one more time for speaker 15, Sean Cassidy. Okay, so not seeing any additional speakers coming to the mic. That would be Sean Cassidy. We are complete with our speakers list. Would someone like to move the report? Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. So I will take us back to the main queue. Second was Councillor Klassen. And Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I appreciate all the work by staff on this. It's been a process in terms of modernizing our liquor regulations and aligning with the province. I do have an amendment to prepare or to propose, Chair. I don't know if you want to move us to an amendment queue.
Thank you very much. We'll move to a queue. If you could pop yourself back on there. Actually, I did it.
Yeah, clerk has it, and they'll bring it up now. And I'll just preface with a little bit of context and some comments. And that really is that every time we go through one of these processes, and I recall a situation last term where we aligned the fire guidelines because Vancouver had yet again a made in Vancouver only policy where we were different in terms of the capacity that was allowed at a pub, for example, if you ran, or a restaurant, if you ran the same establishment in Vancouver, but you would have less people in it than if you were in Burnaby or Prince George and you were allowed to have more. And we were always different from the entire rest of the province. And then we get this report and I look at the appendix and I see Burnaby does not regulate density of liquor establishments. Then I see Richmond does not regulate the size of liquor establishment, does not regulate density. Surrey does not regulate density, does not regulate the size. Victoria does not regulate size, capacity of establishments, or density. Whistler, the policy does not define criteria on size, density, and distribution. And I just am at a loss to understand why Vancouver has to be different than anywhere else. I think that the considerations obviously around responsible operators are important. The consideration of any social impacts are obviously critically important. But we need an environment where Vancouver is at least has a fighting chance and is similar to all of the other municipalities in British Columbia that have a chance to operate. And I was struck by a lot of the comments from a number of the speakers around how this is one of the toughest times for our hospitality industry. I think it was Bert Hicks that commented, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Well, I think the time has passed for taking a single step. I think we actually need to take many forward in terms of actually bringing our regulations into the current time. We are a growing city. We are a destination city. We have a good police department. We have responsible operators like on the GED who have formed of their own volition a bar watch program. But when I hear that we are actually losing craft breweries and businesses, instead of creating an environment, for example, where we can have clusters and people can go like in any other city, when you go to Portland, even municipalities out in Port Moody, where you can go and you can kind of visit the brewery district and people can go and try a particular brew that they're proud of there, and then go next door and try the blackberry flavor. And in that, I think, is the kind of fun city that we want to have. So these are arbitrary. I think the example from Superflux Brewing, that they spent 3 months, I should say, working with staff trying to draw an arbitrary line as to whether or not they were allowed or within a distancing criteria. And they have space sitting empty so people can come in and take it away, but they can't sit with other individuals on a sunny Sunday afternoon and have live people and humans in there. And we hear a lot from a health perspective that one of the biggest issues we have in Vancouver is a lack of social connection and cohesion. So I really think that we can do more here. We're going the direction of doing, and I think that we should actually just do this more fulsomely, as opposed to just moving forward with the GED and not lifting the moratorium on other areas like Gastown, Chinatown, Victory Square, the industrial area, so that we are not actually creating more inconsistency and just unfairness, quite honestly, in terms of how our regulations apply. We shouldn't have people punished because they're on one side of the street and they can stay open later, or they're on another side of the street and they can they can be more creative in their business. So the proposed amendment is on the screen. It deals with two components, and I'll read it out for everybody. And that is that in addition to the staff recommendation of reviewing the moratorium on liquor establishment or removing it at the GED, that it also include Chinatown, Gastown, Industrial, Thornton Park, and the Victory Square areas as defined by the liquor policy for the downtown east side also be removed from the moratorium. Now, I want to stress that the core area of the downtown east side remains. So we know that's a specific neighborhood with specific needs. But again, these are businesses that have, I think, the ability to have some really fun dynamic clusters. So we're suggesting that those also be given the same treatment and the moratorium be lifted. The second component is on aligning operating hours for standard and extended hours of liquor establishments, again, in Chinatown, Gastown, Industrial, Thornton Park, and Victory Square areas with the downtown regulation primary commercial areas so that businesses all get to operate with the same hours. And it's not just based on the lottery of where you're able and you happen to be able to get a lease. And then, of course, with respects to the social impacts, we're keenly and deeply aware of those. Our staff continue to monitor the impacts of liquor policy and bring things forward. You have seen this council provide additional funding, I think regularized funding for 3 years now towards organizations like Good Night Out Vancouver. And so we want to make sure that we are mitigating any concerns that might come up again. And so Jay says that directs council to engage with relevant stakeholders in the DEOD with respects to the impacts of the above changes, including the impacts
Councillor,
on
I'm just
vulnerable
drawing your
populations,
attention to the
and
time.
report back a year later on the issues of concern. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And I need a seconder. I heard Councillor Meisner, thank you. And now we'll move to debate on the amendment. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. I'm generally supportive of this direction on the downtown east side moratorium, and I was struck by the fact that there actually was no evidence to support the efficacy of the moratorium since it was imposed. And as a resident of the downtown east side, variously Victory Square, Chinatown, Strathcona, Oppenheimer district for over 30 years, I did witness that I believe, anecdotally at least, that the prohibition and moratorium actually drove more risky behavior when we saw the government liquor store in Chinatown close down. It resulted in an explosion of people drinking Lysol and rice wine. And even today, the only liquor store in the downtown east side proper is owned by the Sahotas, and they at the Astoria, and they routinely overserve. And we see the impacts on a regular basis. And I think to Lewis Hart's point earlier, there's no restrictions on folks who are picking up alcohol and going and drinking it in the park and causing quite a bit of harm to themselves and others. So I do have a question I was hoping I could ask through you, Chair of Staff, though, with your permission. If we, what tools do we have in the toolbox to address problem establishments that may be overserving or creating public nuisance problems through their operations?
Right, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. In consideration of overservice, the principal enforcement tool would be the province, would be the Liquor Control and Regulation Branch in terms of their ability to enforce on that. They have some pretty steep fines as well as certainly removal of the license. In terms of the business license aspect, the Chief License Inspector does have the authority to consider suspensions of business licenses and then recommendations to council for revocation, if we don't see improvement in operations or if there continues to be community impact.
Okay, so in the event that it was a... Oh.
Yes. Sorry, I'll just stop the timer for Councillor Fry. It's challenging because it's obviously difficult to show on one screen if we do increase the font size. So it's quite... Right. So if it is too small, we do apologize. We just need to make sure that it's on the screen in its entirety. Okay, please go ahead.
So in the event that we had a problem establishment, let's say it was a magnet for violence or sexual violence or other things of that nature, we would have tools as a city to remove that business license, have them shut down if it had to come to that.
We do, yes.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate that. And with that, I am comfortable. I think that, again, my own anecdotal experience is that the prohibition has not worked to affect less harmful behavior in the downtown east side. Indeed, I think it has kind of exacerbated potentially more problems. And in the absence of any evidence to prove otherwise, I'm going to support this, and I appreciate that this amendment also includes the engaging with stakeholders and reporting back on the impacts of these changes. I think that's a sensible approach, and I'll follow up with comments on the whole after this. But
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm also hoping I can ask a couple questions through you to staff. I'm wondering if we can just hear a bit more about what conversation and consultation has happened in these additional areas so far about lifting the moratorium.
To date, the consultation involved community organizations in the downtown east side. We have not yet been able to reach out to a broader group to be able to understand the concerns that were brought forward around impacts of the release of clients from establishments.
Okay, but that's part of what would be the staff work plan in the first half of next year, to be bringing recommendations in these neighborhoods back sometime in 2024?
Yes, as I understand the amendment, we would be looking to do that consultation on impacts up until 2025 to bring back recommendations in 2025. The hours would be brought forward in Q1 for next year.
Okay, but prior to this amendment, the plan had been to do that community consultation in the first half of next year and then bring back recommendations related to the whole larger downtown east side area.
Our goal was to bring back recommendations in Q1 of 2024.
Okay. After consulting with more
community organizations, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. I feel pretty torn about a number of the recommendations in the report overall, actually, and including some different parts of this amendment. I certainly see the value for small and local businesses in lifting this moratorium or increasing some flexibility around liquor licensing. In Chinatown, in other areas, and I'm nervous about the number of, for instance, Chinese seniors still living in Chinatown and the impacts, the conversations we haven't yet had about how best to mitigate impacts there. I think these are very delicate conversations, and my preference is not to support this amendment, but to allow our staff to do that work, have those conversations as planned, and bring back a more thoughtful approach that also, I think, helps to ensure there's some more community trust and buy-in, and hopefully mitigate some harm. So I'm just going to ask that we sever and vote separately on J from the above amendments. I'm, of course, happy to support J as is, and not necessarily opposed to changes in the above listed neighborhoods, but think it's really important that we do it thoughtfully and not jump the gun here on the conversations that can and should be happening with service organizations, with residents, with violence prevention organizations, and more.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair Bligh. I don't support more delays. I think this amendment strikes a balance of adding areas that are quite distinct from the downtown east side Oppenheimer district and protecting that area for now and moving ahead with some of the adjacent neighborhoods like Gastown, Chinatown, and Victory Square. So I'd like to thank Councillor Kirby Young for bringing this amendment forward. I think that it addresses the concerns that I just mentioned around that core DEOD area while supporting the continued growth and vibrancy of our food and beverage industry, our entertainment and nightlife industry, and as well acknowledging the challenges that that industry is still facing coming out of COVID. So this, I believe, will also contribute to the creativity that we want to see in our neighborhoods in terms of these new establishments that may be able to make a go of it with these changes, and also bring back the information from the DEOD, the Oppenheimer District, specifically to get that information back to council on any potential negative impacts on the vulnerable populations, and that is accounted for here. So very supportive of these changes, and you know, we heard today that a lot of these policies and regulations are made in Vancouver, and they're unique among world cities. So I think it's time to modernize these regulations and do what we can here as a council to continue to make Vancouver more vibrant, exciting, and a true world-class city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Boyle.
Yes, sorry, I just have one more question through you, if you don't mind, to staff. The amendment, the addition of in G, would that mean that liquor establishments in Chinatown can stay open until 3 a.m. or 2 a.m.? I think my brain got muddled in the weeds here. Aligning operating hours for standard and extended hours in Chinatown, Gastown.
Downtown regulation, primarily commercial. Yes, that would mean 3 a.m. operating hours, the opportunity for 3 a.m. operating hours.
Okay. Would that, and with the recommendations as a whole, does that mean an application to extend, to open a liquor primary establishment in Chinatown that's open until 3 a.m. still comes to council, or it just goes to staff?
If the recommendation to delegate authority to the chief license inspector is supported, it would mean that the decision would be made by staff.
Okay. Thanks for that answer. And just to say again, with high levels of a very diverse population of residents, that additionally worries me quite a bit, but I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, we will go to a vote on the amendment. Oh, sorry, Sever. Yes, thank you very much for reminding me. So first we will vote on J. Well, let's vote on the amendments and then we'll vote on J. So we are voting on the two sections in red. Can we go ahead and launch the vote? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Great, and that motion passes with Councillor Boyle in opposition, and then we will move to vote on J. Councillor Dominato? Great, and that motion passes with unanimous support. Great, so thank you very much. So we will go back to the main queue that has the main recommendations in the report as amended. And Councillor Kirby-Young, you still have the floor.
I'm good for now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also circulated amendment language.
Let's go to an amendment queue. Councillor Boyle, if you could just go back on the queue. Great. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So this amendment directs that staff work with Vancouver Coastal Health and the Vancouver Police Department, Good Night Out, and other community partners to monitor and report back on the impacts of these policy changes on public health and safety. There's been a number of questions about the impacts of the moratorium, and we all have our own anecdotal experiences about it. I think it's really helpful to be tracking that more closely, and I appreciated the offer from Vancouver Coastal Health to be looking at these impacts and reporting back to us. So the direction is for our staff to be part of that work and helping pull it together to make sure it's in front of us. And then the second half is further for staff to report back with recommendations to mitigate negative health and safety impacts related to these policy changes. I specified 3 specific areas, one around engaging with TransLink on extended public transportation access and hours. The second is policy and potential funding recommendations for addressing sexual assault and gender-based violence. And the third is related to our upcoming public washroom strategy, and I think a shared desire to not see an increase in public urination and defecation related to increased consumption of alcohol.
Okay, and Councillor Carr seconded. So there are speakers. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Thanks to Councillor Boyle for putting forward this amendment, and thanks to the representatives from Vancouver Coastal Health to always being clear in your medical advice to us around public health and safety. It's a hard one for us because you've got the data, and there are community interests at play as well, some of which can result in negative outcomes. So I totally get the quandary of approaching decisions like this. But this particular amendment does enable us to get the data we need to monitor the situation, to understand it better, to see if there might be impacts that we haven't foreseen that we can then address. I'm particularly happy to also see the engagement with TransLink, although ride-hailing is a solution potentially for some due to the lack of hours past 1, and certainly available for people at 3 a.m. And especially in the Granville Entertainment District. But I don't think we want to be relying on vehicles. I mean, we are in a climate emergency as well. And so I think having public transit serve the people to meet the needs is really where we need to head. And I have been very distressed. I've been on ride-alongs with the VPD where there was an incident of an assault that they were also investigating. And so I think paying attention to the real harm, physical and bodily harms, most of which, maybe not most of which, but certainly women have been targeted, is a real concern to me. So I think it's a good addition to this policy. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And actually, I think I'll take an opportunity to, in speaking in favor of this amendment, also just speaking in general to the entire piece. Appreciate everybody who came to speak today, especially Vancouver Coastal Health. I think this is a really sensible amendment, and I think it really supports a lot of our sort of general objectives. And I hope that at some point we can get to a place where I don't believe in prohibition, I believe in harm reduction, and I think that that's a narrative that we generally pursue here in the city of Vancouver when we look at use of substances as far as illicit substances and people who use drugs, and how we can better support harm reduction. So I would like to see us get to a place where we're not necessarily pursuing moratoriums or prohibition in a rather arbitrary nature, but really focusing on harm reduction, going after bad operators, allowing innovators and good operators to flourish, encouraging more responsible service. I think those are all laudable goals and objectives that we can pursue through our own system, and maybe recalibrating how we license and approve and monitor our liquor establishments that we do allow in the city of Vancouver, be them dual license or liquor primary or restaurants. I think that might be an approach that perhaps some of this work and the changes overall can help us pursue as a city of Vancouver, where we're encouraging innovation and tourism. We're recognizing we're a big city. We're recognizing also that in particular in the downtown east side, it's an area of extreme growth. It's no secret that we have a massive hospital complex that's coming that's going to drive a lot of significant change. We have imperatives to uplift Gastown, uplift Chinatown. We do have business and tourism to support as well. So how do we do it in a sensible, productive, and proactive manner while still addressing the very real health, violence, safety, and just general behavior concerns, especially when it comes to consumption of liquor. So support this amendment. Really appreciate the work of staff. Hope that as we move forward, together with our partners at Coastal Health, together with our partners in the industry, we can take that sensible approach to a better environment for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just have a couple of questions for you to staff, just on the amendment. If staff could just expand on looking at A through A, B, C, are these pieces of work that are already underway currently?
These are not specifically pieces of work that our team has underway, but there are regular conversations with TransLink as well as with organizations like Good Night Out that we are partnered on. And I apologize, I'm not familiar with the Public Washroom initiative.
Would it be possible for you to expand, or maybe it's the city manager, just around what would policy look like around dealing with sexual assault? I'm just curious about what that would look like at a city level. I'm a victim of sexual assault. Some of you know that. So I'm just trying to understand what that would entail at a civic level, because typically you see that more at provincial levels, but how would we be dealing with that here?
I'll just call on the city manager.
Thank you. I do think in the past where the city has played some role here is in funding Good Night Out, for example. So it may be in supporting other organizations that are doing that work and intervening more directly in that respect.
Okay. And then lastly, I think the washroom strategy, we are engaging in some work around washrooms currently, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And we will be reporting back to council on that.
Okay, and just last question is on the monitoring. My understanding from what the presentation today is that there would be ongoing monitoring and reporting back anyways.
Yes, there will be ongoing monitoring as applications are received and complaints in communities are received. We will monitor and have the opportunity to consider applications at hand, or whether or not amendments in approaches for policy should be brought to council.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, I will take us to a vote on the amendment. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Great, thank you very much. So we are back to the main queue. Councillor Boyle, you still have the floor. And I just want to note that we are, actually, can I just pause for a second? We're 11 minutes out before we need to break at noon as per our procedure bylaw. We also have 4 speakers in chambers for the next item, and we aren't back for 2 hours. So if there was a motion to also hear from speakers, of course, that's can be the will of council, but I'd be looking for a motion to extend to complete this item and hear from the 4 speakers in chambers. No. This whole side moves and seconded. So thank you, Councillor Meisner, seconded by someone on that side. That's great. So we have a motion to extend to do that. And now, Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Do we need to vote on that motion?
Oh, yes, we do. All in favor?
Yes. Yay.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks. I will be really quick just to say I continue to really wrestle with what I understand to be our responsibility here in balancing the very clear need from small and local businesses and the economic pressures that they have been under, and the health and social and safety impacts that we know result from increased access to alcohol. And I have, despite the many other issues on our agenda this week, done a lot of thinking and reading on this one and continue to feel really, really torn on it. So, I mean, I recognize it will pass anyway, so maybe I shouldn't drag myself through such pain in how I vote. It doesn't matter that much, but I'm just going to ask that we sever for a separate vote B, and then the additional further that under G that was added as an amendment. Is that clear?
Yeah, so let's make sure that the clerks have that, because I don't have the actual amended motion in front of me right now.
I mean, again, just to say, this conversation about particularly Chinatown, Gastown, Victory Square, I'm very interested in the Granville Entertainment District. Similarly, very interested in how it relates to our community planning exercise that's going on there, and still worry about the impacts without having done more consultation with service providers in the neighborhood. So we'll leave it there. We're short on time.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Could you just repeat, just for the clerks, what sections you'd like to sever?
B, and then just the added further that under G.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to Councillor Klassen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First of all, thanks very much to staff for the work they conducted in this report and for the recommendations. Anytime the discussion turns to liquor laws, it leads to a lot of interesting debate. Innovation is the key to successful futures in our small business sector. When rents are as high as they are across the city, we have to make some accommodation for proprietors who take risk and often carry debt to establish and operate businesses. John Clarides, owner of Marquee Wine Cellar, in a correspondence council said, outdated rules, regulations, and red tape, and the length of time it would take to open a 65-seat wine bar is cost prohibitive. As Vancouver's population grows and our demographic ages, consumer habits and demand will change. I mentioned plummeting rates of alcohol use by young people. High-end mocktails and dry bars are on a trend, and millions of people participate in Dry January every year. Alcohol use does pose risks, and we should not ignore this fact. But what are the trade-offs that society faces? What are the consequences of not having bars, nightclubs, speakeasies, and maybe even the elusive wine bars, all of which sell alcoholic beverages? We're seeing extremely worrying trends among young people who are facing despair from not having social connections. Shockingly, since 2011, the share of high school students reporting, quote, persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness has risen from 28% to 42%. Our increasing isolation has precipitated the rise of the mental health crisis that we face today. These policy measures are not, as pointed out, about cheap bars, cheap drinks or cheap drunks. Multiple measures such as serving it right requirements, bar watch, and the Good Night Out initiative are ways to improve safety. It really is, in the end, for me, about creating a vibrant city where the overwhelming majority of people in it drink responsibly. It's also about allowing people to get together and build friendships and community. And for that, I'm grateful for what these businesses do to bring people together over a drink in a responsibly run and safe environment. And with that, I will be supporting this policy, this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for the work on this. I know it takes some time. I brought this motion back, I think, a year ago, a little more than a year ago, and I know it takes time to undertake the work and to review what are been long dated policies have been in place by the city. So just to show that appreciation. Also, a thank you to all of the speakers. Appreciating that we have our representation from Vancouver Coastal Health and that you are looking out for the best interests of citizens from your perspective, and also to the business owners who've come out and spoken as well, and other residents. I'll keep my comments brief. Needless to say, I appreciate there's a balance we're trying to strike, and I think actually Councillor Klassen really reflected that in his comments. it was noted earlier, we've been in a bit of an over-regulated state in the city of Vancouver relative to other municipalities. We heard the sort of examples. I named one of two small businesses, very small businesses trying to operate, and because of our policies, one couldn't get the dual license, despite them being, maybe could house maybe 12 to 15 people at a time, or serve 15 people at a time, very small units. But I think the conversation goes far beyond city policy. We heard earlier the issue around responsible operators. We heard about the difference in terms of generationally our interest in alcohol, the choices that are being delivered in terms of low alcohol or non-alcoholic. I also think there's a huge amount of work that we still have to do as a society around education and awareness around responsible consumption. And so many of those things go far beyond the city responsibilities. The reason I wanted to support this and brought it forward initially was because we do need to look at a thriving city, a strong local economy, supporting our local businesses and restaurants and bars. And I appreciate the comments around the ability to innovate and be creative. And it was mentioned, for example, the rec room on Granville and the opportunity that's going to present. So, and also the example of Fountainhead and the limitations that we had there. From my perspective, this is about striking a balance and supporting local businesses. And so I'll leave my comments there simply to say I think that it's the right thing to do at this time. And we have obviously through the amendments that Councillor Kirby Young brought, there will be monitoring, reports back on how this works. And I look forward to hearing those reports.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to appreciate the work the staff has done, and we were clearly rowing in this direction. I just think that we needed to make these changes now because we've heard this is a really difficult time for the industry, and I think it's part of city building. It doesn't make sense to me, and I appreciated that Councillor Dominato initiating the liquor review. It just doesn't make sense that Vancouver is different than anywhere else. And I think that that's really kind of the point that stays home for me, and we want to have an environment that is a good and supportive environment for small business and that fosters creativity. We want to have, I love the idea of clusters as we're developing our neighborhoods so that people can have those complete walkable neighborhoods and that you have diversity. And you're starting to see a lot more diversity. I think that nightclubs, there's still a place for them, but they've had their day. What I see popping up is the establishments where people have a chance to connect more. And so it's, people wanting to open things like wine bars, the ability to have kind of some of those smaller neighborhood scale pop-ups. This does make an adjustment for size and recognizing the balance between economics and size. It protects the residential areas in terms of that principle, but it doesn't draw arbitrary boundaries between, as I said earlier, which block side of the street you sit on, or which part of the block you sit on. And so there's just been so many examples, like if you're a Cascade Lounge in Mount Pleasant and you want to take advantage of the dual license, well, with the moratorium you couldn't. So we had policies that were working against each other, and so it's a very real situation where when you're hanging on, it can really make a difference to your kind of take away, I guess, some of the financial stress and the comfort. If no one's ordering burgers after 9 o'clock, why do you have to keep your kitchen staff and keep them open and they can't start doing shutdown and clean up for the kitchen, for example? And so I think we really heard about that, and just examples like Superflux Brewing, again, who's got a space, people can come in, but they can't sit down there and actually sit down with other people and have a conversation, enjoy a brew there because of an arbitrary rule. So this to me is really modernizing our regulations. It is aligning us with the rest of the province, and I think, just in general of what's happening in the sector. And I'm hoping that it'll foster some more creativity and some different experiences. I think that we are starting, as Councillor Klassen said, to see some of the wine bars in the other areas. But really, I think this is about if there's some challenges that pop up, we'll deal with them. But what I don't want to see is having speakers come to council to say that we're actually losing our craft breweries, or that when CEBA loans are due in January, that more restaurants are shutting down because they couldn't make it, and that council didn't take the steps that we could towards delivering a more vibrant business environment and a more vibrant city. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. I do want to thank our incredible team for all the hard work that you did on this file. It's it's a pretty heavy lift. I do want to thank all the speakers for coming in today and sharing their perspectives with us. And I do want to thank the industry for not giving up on Vancouver. Special shout out to everyone in the medical profession. We love you. We have so much respect for you. You have an incredibly tough job. And we know it's, and we talked about, some of the challenges that you have to deal with on this file, or, there's also substance use disorder. There's the cliff that we have with seniors, 1 out of 4 people are going to be over the age of 65 in our city by 2030. And just the wave of stuff that's coming your way. Love you for it. Thank you for showing up every single day. And thank you for sharing your perspective here. The reason I share that with you is I do, want to, I think we have to be very clear so there are no surprises here. At the City of Vancouver, our role isn't necessarily adjudicating, sugar intake, which is a killer, or tobacco use, or in this case, alcohol use. That, that's for senior levels of government. That's out of our scope. And what we have to do is we have to make a, balance a whole bunch of, factors. And so I will be supporting this motion. My general comments is, I think we can't be afraid to be a world-class city, and let's be super proud of it. And this is one more step into becoming a world-class city. And I know, as human beings, most of us are wired into thinking of all the things that can go wrong, and that served us very well over the millennia, because we're all here today. Thank you to our, ancestors for running away from that bush that was shaking, because there was a line in there. But, let's also think about what can go right. We can actually have we have the opportunity to build an incredibly vibrant city. We can support all our local businesses who have basically been punched in the face for the last 3 years. We're going to create a world of opportunity for a whole group of creatives, and we're going to build a place where our kids, it's another thing that will actually help, incent our kids to want to be here and actually have opportunity to be here. And, I look at other cities like London, Paris, Austin, and I hate to say it, but Burnaby. Sorry, we love Burnaby, but they have rules in place that are receptive to this. And so I think the safety mechanisms in there, let's let fully functioning adults behave like fully functioning adults. And we will deal with a small percentage of individuals that abuse that privilege. And I know we have a lot of safety mechanisms in place. If you run a bar or a restaurant, you are acutely aware of overserving and the problems. Even if you don't care about it, your business is at risk. And so if, you'll get your license pulled, you'll be out of business really quickly. As a business owner who's hosted many team member Christmas parties, I'm acutely aware as well of my responsibility. If someone drinks at an establishment and maybe they slip through the cracks, if that person hops in a car and gets into an accident, I am liable. So we have that safety mechanism in place as well. As a city, we also have the ability to pull licenses if there are individuals or companies or restaurants that abuse their privilege. It's not a right, it's a privilege. And we can enforce rules as well with the Vancouver Police Department. So you know what? We're striking a balance. There are safety mechanisms in place. And so I just wanted to be very clear because we love our community, we respect what we do, and we are acutely aware of some of, the consequences of some of these actions. But I also want to be very clear and send a signal out there. Vancouver is open for business. We support local businesses, and we will do everything we can to make sure that they not only survive, but they thrive in the city of Vancouver.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So with that, we will go to a vote on the amended motion. And what we'll do is start with voting on Amendment B and then the further that under G. And I will ask the clerks to zoom in as we start the voting. Okay, so that's what we're voting on. And we'll go ahead and please vote on your screen. And that passes with none in opposition. And next we will go to voting on the balance of the motion, which we can only zoom in so much given the length of the clauses. We'll do our very best for the public following along online. Okay. And that and that passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much to the speakers, to the staff, and to council for your work on that item. As mentioned, we will move to hear from our 4 registered in-person speakers on the next item, plumbing, sprinkler, and mechanical updates to the building bylaw before we go. So council, I just ask that we maintain quorum so we can hear from the speakers. Looks like we have it. So with that, I'm going to ask our speakers. All right. So I'm just going to ask the gallery to clear. Councillor Klassen, can I just ask we're continuing the meeting, councillors. So if we could just either clear the gallery or, yeah, we're still in the meeting. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. So before we do hear from speakers, I must ask, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, great. Seeing none, we're going to move to hear from our first registered speaker, and that is Tim Kelly. Sorry, Tim Killy. Thank you very much. You do have 3 minutes to speak to council, and you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor, and Council. I'm with Firebusters. We're a fire sprinkler company that's been here for 33 years, sprinkled over 3,500 homes in the city of Vancouver. I'm not here to ask you to stop putting sprinklers in. It's a great thing and a great benefit that only a few select cities have that benefit. So I'm a nice set sprinkler designer, 33 years in the trade. I think it's important to understand that picture is a family friend who lost a baby in a fire. I happened to arrive at that fire after it started, before the fire department got there. I stood there and I watched. We could not go in the house. So I come here today to advocate for sprinklers, but I'm advocating that Vancouver is kind of going too far. Next slide, please. I support the motion. Things we've had to do, go and replace a sprinkler head because somebody had a fire and I have to pull a permit. It's unclear. I'm supposed to have a permit before I do work, so I have to tell a person your sprinkler has to leak so I can go pull a permit before I can come and make your repairs. I don't think that's fair. Maintenance, repairing leaks, warranty work, minor modifications should not require a permit. The city's had a real culture the last few years of red tape and more requirements. Next slide. Some of the historical changes, we've moved away from industry involvement. In the 33 years, we've set up things with the City of Vancouver to work on the codes, work on the issues, bring the inspectors, bring everybody together to come to a conclusion on issues. And kind of industry could bring those issues forward and have them resolved. But lately, it seems that things are brought forward as housekeeping issues and they're passed and they have financial consequences to the owners of your city. No input or no notice from to us as contractors. Next slide. Back in 1990, Don Pamplin, the fire chief at the time, said it didn't matter how much money you give a fire department to run, he cannot control how quick he can get a fire truck to your house. That takes a certain amount of time. That's where you're better than everybody else. You were the first city in Canada to get sprinklers in residential homes. You have the most homes. You are a great city for that. But next slide. Vancouver has gone to a platinum standard, if you want to call it that, becoming less and less harmonized with the BC Building Code. enacting rules of their own, not putting those rules out to us as contractors so we can understand the rules of what we have to do. And then you have things like the city of Richmond that have no sprinklers at all. And so some of the requirements we're putting, in my opinion, are going way above, and costs are becoming significant to your homeowners and residents of this city. Next slide. Some of those examples, a stacked duplex can't be sprinklered to a lower code, but if it's a house with a suite, it can be. Entrances at suites have to have extra sprinklers. All garages have to be sprinklered. And several examples. I made more slides for you to take a look at, knowing my time was short. I thank you for your time. And one last thing is an education piece. I hope you all understand when a sprinkler system goes off, one sprinkler goes off at a time, not the whole system like happens in the movie. So thank you for your time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I just want to confirm that the slides have been circulated to all of council by our clerks. Yes, they have. Okay, great. Thank you. Next, we have Glenn Visser.
Hello. Thank you for your time and listening to me. I'm Glenn Visser. I'm an engineer. Been working in the sprinkler industry in Vancouver as an engineer basically since the mid-90s. I wanted to just reiterate what Tim has just said, that a lot of the issue here is the large inefficiencies in the sprinkler permitting process. There's a lot of examples where small minor changes are still steered through the permitting process. One example of that is the backflow preventers as part of your cross-connection control program. What you have is the inspectors go and they identify this as it's obviously a public safety concern, the contaminated water. But these devices, they're very simple. They're just simple check valves. They only add a couple of PSI on a sprinkler system, but because it impacts the sprinkler system, they're steered through this permitting process. Just to hit this home a little bit, I mean, we have one example where it was identified to have a DCVA put in 2021. That permit is still open. It's been open for 2.5+ years. And it's been bogged down by clerical issues, by very small inconsistencies with how I apply a stamp and just very bureaucratic things. We really, there are in the background, obviously, some improvements being made by the city, but I definitely support for small minor upgrades that are very minimally impacting the sprinkler system, that really those should not go through the permitting process, primarily because Vancouver has one of the most inefficient permitting process for sprinklers throughout British Columbia. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much for coming to speak to council. We next have Elston Johnston.
Mayor and councillors, my name is Elston Johnston. As one of the most senior fire protection and sprinkler design engineers in the province of BC, I've been asked to provide some insight into the status and condition of the sprinkler design, engineering, and permitting department at the City of Vancouver. I've been working in fire protection and sprinkler design engineering for more than 47 years, and in that capacity, I've investigated more than 100 fire losses, several of these with loss values exceeding $1 million, and 2 of these with loss values exceeding $50 million. Fire loss investigation is the ultimate learning tool for fire protection and sprinkler design engineering. I've done extensive sprinkler design engineering throughout the province of BC, and I'm registered in 5 other provinces across Canada. Within the construction industry generally, and the sprinkler installation industry specifically, there is significant frustration and anguish regarding the process of obtaining a sprinkler permit in Vancouver. It is incomparable to any other jurisdiction within BC, and based on my limited experience in several other jurisdictions across Canada, it is incomparable to other jurisdictions across Canada. During the past 4 to 5 years, I and several other concerned fire protection engineers have been trying to help improve these conditions at Vancouver. This recent procedural change is a positive step. Hiring a professional engineer will only be beneficial if the professional engineer has the ability, motivation, and understanding to make improvements, including cultural improvements. There seems to be an absence of relevant experience and understanding at the upper levels of management within Vancouver. It appears that many people are well-meaning and apply effort, but good results are wanting, and during the past 4 to 5 years, there have not been any. The process of obtaining a sprinkler permit in Vancouver is much longer and much more arduous and onerous than in any other jurisdiction in the lower mainland of BC. This is not because Vancouver has higher standards and fire protection in Vancouver is superior to other jurisdictions. It is because there is a misunderstanding of priorities. In about 1990, the BC Building Code developed a system to transfer engineering responsibility and liability in most disciplines from the respective municipalities to an engineer of record. This process is organized and documented with Schedules B and CB. This system is designed to clarify and confirm that it is the engineer of record that is responsible for the specific engineering, design, and installation. By insinuating into the design and installation process, municipalities become more liable and engineers' ability to function properly is decreased. In my experience, Vancouver is the one municipality in the fire suppression systems that most aggressively resists the intent of the Schedules B and CB.
Thank you very much. That is
Thank you.
perfectly timed, and appreciate you coming to speak to council today. So the fourth and final speaker is Rudy Verar on the phone. Okay. Rudy, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great. Please go
Yeah.
ahead.
So my concern is a little bit different from some or most of the people who are presenting the information. But we have an issues about or concerns about pipe burst or sprinklers that are damages being built by developers, and these are done during pre-sales. They do shortcuts in their budgets by selling millions of dollars per unit to consumers, but there is no quality control in terms of what pipes they're using and the sprinklers that they're using. They have been there has been an issues about buildings that we had floods recently been flooded last year with a pipe that was burst during winter time, and a lot of some other buildings with the same developers who did this there was also a flood last year, a few years ago as well in downtown. So I am in support of this sprinklers and pipes, but on the other hand, I would hope and wish that this can also be put into the building code as required, that all buildings should have sprinklers and check for quality control pipes. That is my concern. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Rudy. I appreciate hearing your voice on this item today. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. And so we will recess for lunch and we will go in camera at 1 and be back. And I notice we do have councillors on the queue to ask questions of staff, which we will do at 2 o'clock when we're back with this item. Okay. Have a good lunch. Thank you.
Hi there, this is a TELUS operator. The line will be disconnected and reconnected back at
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
Unless more participants join, this conference will end in 5 minutes.
All right, so I believe we have our staff team here ready to go. And Councillor Klassen, Councillor, we're going to come back to the meeting. Great, thank you very much. So the next item on the agenda, or the item that we have been dealing with is report number 3, plumbing, sprinkler, and mechanical updates to the building bylaw. And we heard from speakers before the lunch break, all 4 speakers, and now we are into questions to staff. And I see Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks very much. Pretty kind of brief questions. You know, these kinds of reports come to us. Generally speaking, they're taken for consideration, and a lot of questions don't get posed by them. But our speakers prior to the meeting were obviously expressing some frustration about about some of the goings on of the work that they do within the city, within the context. So my only sort of basic question is, what kind of takeaway does staff have from those comments? Not necessarily in a defensive way, but is there something we can learn and work on based upon the comments that were made? And it's only prompted me because I've had conversations in the past about the time delays around sprinkler inspections, sometimes being the longest thing in a construction of a building. And so I took that to mean either we have a very small supply of suppliers for doing that kind of work, or something in between the process. So.
Thank you for the question. It's Corey O'Kell, Director of Permitting Services at DBL. So we have been, as most of you are aware, did undergo a report by Deloitte about 1.5 years ago now. So just taking away from what we've heard from industry and working with them, we're going to look at more reliance on industry starting in January, and we are actually moving to the auto issuance of big portion of our permits for sprinklers. So that will see them get the permits issued immediately as soon as they apply. And then we'll also have a robust quality assurance program in place to go along with that.
And I realized that they were contrasting us to other municipalities, our neighbors and so on. Is there, again, something that we can take away from that? Are we looking, I just want to get the sense there is a little bit of harmonization referenced in the report, but are we looking to potentially harmonize in other levels to maybe be more like other municipalities?
Yeah, so I can pass that on to our Chief Building Official, Saul.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. Saul Schwebbs, Chief Building Official. Yeah, we are somewhat different from our neighbors in that Vancouver is a much denser city than Abbotsford or well, even from Burnaby and Surrey. But that being said, absolutely, we can take a look at, if there are provisions, unique to Vancouver provisions that are proving a hardship to developers and to trades, then we can certainly take a look at those and see if it's something that we can harmonize with.
And without giving any formal direction, is it possible that the council could have a report back on some of those those learnings?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So yes, thanks for the question. So Andrea Law, General Manager, DBL. We are coming back in Q2 of next year with an update as we roll out these improvements with industry. We need to really understand and get their feedback as to how well they're working. So our intention is to come back in Q2.
That's great. And I fully recognize just how much work has been happening, and you've been making some great strides. So I just put that in the context of everything that we're trying to do right now. But I think all of us really appreciate that extra information. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. So that is the end of the questions. So I will now ask for a mover. I saw Councillor Klassen, then heard Councillor Dominato as the seconder. So in the main queue, any comments or any discussion? Seeing none, we can go to a vote on the report. And that passes with unanimous consent. Thanks very much to the staff team for being here and answering questions today. We will now be moving to the next item on our agenda, which is Report 4, December 2023 Community Services and Other Social Policy Grants. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Great, seeing none. Council, you have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff who are just joining us here in chambers. Are there any questions? Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just one. I really appreciate the work that staff did on these grants in terms of the recognition of the unanimous motion around supporting neighborhoods across South Vancouver. And I'm wondering, in particular, how you envision that organizations like the Family Places, South Vancouver Family Place and Marpole Family Place might be able to engage in that work, recognizing the funding is going to the neighborhood houses as the kind of hosts of those projects. I'm sure the neighborhood houses could answer too, but we can't ask them questions anymore.
Sure, thanks so much, Councillor. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services, Deputy City Manager. Yeah, in the council motion that directed us to talk with the Marpole Neighbourhood House and the South Van Neighbourhood House, it was to continue the work that South Van Neighbourhood House had started and to extend funding to Marpole Neighbourhood House to enable them to initiate that process as well. Those processes were held and stewarded by those neighbourhood houses, so we will rely on them to engage with the other stakeholders in their neighbourhood.
Okay, great.
Okay, thanks. Great, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I also had a couple of questions with respect to the grants in the similar vein to Councillor Boyle's, just around appreciate that we have applicants making requests for planning work, but I'm curious if staff are putting a lens on when we're looking at finite resources, is the use of those funds towards planning versus programming, because there's obviously a huge need. And I noticed with a number of the applications, the funds are going towards support sort of planning exercises and not direct programming that supports residents. I'm just curious how we consider those things or weigh those things in the.
The mic is not on.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, thank you. So the grants that we're recommending for South Van Neighbourhood House and Marpole Neighbourhood House, fulfilling the council direction around South Vancouver, are not funded from the general grants budget. We had some vacancy savings this year, and so we allocated those savings to support that council strategic direction.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. So we do have speakers to this item, so we will move to hear from speakers now. And I'm just going to start. We do have some speakers who have withdrawn, the top three. Okay, I will be very clear that we have speaker 1 has withdrawn, speaker 2 has withdrawn, and speaker 3 is withdrawn. So we will move to speaker 4, who has withdrawn. I just found out. Okay, speaker 4 is withdrawn, as has speaker 5 and 6. So next is speaker 7, Paul Bligh.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 8, Mimi Rennie.
Speaker 8 is not on the line and not in the chamber.
Okay, I just want to check with the clerks if I may, because I do see we have many registered speakers and no one in the chamber. So just to make sure that they've had enough time to come up from wherever they might be. I can keep calling, but we don't have anyone in the chamber. So, okay. Okay, we do have speaker 7 on the line, so we will check to see about the other registered speakers in person while hearing from Paul Bligh.
Hi, can you folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thanks very much. Go ahead.
Thanks for letting me call in. And first off, I want to thank South Van Neighbourhood House for the amazing work that they do. They really do provide perspective to the civic government, but all levels of government in terms of the infrastructure and the services that are needed for our community. And I want to thank staff for finding those savings and working with council and their direction to provide funds for the initiatives laid out by Councillor Boyle's motion and also great work. And yes, thank you for the unanimous support provided for all those initiatives a couple of months ago. In addition to providing my thanks, I want to say I wholeheartedly support every initiative that South Van Neighborhood House has. And I would, on behalf of myself and my friends and colleagues in the community, whatever other savings you could find, and what other revenue you could allocate to those towards those initiatives would be very much appreciated. I know I'm probably getting close to my time, so in closing, I'll just say this, that SVNH's dedication really goes above and beyond what really is expected of a South Van Neighborhood House. First, they came to council with reports. Then they were at Park Board just this past Monday advocating for the same initiatives. And now they're here today, and I'm alongside with them in advocating for these supports. So I think that's my time, and I just want to thank council and staff for working so hard to support Sunset. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Next, we will I'm going to call for speaker 8 again, Mimi Rennie. Great. Thank you very much. Welcome. You're free to start.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. So my name is Mimi Rennie. I'm the Executive Director of South Vancouver Neighborhood House, and I am presenting on behalf of the Neighborhood House. So we as an agency and member of the South Vancouver community, we'd like to thank you for passing the motion prioritizing and addressing the inequities in South Van in June of this year. We appreciated the ongoing visits, emails, engagement with our city planners that has led to the recommendation for approval for funding to the Reframing South Vancouver initiative. In June, you heard our community members speak about their experiences. They've shared their challenges, barriers, needs related to childcare, health services, transportation, access to food, family services, and more. You have the evidence through our research partners who have quantified the inequities that exist in South Vancouver. With this approval of funding, we will continue the work we started 4 years ago. These systems did not form overnight, but over decades. Along with South Vancouver Family Place, we are 2 agencies in South Vancouver serving over 100,000 people. Though South Vancouver Family Place is not adequately funded to do the work, together we have collaborated to piecemeal services. We alone cannot make sustainable changes to address all basic living needs. The goal isn't simply to develop and implement new programs or services. It's to transform our neighborhoods and create engagement of community members within them. Until the neighborhoods are treated as unique, South Vancouver will struggle to achieve equity in terms of resources, allocation, investment, and the ability for residents to experience a healthy city for all. We ask for you to unanimously vote in support of funding the recommendations put forward by the ACCS city planners. And again, I'd just like to say thank you on behalf of our neighborhoods, because we have certainly seen the support that you guys have come and attended our food hub, been present, and it speaks so much about your commitment to the direction we want to take in South Vancouver. And with gratitude, thank you.
And thank you very much for coming to speak. We will now move to speaker 9, Travis Angus. Okay, speaker 10 is Prabhi Deol.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prabhi Deol, and I work at South Vancouver Neighborhood House. On the Reframing South Vancouver team, I'm speaking in support of Report 4, Community Services and Other Social Policy Grants, specifically funding Recommendation K for South Vancouver and Marpole Neighborhood Houses. I'd like to begin by thanking Council for passing our motion unanimously in June this year, titled Addressing Ongoing Inequities by Improving Social Infrastructure and Access to Services across South Vancouver and Marpole neighborhoods. If awarded this funding, we will continue to grow our neighborhood advisory committees, comprised of South Vancouver residents from various equity-seeking groups, such as the 2S LGBTQIA community, Indigenous community, and various folks of color. These residents represent their respective micro neighborhoods in South Vancouver, and they meet in their small groups, but also come together for larger group meetings where we brainstorm placemaking events, build capacity, and increase social connectedness. In the past 2.5 years, we have held several community events in collaboration with our NAC members. These include a block party at South Vancouver's first Side Street Plaza at 48th and Fraser, and several get-togethers for professional development, including a GSI mapping session with SFU, a diversity, equity, and inclusion workshop held by our UBC social work practicum students, a workshop on community gardening held by City of Vancouver staff, as well as a workshop on food security held by our own South Vancouver Neighborhood House Food Hub. Next year, we hope to organize various events. Some things in the works are a blood donation day in South Vancouver to support Canadian blood services and increase awareness on the importance of racialized folks signing up to donate stem cells. As well, with the federal election coming up, we hope to train our NAC members to help promote the importance of voting and participating in civic processes to South Vancouver residents. I hope Council will approve the funding recommendation unanimously so that we can continue to work with the city to bring positive change to our community. Thank you for your continued support and happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Speaker 11, Sherry Wong.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cherry Wong, and I'm a community navigator on the Reframing South Vancouver team at South Vancouver Neighborhood House. I am speaking in support of Report 4, Community Services and Other Social Policy Grants. I would like to first thank Council for passing the motion unanimously to support South Vancouver in June this year. That is an important step towards addressing the inequities in our catchment. I'm also very grateful to Council and City staff for bringing forward the funding recommendation for the Reframing South Vancouver initiative so promptly. In the past 2.5 years, we have established excellent partnership with city staff from various departments, and we work together to elevate the voice of South Van residents. For instance, in our training workshops for the neighborhood advisory committees, we invited city planners from the street activities team to talk about placemaking opportunities. During the municipal election last year, we invited city staff from the Democratic Engagement team to explain how the city's political system works. Just a few weeks ago, we connected with Park Board staff to share our engagement results with local residents. With this funding approved, we can continue to do all of the above. That is, to nurture our neighborhood advisory committees, to raise the voice of equity-seeking groups in South Vancouver, and to strengthen community capacity. Thank you for recognizing the importance of this advocacy work. I hope Council will approve the funding recommendation unanimously so that we can continue to work with the city to bring positive change to community. Thank you for your support and consideration.
And thank you very much, Jerry, for coming to speak to Council. Next, we're going to hear from Speaker 12, Nanette Wong. Okay, and next, registered speaker 13 is registered to join by phone, Brenda Poon.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Brenda Poon, and I am an assistant professor within the School of Population and Public Health at the University of British Columbia. And I'd like to put forth my strong recommendation for the Reframing South Vancouver initiative. Their work and their approach plays a critical role in supporting service access and use, and in turn helps to address the inequities that we've observed in health and well-being in South Vancouver neighborhoods relative to other Vancouver neighborhoods. Now, South Vancouver's network systems change work has really been driven by some pervasive inequities that have become apparent in population level data on the state of early child development across communities in BC. And a concerning trend for neighborhoods in South Vancouver is that specifically we're seeing that neighborhoods in South Vancouver over the past decade have consistently reported one of the highest developmental vulnerability rates in Vancouver. As many as 52% of children in South Vancouver neighborhoods with developmental concerns have emerged by the time they reach kindergarten. And relative to other neighborhoods in Vancouver, we also see that although rates of vulnerability might be similarly high, just by looking at the sheer number of children experiencing developmental concerns, we see that those in South Vancouver are reporting 5 times the number of children with developmental vulnerabilities relative to other parts of Vancouver, and yet South Vancouver neighborhood residents have access to very few supports and services relative to other areas, particularly for young children and families. So through Reframing South Vancouver, the neighborhood houses have had central roles in engaging its residents and partners to address these inequities, not only for young children and families, but also with their community residents across the life course. And I really appreciate Reframing Network's commitment to research and evaluation of their initiatives, partnering with UBC as well as SFU, really aiming to be data-driven and understanding the needs of their residents, developing their approaches that are reflective and tailored in such a way that will meet the cross-cutting and unique needs of their communities. Overall, I put forth my support for ways that Reframing South Vancouver recognizes and places high priority in ways that strengthening social capital, so social connectedness, community engagement, and capacity building, ways that these all play central roles in efforts to reduce health inequities. And by increasing community capacity and their ability to take action, their network of partners will be able to reach more equity-seeking groups in addressing vulnerabilities in time. And in the longer term, I see the importance of this work and the opportunity to create more social infrastructure and services in South Vancouver, more connected communities, and models of engagement that are available and accessible for diverse equity-seeking groups. Thanks very much for this opportunity to speak about this important initiative.
And thank you very much. It's perfectly timed. We will move on to speaker number 14, Liza Bautista.
Good afternoon, everyone. My time starting? Okay. My name is Liza Bautista. I'm a migrant and I'm a settler and a migrant worker from the Philippines. I came to Canada as a caregiver 30 years ago. And for the last 2 years, I have been spearheading the Reframing South Vancouver initiative, which is South Vancouver Neighborhood House response to racial justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion work. I have also worked for 27 years in the immigrant and refugee sector, and that came really handy because for most of the racialized population and equity-seeking group of South Vancouver, those are the people that we are engaging and focusing our equity work. So the last year, I've had the opportunity to actually meet and work and get to know city staff and council members as you came to our house, as you came to our turf, and get to see the work that we're doing and meet the needs of our community. So thank you very much. And I forgot to mention that I'm actually speaking in support of the second. Just a second. Speaking in support of the report 4, which is the funding for the South Vancouver, Reframing South Vancouver. I'm sorry, my notes are all over the map. But in short, thank you so much. And we look forward to working with you more closely as we center the equity work of Reframing South Vancouver initiative. And thank you very much, because I think this is also very much the work that the city is looking forward to. And thank you, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Meissner, Councillor Lenny Chow for visiting our turf, and Councillor Adriane Carr. And we also thank you for the work that you have approved for the Memorial Park Pond. And that's all. I won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We will now, actually, let me just adjust here. Okay, so speaker 15 was withdrawn, as has speakers 16 and 17. So we will hear now from speaker 18, Julio Bello.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julio Bello. I'm the Executive Director at South Vancouver Family Place. Ladies and gentlemen of the Vancouver City Council, esteemed members of the community, and dedicated city staff, I stand before you today to bring attention to a matter of great importance. The underfunding of South Vancouver and the promising step we are taking towards addressing this issue with the increased funding to support the neighborhood houses and family places. It is crucial that we recognize the growing needs of our diverse and vibrant community, especially in the areas of the Marpole, Sunset, and ever-expanding River District. South Vancouver has been underfunded for far too long. Despite of its rich cultural tapestry and population that continues to grow and flourish, the necessary resources have not been allocated to support the community adequately. Today, however, I am heartened to see that glimmer of hope in the increased funding to support the neighborhood houses and family places. This invaluable community hub serves as lifelines, connecting residents and fostering a sense of belonging. In South Vancouver, where demographics reflect a rich diversity of cultures, languages, and backgrounds, neighborhood houses and family places play a pivotal role in creating a harmonious and cohesive society. The funding allocated to this centers will undoubtedly have a positive ripple effect on the overall well-being of the community. South Vancouver's demographics to underscore the urgency of our collective actions. As of the latest data, South Vancouver is home to a growing population that includes a significant number of families, seniors, and youth professionals. This diversity, the diversity of languages spoken and the diverse cultures represented, is a testament to a rich tapestry of a community. However, this diversity also brings unique challenges to the residents, such as lack of affordable rental units, increase in food insecurity, economic hardships, lack of transit, and increasing new immigrants needing support that can only be effectively addressed with adequate financial support. Now let's turn our attention to the ever-expanding River District, a focal point of growth and development. As of 2021, the most recent approval to increase the residential density, the neighborhood could be home to as many as 18,000 people upon full blowout at 2030. The influx of new residents and businesses in this area necessitates a proactive approach to community building. Organizations such as the Neighborhood Houses, Marpole, and South Vancouver Family Places are doing commendable work in this regard, catering to the needs of the families, providing education, social, and senior.
Julio, I'm going to just have to pause
Yes.
you. You're well over time here, so we'll.
Oh, sorry.
It's 3 minutes to provide
Perfect.
comments. So thank you very much for calling in. Next, we have speaker 19, Norm Leach.
Speaker 19 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 20, Michelle Raining.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, great. You have 3 minutes. Please start when
Perfect.
you're ready.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Reining, and I'm the Executive Director of Vancouver Food Runners. I was born in Vancouver, and I currently live here now. I'm here to speak in favor of Recommendation B, Social Innovation Project Food Grant. This grant, in particular, supports the strategic planning and coordination work necessary to formalize the Vancouver Food Recovery Network. This grant will allow for data gathering, convening, awareness raising, mapping, measurement, and collective impact reporting that is necessary to fully realize the potential of this currently informal network. The Vancouver Food Recovery Network has already really existed for about 10 years in Vancouver. Vancouver is actually a world leader when it comes to surplus food recovery, but very few people actually know about this work that is happening. Food recovery organizations in Vancouver currently work in close collaboration with one another to rescue food from over 200 food businesses, which is then distributed to over 150 nonprofit partners to support their essential food programming. In 2022, Vancouver food recovery organizations rescued nearly 5 million pounds of food, which is an in-kind value of over $15 million. In addition, this mitigated over 12 million pounds of CO2 equivalent. And the demand for food recovery services is growing in the local food industry. Our organization, Vancouver Food Runners, has scaled by 47% this year, and our team of volunteers is on track to deliver over 1.2 million pounds of food in 2023. Food businesses are becoming increasingly aware of preventing and reducing food waste within their operations, which is obviously better for the environment and better for their bottom line. Businesses want to shift their practices to be more sustainable and advance the local circular economy. Formalizing the Vancouver Food Recovery Network so we have a streamlined guidelines, communications, metrics, and reporting will help to showcase the innovative, collaborative, and necessary work that is happening in the food recovery space in Vancouver. It is also important to note that this project aligns with the priorities outlined in the City of Vancouver plans and strategies. In particular, the Vancouver Plan, the Greenest City Action Plan, the Healthy City Strategy, the Vancouver Food Strategy, and the Local Food Action Plan. And this work also supports the city, which is co-developing a new coalition for food businesses that is particularly focused on the circular food economy. The Vancouver Plan, in particular, outlines that the food system is a major climate change driver, contributing up to 1/3 of global GHG emissions. Yes, provincial and federal governments have jurisdiction over many food systems components, but cities like Vancouver also have a unique responsibility to take action through strategies that aim to prevent and reduce food waste. Formalizing the Vancouver Food Recovery Network is one such critical and innovative strategy. Please support Recommendation B, Social Innovation Project Food Grant. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you, Michelle. Perfectly timed. Appreciate you calling in today. Next, we're going to hear from Speaker 21, Sharon Dong.
Good morning, Mayor Sim and City of Vancouver Council. My name is Sharon Dong, Food for Families Director for City Reach Care Society. I am born, raised, work, and play in the great city of Vancouver. I'm here to support Recommendation B, Social Innovation Project Food Grant, that supports collaboration and strategic work needed to amplify the collective impact of food recovery efforts that address food insecurity in Vancouver. The pandemic was a catalyst that pushed food insecurity to crisis levels and beyond what was possible for traditional purchased food programming. As the needs grew, the Vancouver Food Recovery Network collaborated, innovated, and stepped up food recovery efforts to bridge the growing gaps in our city. In the process, the Vancouver Food Recovery Network pushed the possibilities of food recovery to new levels, and there is even more we can do if we are supported. The work is effective and needs to be formalized and documented so learnings can be shared with the purpose of growing this network to sustain individuals, nonprofit programming, and to develop social innovation. Furthermore, the Vancouver Food Recovery Network has not peaked or plateaued. 4 years into this important work, we are still passionate about food recovery and our planet, and the partners in this network are ready to take our learnings to amplify our collective efforts. And finally, I wish to close by sharing the experience of the organization that I work for, which is City Reach Care Society. We are an active recipient of surplus food, and we are also an organization that redirects surplus food. Since the pandemic, City Reach grew 10 times, and we now support over 1,000 families, 52 schools, and a network of community partners, including South Vancouver Neighborhood House, Collingwood Neighborhood House, Frog Hollow Neighborhood House, and Kawasa Neighborhood House. We grew from an organization that moves 50,000 pounds of food a year to an organization that now moves over 1 million pounds of food each year. With a food budget of $0, this incredible feat was possible only because of food recovery. We are proud to be affiliated with food recovery as an option that not only feeds people, but supports over 150 community organizations while keeping our beautiful city green. Council, this work is real and this work is needed. It is proven, sustainable, and impactful. Please support and approve Recommendation B, Social Innovation Project Food Grant. Thank you for your time and support.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate hearing from you today. So that does bring us to the end of the list, but we will go through the list to call the names of any speakers who were not here. Speaker 4, Carla Pellegrini.
I'm here.
Great, we
Hello?
can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Carla Pellegrini. I'm the Executive Director of Food Stash Foundation and a resident of Vancouver. Food Stash is a Vancouver charity. We were established in 2016 by a local teacher. We currently rescue over 1 million pounds of good surplus food annually. We deliver that food to 35 other nonprofits, mostly in the downtown east side, who are collectively serving over 10,000 people per week. We have a home delivery program for 120 low-income, food insecure, and disabled households, and we have an affordable market that serves over 150 people every week. I'm speaking again, like my colleagues Michelle and Sharon, in this space in favor of Recommendation B, the Social Innovation Project for Food Grant. This informal network that has been mentioned of food rescue organizations has been working behind the scenes for years to make sure that good edible food isn't unnecessarily being thrown away and that it's redirected to communities most in need. As Michelle mentioned, in 2022 alone, this informal network rescued nearly 5 million pounds of surplus food from over 200 local businesses in Vancouver and redistributed it to over 150 nonprofits and thousands of community members. Food rescue and food access work has been historically underfunded or not funded at all by the City of Vancouver, despite countless reports, strategies, and plans that highlight the environmental impacts of food waste and emphasize food as a basic human right. It costs money for nonprofits to do this work. Infrastructure like warehouses and trucks, and funds to pay living wages to hardworking staff. These nonprofits are providing crucial environmental and social services where government falls short by barely scraping together adequate donations and non-governmental grants. So this grant of $100,000 will signify a shift in the city's priorities to value this important work and will help catalyze and formalize the network to amplify its network. It will support things like identifying a sustainable financial model to ensure the network can continue serving the city and its residents for the long term, analysis to identify opportunities for further collaboration and amplified impact, and exploring the potential to create even more good jobs through social innovation and social enterprise. Thank you for your support of this Recommendation B.
Thank you very much for calling in today, Carla. Next, we will call on the other registered speakers. So Speaker 9, Travis Angus. Speaker 12, Nanette Wong. Oh, great. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Sim, Chair, City Councillors, and fellow residents. My name is Nanette Wong. I serve as the Community Board Chair of South Vancouver Neighbourhood House. I am a Vancouver resident, and I'm here to express my support for Recommendation K. I would like to stress the importance of your support for the Reframing South Vancouver initiative. You may recall the Council's directive on June 28, 2023, urging collaboration with South Vancouver and Marpole neighbourhood houses to enhance social infrastructure and amplify the voices of historically underrepresented South Vancouver residents through community engagement activities. Appendix K of the 2023 Social Policy Grants recommends a funding of $280,324 for these two neighbourhood houses. This funding is critical for the Reframing South Vancouver Initiative, Phase 2, and the Reframing Marpole project, involving community navigators, community developers, and community engagement costs to identify and support the needs of equity-deserving populations. The commitment outlined in Recommendation K represents an investment in the heart of our communities. This funding aligns with the Council's vision to address ongoing inequities and improve social infrastructure in South Vancouver and Marpole. By supporting this recommendation, you take a significant step towards creating more resilient, connected, and thriving communities. Neighborhood houses are vital components of our social fabric, offering spaces where diverse voices can be heard, connections forged, and opportunities created. This proposed grant contributes to the ecosystem, allowing us to continue our commitment to community engagement, dialogue, and development. This is a tangible investment in the well-being of our residents. Furthermore, these grants align with broader city policy goals, including the Healthy City Strategy, Women's Equity Strategy, and City of Reconciliation efforts. They underscore the city's role as a partner in sustaining the nonprofit sector. Grant programs as key social development tools empower nonprofits to collaborate towards shared goals. In the case of Recommendation K, responding to an urgent matter and previous council direction, these grants will contribute to advancing strategic partnerships and council's strategic priorities. By approving Recommendation K, you are ensuring that neighborhood houses continue to serve as beacons of connection, support, and empowerment. Thank you for your time and commitment to this important work. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Next, I'm just going down the list. I think the only other is Norm Leach, speaker 19.
Speaker 19 is not on the line nor in the chamber.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So that does end the speakers list. So we will be moving to the main queue, and I'm looking for a mover of the recommendations. Thank you, Lenny. Councillor Zhao, and seconded Councillor Meisner. Is there any discussion? Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just want to say thanks to staff for all your work on putting these grants together and to everyone that came and spoke today. There's lots of great initiatives here funded, including anti-Black racism work, support for the South Vancouver Neighborhood House, and thanks to everyone from the South Van Neighborhood House that came out today. We know that you're working hard to help us address those persistent inequities in South Vancouver, and that's certainly top of mind for this council. Also, there's several childcare small capital grants and more grants aimed at improving food security. So I think overall a really great package, and happy to see this come to council, and I'm happy to vote in support of it.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, let me add to that to say thank you to Councillor Boyle for bringing forward the motion to council, which we unanimously adopted in June, and to every single person who came out and spoke, including the young people. It was a phenomenal, very heartwarming meeting of council. And so I love staff that you've moved fast on the follow-up to this, and we're seeing grants that are going to really help. And so thank you also to the speakers who came and really have affirmed for me the importance of this kind of decision in making our city a better place to live.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And seeing no other members on the list, we will go to a vote. And just a reminder that we do need 2/3 affirmative votes for recommendations A to K.
Sure. Councillor Kirby Young, can I have a vote in favor, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And great, all votes are in. Those grants are approved with unanimous support. So thank you very much to the staff team and all of the speakers who came to speak today. That does conclude item 4 on the agenda. Just give a chance for everyone to. So now we are moving to council members' motions. The next item on the agenda is motion 1, request for leaves of absence, and we have the following request. Councillor Kirby Young for civic business on April 11th, 2024 from 6 p.m. onwards. Do we have a mover? Thank you. Councillor Zhou move. Councillor Dominato second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That concludes motion 1 on the agenda. So the next item is motion 2, amendment to the Vancouver Charter, and is to be moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Council members may not ask questions of the mover. And I will ask, is there a conflict of interest on this item for anybody? Seeing none, we will move to Mayor Sim. You have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Only 2 minutes.
Microphone. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to be brief. There's 3 things we want to do, I want to do. 1, fix the system to set up our team members for success. 2, improve protection for parks and also improve our parks for generations to come. And 3, to save millions of dollars. So on fixing the system, look, we have amazing people at the park board, but the current structure just doesn't work, and we've set them up to fail, and we've set our parks and recreation facilities up to fail. So my motion will ensure the long-term success and expansion of our parks by asking the province to amend the Vancouver Charter to remove the requirement for an elected park board. Council will have direct oversight for parks and recreation. To protect our parks, I'm actually quite shocked as to how weak our protections are right now, and we want to strengthen them. Currently, changes to permanent parks requires a 2/3 majority vote by both council and park board. We will be increasing these protections by requiring a unanimous vote from council and a public referendum to make any changes to permanent park space. Transition working group will engage with stakeholders, including our community center associations, which will be more important than ever as they are the voice of their communities. Separate elected park board needlessly leads to delays. So on improving the system by folding it into council, or when you look at the park board, it doubles the number of staff reports, meetings, and approval processes. It doubles the film and special event offices. It doubles the lease management departments, and it doubles the capital delivery functions. Integrating our capital planning will ensure projects can be actioned quickly. Projects like the climate mitigation of the entire seawall. Instead, I'm shocked by this, but instead of using our own city engineers, park board contracts out the engineering work. So not only are we not using our own team members, it comes at a higher cost. And so when it comes to saving money, streamlined governance will result in substantial operational efficiencies, freeing up team member time to get more things done quicker at existing team member levels. We estimate this change will yield immediate annual cash savings in the millions, and we will reinvest these dollars back into the city and our parks and recreational facilities. Combining.
We are over 2 minutes.
All right, it's a new era in parks and recreation in the city of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I noticed that we have a question queue. I think the order of things at this point need to be that we're on a main queue, right? And so if we could just take note of who's on the queue and make sure that we're on the main queue. And we're looking for a seconder to the motion. Councillor Joe. Thank you very much. So we will be hearing now from registered speakers for this motion. And yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Sure.
You don't have a mic.
Are we no longer asking questions of the mover of the motion for their
No,
introduction?
that was changed with the procedure bylaw changes back a couple months ago.
Okay, so point of privilege then, given that this is such a significant member motion that the mayor is introducing, would you be willing to suspend the procedure bylaws and allow members of council to ask questions of the mayor?
I think at this stage, I'm not sure that's a point of privilege. It's probably a point of procedure, but
I think, yeah, that was my follow-up point of procedure.
okay. Is that it's your right to put a motion on the floor. At this time, we have 162 speakers registered to speak. I think we need to get to speakers right away to not delay. But it's everybody's right to put a motion on the floor.
All right, I'd like to move that we suspend the procedure bylaw to ask questions of the mover of the member motion.
That's seconded by Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will go to a recorded vote.
Chair, can I get a vote assist in opposition, please? Councillor Kirby Young.
Thank you very much. That has been recorded, and I'm just noting that Councillor Boyle is not in the chambers. so will be marked as absent. And that motion does fail with Councillor Kirby Young, Dominato, Montague, Klassen, Meisner, Zhao, and myself in opposition. And so we're going to proceed with speakers as per our typical run of show. So our first speaker is Brennan Bastiavansky, who is the incoming Park Board Chair. And I will just note that as per our procedure bylaw, and if you are here, Brennan, representing a group, you do have the right to speak for 5 minutes as per our procedure bylaw. But you do require to have representatives from your group with you, and they will not be able to speak. So it's your choice if you speak for 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Either represent yourself and your role or a broader group. So maybe you could just let me know which before we get started, if you'll be speaking for 3 or 5.
3 minutes, and the other commissioners will they will have their own time as well.
Yeah. Okay, great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brendan Bastiavansky. I'm here as the chair of the Park Board, and I and the majority of the elected Park Board oppose the motion to amend the Vancouver Charter. I'm also here as a rugby player, a cyclist, and a dog owner. I'm here because I love our parks. As a survivor of abuse, I know firsthand the importance of how parks and recreation bring the community together. I found healing and connection through rugby, playing at the park. I wanted to be a commissioner so I could help create safe spaces in sports for queer youth and marginalized communities. Unlike City Council, the Park Board has a sole function to provide, preserve, and advocate for parks and recreation services to benefit all people, communities, and the environment. This long-term vision built a network of over 230 public parks and a large public recreation system of community centers, pools, rinks, fitness centers, golf courses, street trees, marinas, playing fields, and more. No city anywhere has that. There's no mandate for an elected park board to be removed mid-term, as the majority on council and the park board were elected on the platform to retain the park board and to undertake an audit, the first of which was only recently released. The Auditor General will provide the board a report every year on areas to improve. The park board should be provided the time and resources to implement the auditor's recommendations. These unfunded ABC campaign promises would cost 0.02% of the overall city budget. This amount is a rounding error, but would deliver the services that the people of Vancouver are crying out for. There has been no consultation with the park board, the public, First Nations, the community center associations, or Field Sports Federation, amongst others. This is a smart business investment to invest in park board. It allows the city to deliver more swagger to Vancouver, like the Outdoor Comedy Festival, Symphony at Sunset, and the Polar Bear Swim. It goes to keeping our parks world-class, like Queen Elizabeth Park, Stanley Park, Van Dusen, and Blodell, and remaining a civic leader in partnership with First Nations. We have world-class parks because of the park board, and we're underfunded by $20 million a year. Other cities like Toronto fund 70% of parks from municipal taxes, Vancouver only 50%. This elected board has ensured that city, school, and park work together. Multilingual public engagements for new Canadians in Sunset neighborhood, new sports field lighting at Kitts and Hillcrest, full track and field competition at Killarney, all funded and approved by the board this year. What you're going to hear from speakers over the day is how parks are at risk, how there's no money to be saved, and that Vancouver has never been more united around a single idea: protect our parks, protect our democracy. Never in its history has the city of Vancouver united across the political spectrum like this. The city has become a genuine big tent party with people from Vision, NPA, Team, Cope, Greens, and Independents, arm in arm protecting our parks. The labor unions, the Conservatives, the Greens, ABC donors, and ABC volunteers have all aligned to oppose the mayor's motion.
Okay, that is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
We are not allowed to ask questions. So
We used to be able to be asked questions, is that correct?
bylaw was updated many months ago, and so 3 minutes to speakers and no questions.
Okay, thank you
very
kindly.
much. So next we have speaker number 2, also Park Board Commissioner Laura Christensen.
My name is Laura Christensen, and although I'm a current Park Board Commissioner, I'm here speaking on my own behalf to oppose this motion and this undemocratic process. I'm also here speaking to you as a former ABC Park Board Commissioner who spent months campaigning on behalf of the party and then over a year as an elected within ABC. Over the last week, I have seen the mayor and ABC city councilors and park board commissioners state in the media that abolishing the park board was a campaign promise and that they have a mandate for its removal. I am here today to refute that. While the mayor made statements in 2021 about abolishing the park board, when I agreed to run in the summer of 2022, the party was very clear that Ken was not planning to abolish the park board. In fact, in my first conversations with the party, the first question I was asked was how I felt about abolishing the park board, because it was the party was intending to keep it. Throughout the course of campaigning, it was reiterated many times to me that the party line is that we are going to fix the park board, and there was no mention of ever removing it. This is what I told to every person who asked me while I was knocking on hundreds of doors and attending community events. Because of this, I absolutely do not believe that Ken Sim has the mandate to abolish the park board. I would also like to draw attention to a specific wording within this motion that I find extremely concerning. In Clause A of the resolution, it asks the province to require a referendum and unanimous council vote to revoke a park designation, which sounds like a high bar and a good layer of protection. However, this only applies to parks classified as permanent parks, and the public is likely unaware that the permanent park designation only applies in full to 142 parks of the approximately 242 parks in Vancouver, which is less than 59%. The other 41% of parks in Vancouver, notably including Sunset Beach Park and Spanish Banks Park, are not afforded the protection of unanimous council vote and a referendum to avoid being sold, developed, or otherwise turned into anything but a park. I would like council to consider why this specific wording of permanent parks was chosen, such that it surreptitiously does not provide for protection to 41% of parks in Vancouver. Further, I would like council to consider that even if they have the best intentions to protect parks and green space in Vancouver, this change is to the Vancouver Charter and will apply to many councils to come. What is to say that the next mayor and council will be so committed to park protection? This motion strips the long history of park preservation, which has been upheld for the last 133 years by the elected park board. The final point I will leave you with is that regardless of your opinion on the merits of an elected park board, removing an elected body with a weak notice, no consultation, and no mandate is entirely undemocratic. If the public would like to disband the park board, then let them be heard through an election or referendum. Until that time, I will continue to work to protect and improve our parks for all Vancouverites. Thank you.
And thank you very much for being here to speak. We have Park Board Commissioner and outgoing Chair, Scott Jensen, on the line to speak. And I'm not hearing Scott. Scott, are you there? Okay, so we will move to speaker number 4, Angela Hare. Park Board Commissioner, Angela Hare.
Yeah, speaker 4 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. And just as a reminder, we will go back through the list. And we have had a request from Speaker 5, Tom Digby, Park Board Commissioner, to be moved to the end of the list as he is unavailable at this time. And now we will move to Speaker 6, Jaspreet Birdie, Park Board Commissioner. Okay, and also seeing that we do not have Commissioner Birdie in the chambers, registered in person, we will move on. Speaker number 7 has withdrawn. And so we are now, other list, Terry. Yeah, so, and now we're going to go to the registered speakers list of the public. And our first speaker is Robin Tivender.
Hello. Is this going to move up? It usually does.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, all right. That's 4 seconds, 5 seconds to move it up. So,
make sure I reset your timer.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
All right. So I don't support this. I think I agree, and other people will probably speak more aptly to the undemocratic nature of this with regard to notice. While it's technically legally possible for the city council to petition the province to change the Vancouver Charter, it doesn't really sit well with me in regard to the conventions that we might say exist in a free and democratic society. So a narrow legalistic understanding of this process would say if the council approves, then it's up to the province, or even perhaps without the council's consent, it would be up to the province. My view is that it would really require the park board to be elected, and not legalistically, but on a platform of disbanding the park board and then the council and city petitioning the province to change the Vancouver Charter. I think that would be more democratic. A referendum, that's in some sense up to the media and how people get convinced or not convinced by that. But what I want to touch on in terms of process is that park board meetings still have, to a large degree, the vibe that I remember, where you would go to a public meeting, you would be admitted to the room, and you would sit there until it was your turn to speak. Today, I had to go through twice, because I left at the lunch break, a metal detection and bag search. And one thing that was very concerning to me during that was that the security screening staff seemed to be concerned that I had a sign with me. I did have some poster board, it's a completely legal item to have poster board, and it doesn't have anything on it. And when I told them it was blank, they seemed to lay off. But even if I did have a sign and wish to hold it to express my views, which I would hold are protected under our charter, I'm pretty sure that's allowed. I can't remember which council it was, one on the island, but I attended electronically a meeting that they had where they were considering banning signs in their council proceedings by bylaw, and they backed off on that. So I guess my concern is that by having two different elected bodies, we can have one that perhaps is involved in fewer contentious issues like the park board, so there's maybe not as much what I consider oppressive and invasive security. The case law on searches by the state clearly indicates that it's an invasion of the right to privacy and bodily integrity to search people. So that's just one example of a difference that we would be losing if we eliminated the park board. They currently don't have the same security precautions that City Hall does. So thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for coming in to speak to council. Next, we have speaker 2, registered speaker on the phone, John Irwin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks very much. You have 2 minutes.
Okay.
To present.
Okay. 2 minutes? I thought there was 3.
I meant to say 3.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Cheers. Good afternoon, councillors, chair, mayor, perhaps. Yeah, I'm calling in because I have great concern. I want to wish you all happy holidays, even though this makes it a much less happy holiday for me as a former park board commissioner. I just wanted to point out that, really I've taught, economic geography again and again and again at SFU. And this really boils down to, good division of labor, where for less than $150,000 in annual salary, the park board deals with all the park board issues. So I'm not sure that councillors realize the heavy load that they're going to pull on, and they have a heavy workload, as you all know, and I know through experience with several councillors. Just want to note that, the park board, even though some people are claiming it was broken, led on reconciliation, was very strong on the climate crisis, sorted out the joint operating agreement with the community center associations, with I think the exception of maybe 2 or 3. And, basically the crisis of funding is partly based on a fee-based, versus tax share model. So the park board has increasingly had to raise funds through fees. And, of course, that has an impact on people, even though they have the leisure access pass to deal with that. So basically, I think that, on the one hand, we got through the pandemic very well, and I really do appreciate that City Council dipped into the contingency and kept us going. But I think it's just, unfortunate that this rushed process is happening. I looked at, the park board and the city council in terms of gender and notables. Nice thing about the city council is starting back in the 40s, we started electing women in Vancouver, which definitely was not the case in Edmonton when I'm originally from. The notables are, impressive. Philip Owen, Libby Davies, Connie Fogel, Nancy Chavario, who was a really good councillor to work with on Southeast Falls Creek, Spencer Herbert, and then way back in time in the early 60s, Grace McCarthy. Right, so a long list of people who've been involved on the park board and worked hard for our city. I liaised with 4 community center associations as a park board commissioner. We're going to lose that, so I really don't, agree with this at all. One park board commissioner complained about the tax money that the person's eating up, right? And I worked with a city councillor in Edmonton, Tucker Gomber, and he was upset about a 5% increase in city councillor pay, and so he paid for bike racks on buses in Vancouver, which are directly controlled by city council, unlike here.
Okay,
so the process has been rushed.
That
it's
is
not
the end of the
democratic,
time there,
and I have a
John.
PhD in these processes, and I really hope you'll do the right thing.
Very
Take
much,
care.
John. Thank you. So that speaker 2. Okay, I would actually just like to let council know that from our public body representatives, both speaker 3 and speaker 6 are here, and of course, it is our ability to allow them to go next, given they were part of the top of the list. Is everyone okay? Oh, we don't need a motion, but I just want to make sure there's no objection. If there's no objection, then we'll go ahead and. Okay, great. So speaker 3, Scott Jensen.
Hello.
Hi there. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. When does my 3 minutes begin?
Now.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for spending today listening to the residents of Vancouver. I am unfortunately unable to attend in person this morning or this afternoon. I'm committed to my role as an educator, and I honor my commitments and my promises. So I'm at school right now. Thankfully, it is now past school time, so I can talk a little bit more freely. Today, you'll hear from hundreds of people supporting the park board with reasons ranging from the undemocratic nature of this motion to the concerns over the sale of our temporary parks for development. However, today I want to address a statement in the motion which states, in quote, "In recent years, it has become abundantly clear." As an educator, I understand that assessment tells us what students learned, how well they learned it, and where they are struggling. Professional assessment is key to the development of student success. There has not been a professional assessment by Mayor Sim in regards to the park board. If Mayor Sim had assessed the park board, he would have found out that we have exceeded the expectations that were laid out in the ABC plan for a better city and on the election cards circulated by park board candidates, VSB candidates, and by the city council candidates, and even Mayor Sim himself prior to last year's October election. My handbills were shared with many of you, and you all walked around. You placed them happily and proudly in door jams as directed. And let me go through some of the highlights. And these are all taken directly from the plan for the ABC plan for a better city. We allowed alcohol in parks and piloted a program to include beaches. We conducted an audit of the park board. We made it faster and easier to obtain permits. We are working to expand our sport hosting portfolio by working with the Invictus Games and with the Gay Games. We have provided more space for critical arts and culture. Park Board is working on the creation of expanded patio. We approved $26 million in sports infrastructure improvements that will invest in sports field across the city. We've increased the number of public washrooms and a water fountain. Hundreds of trees have been planted across the city. We have daylighted Tatlow Creek and Gibby's Field, and we've added childcare spaces throughout the city. Again, these are promises that we made collectively as candidates. I'm very proud of this. And as I look through again, every single promise that is in the ABC plan for a better city, we've accomplished. We've done that. last month, and what was highlighted in a fundraising letter that went out, the biggest thing that Mayor Sim highlights in our accomplishments as a group is that we got the train running again. The park board did that. Money doesn't magically do that. We earmarked the money to do that. Park board staff did that.
Yes, I'm going to have to, I heard your timer. I do appreciate you timing yourself as well. That is the end of the time. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thank you.
We are now moving to Commissioner Jaspreet Birdie, who's here in person. Please go ahead.
Hi. First of all, I'd just like to say I'm the first Turban Sikh ever to be elected in Vancouver. This position was a sense of pride not only for me, but for my community as well. That being said, I do not take my position on dissolving the park board lightly. But the truth of the matter is, the park board system is far beyond broken. I say this having worked in the system with a majority. The city is fast growing and our parks, fields, and community centers are not keeping up to the demand. The city is evolving, but our park board system has stayed the same. There is a reason why we are one of only 2 municipalities in North America with an elected park board. We aren't the largest city in North America, nor do we have the most parks. The system just doesn't work. That's why nobody else uses it. Just take a look at our washrooms, our field houses, our grade A grass fields, the aquatic center, the Stanley Park train, the kids pool, and the various litigations between Park Board and CCAs, and the exhaustive list goes on and on. There are jurisdictional issues with repairs and duplications that need to be approved by both boards. It all gets very confusing. The aquarium, for example, requires some major upgrades, and they need them done soon. They have to get approvals from both the city and park board, a process that could take a long time, and I see this as unnecessary. It's a duplication, and it's an inefficiency. We need to look to our neighbors and the rest of the world. We need to look at systems that work and that work well. Just look at our parks, pools, fields, and community centers in Surrey, Burnaby, Richmond. We need to evolve with the times. Park board decisions are often made in the narrow purview without considering other complex and diverse needs of the city as a whole and the constraints of the city. City council makes decisions regarding the city, and touching on anything relating to parks is usually seen as trespassing. Decisions and policies need to be made using a more holistic approach, which would improve efficiencies and cohesion of projects. This can only be done if one board has the sole responsibility. The Park Board has been developing several strategic plans to improve the city's parks and recreational facilities. However, there is no real plan to cover the costs. These are essentially long wish lists, given that City Council ultimately needs to approve them. City Council needs to provide money and consider the merits and trade-offs from the perspective of the city as a whole. Wish lists are useless without any funding attached to them. If City Council is responsible for both funding and making decisions, they have skin in the game and are more likely to fund more park-related projects. Our end goal should be having the best parks, fields, and community centers. Our end goal should be having the best parks, fields, and community centers the city has ever seen.
Okay, I'm going to have to just let you know your time is up.
Sure.
In a minute. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming in to speak. So we will move to the speaker 3, Daniel Rogers. Okay, we'll be calling folks.
Can you hear me?
Oh, you
Can you hear me?
Great. You are on the phone. Are you speaker 3, Daniel Rogers?
I am.
Okay, please go ahead. Your timer starts now.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Dan Rogers. I'm here as a Vancouver resident, a former unsuccessful park board candidate, and a former elected official with another special elected body, the Islands Trust, which from time to time other people have tried to eliminate. For 133 years, the Park Board has served this city well, and in fact serves it better now than it did when it operated in the secret meetings 30 or 40 years ago and before that. Vancouver is recognized worldwide for its magnificent parks. Issues, of course, exist around parks and especially infrastructure, and the Parks Board likely from time to time has made decisions that City Council doesn't agree with, and that has occurred in other terms as well. Well, they were elected to do just that, make decisions independently. I have no idea what, if any, efficiencies are to be gained in eliminating the Park Board. I have listened carefully to the mayor and others speak about these as being obvious and because he has a black belt in efficiencies. I have some skepticism given that the City Council effectively controls the budget of the Park Board already, and this is the same City Council that has approved almost 18% in property tax increases over the last, in its 13 months in office. But let's assume there is a case to be made to change 133 years of democratic history in the city. Well, something I do know is that this process is the antithesis of a democratic one. It certainly wasn't voted upon by the people of Vancouver, and there hasn't been a public consultation in any form that is recognizable. Both should occur if this path is to be followed. What is clear is the intent of the motion to centralize this process in the mayor's office. Quoting from the motion, the second part of the motion, talking about the transition team, it says the transition team shall be comprised of the mayor's chief and staff, 2 city councillors appointed by the mayor, a current Parks Board commissioner appointed by the mayor, and up to 6 members of the public appointed by the mayor, with terms of reference determined by the mayor. Makes you wonder if the other 10 other councillors are even needed. There may be a way to get to the result sought, but this is not it. I urge you to vote against this motion and send the issue to the people of Vancouver with appropriate information. Practice democracy. A better city includes democratic decision-making. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in, Dan. Next, we're going to hear from Speaker 4, Nathan Davidovich.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. You're doing a very good job. And thank you, the rest of members of council. Yes, we do need to amend the Vancouver Charter. There are many items to be changed, so Vancouver laws are the same as other municipalities in BC. We need a proper staff or consultant report to itemize all the changes and submit them to the BC government. You're only allowed to submit once a year. We do not have such a report, so how can the City Council send amendments to the BC government without a report? The BC government will not support your request without a proper report. The top item to change for charter amendment is to mandate a ward system of elections in Vancouver. I helped back in the 1970s to collect petitions for a ward system. The Vancouver School Board and the Vancouver Parks Board already operate on a modified ward system. They assign trustees and commissioners to specific catchment areas of schools and community center. It is the City Council that has to be changed, not the Parks Board. We need wards. The City of Vancouver has gone down the hill because of Vision hiring new staff that did not have municipal experience in BC. And I would like to thank you for getting rid of the chief planner, who was not from BC or had no experience here. But many other staff need to leave as well. So we change back to the way the City of Vancouver operated when Sam Sullivan was the mayor. I have suggested before to put the knowledge of Sam Sullivan and Mike Harker together so they can tell you how the City of Vancouver needs to be run. None of you were on City Council prior to Vision, so you don't even have the information about the changes that Vision has done, and the staff, of course, don't want to tell you that. So let's get going with ward system and forget about any changes to the Parks Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 5, Lee Haber. Just give us a second to put your mic on. Just give us 1 sec.
Slide with this one too.
Okay, we will just bear with us.
Okay. Has my time started?
No.
Okay.
We will put your slide up. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Dear Mayor and Council, though I'm speaking in favor of today's motion, I want to be clear that a big asterisk is attached. The current park board system has its problems. As a political body, it is inherently reactive to problems instead of getting ahead of them and lacks expertise in key areas such as fundraising. The opportunity is there to create a system that will better manage and fund our parks. However, if we are not careful about how we replace it, we could end up with far worse parks. I can say this from experience. I grew up in Winnipeg, and I've also lived in Montreal and Toronto, places where, with one notable exception I'll get to later, parks are treated like any other city department. And the condition of the parks in those cities is generally far worse than what I've experienced in Vancouver. Despite its flaws, the Parks Board brought attention and accountability to the condition of our parks, and if the new system fails to provide these, our parks will end up being just as mediocre as those in other cities. How do we establish a better system for managing our parks? Let me get to that notable exception I mentioned earlier. Winnipeg is usually 15 years behind the rest of Canada, but when it comes to how they manage their most iconic park, they are light years ahead. In 2008, Winnipeg decided to put the Assiniboine Park under the stewardship of a nonprofit society called the Assiniboine Park Conservancy. Their independent board provided focus, long-term planning, and fundraising capacity. They were able to raise hundreds of millions of dollars that were used to transform the park, resulting in a rebuilt zoo and a new botanical garden called the Leaf. What you see on the slide in front of you is the fruits of that system. The park today is truly a world-class destination. I don't know whether the Assiniboine Parks Conservancy management model should be adopted in full or just for major parks. This is something for City Council to study and determine. However, the results from Winnipeg should not be ignored. This model is capable of providing parks the funding and attention they need. When it comes to providing accountability, having an independent nonprofit allows the city to take on a more focused monitoring role, ensuring that our parks meet the highest standards of cleanliness, maintenance, and safety. One way this could be done is through bonuses that are awarded to the nonprofit's executives only if certain standards are met. If there is anything you should take from my presentation today, it is that systems matter. You can have the smartest, most enlightened people working for you, but if your system sucks, you are setting them up for failure. Do you want our parks to fail? I didn't think so. Then I invite you to carefully consider what we replace the Parks Board with. Thank you.
Thank you. That was perfectly timed. We will move to Speaker 6, Tom Perry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I distributed, I hope through the City Clerk, a letter that I sent last night, and I'm going to modify my remarks after what I've heard. I think I have an open mind on this, I guess. Listening to Commissioner Verdi, I didn't find him very persuasive. I would ask, would any informed citizen or taxpayer in Vancouver expect that City Council, whether yours or any previous one, could actually improve the parks? I think you'd go a long ways to find very many people in my neighborhood in West Point Grey who would believe that. Perhaps I'm wrong. I noticed the chair of the Vancouver Park Board mentioned a number of political parties who opposed the motion. He didn't mention the NDP, but I would predict that if you pass this motion, there will be intense pressure on our NDP MLAs to make sure that the amendment, the changes sought are not granted by Victoria. But perhaps you could persuade citizens and the provincial government that what you propose is wise if you backed away and actually explained rationally what you're trying to do. I didn't find any reason in the auditor's report to see the urgency of this change. My biggest concern is that democracy is really in danger all over the world. And the little whiff of democracy I'm getting by participating today and listening to others I hope you won't snuff it out in a few hours by just going ahead with this steamroller, because people are losing faith in democracy, and the park board, to some extent the council, but certainly the park board has been a gem of democracy. You can't see me now, Councillor Kirby Young, but I can see you at least in delayed action. And I'm looking at you on my little screen thinking, the reason I voted for you last year is because you paid attention and listened to people who attended the park board when we were fighting to protect our local Lord Byng pool. And I respected you enough for that that I made a deliberate effort to vote for you. I hope all of you will think about that. Another point I want to make is that we need more parks and recreation facilities in Vancouver, not less. We can't look to the provincial government or the federal government for that. They've been hopeless on both of those issues throughout their tenure, regardless of which party. But the one body that we can look to in Vancouver has been the park board throughout the history of this city. I don't recall any council doing anything much to protect our parks, let alone create new ones for us. I don't see what you're doing to handle the population explosion you plan in Vancouver and find more space for people to recreate, maintain physical fitness, which is something we were able to argue successfully to the Vancouver Park Board when we got into motion with the most multi-ethnic coalition I've
Okay, I'm
ever
going
seen
to have
in
to
this
just
city.
pause you there, Tom. That is your time.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for calling in. And next we have speaker 7, Terry Clark.
Thank you thank you very much. And I want to say first off that Ken Sim is a friend of mine. And I disagree with him on this because I was reassured that this wouldn't happen because I was a 35-year employee with the park board. But I want to give you a little information to think about. I wish I had $1 for every visiting park planner from all over the United States, Europe, and beyond for an oft-repeated phrase, never let go of your elected board, for what you have in Vancouver is unique and to be treasured. Many of the park board's long green line of employees and general managers came for what they thought might be a few years at the start of their career, but ended up staying a lifetime. It's not a mystery, really, because they honed their particular skills while being mentored by the previous generation. They had a solid sense of good morale because they knew they had important jobs, they knew they were doing them well, and most importantly, they were appreciated. The Park Board organization was a loop of in-house services from planning and maintenance to recreation programming to landscape construction to tree planting to the best horticultural system in North America. The 7 elected commissioners, many of which were starting out in municipal politics, soon realized that regardless of party, their first duty was to preserve and protect parks, which endlessly at times chuffed the colleagues at City Hall. Often over the past 135 years of Park Board, it became blatantly obvious why the first City Council devised it to be elected, creating a necessary foil between the two bodies that ultimately would become the best preservation tool as the land-hungry fledgling city stretched out and grew. Now, after barely surviving a past city manager who craved complete power over the metropolis and put measures in place to erode the board's enviable administration and even that of its grassroots-based community centers, a new threat emerges and one that deflects all opposition. The mayor wants to eliminate the close relationships the park board has with the community that has jointly built and programmed community centers, playing fields, and gardens, and then put at arm's length a century's worth of esprit de corps. I have a better idea. Restore an agreed-upon park board global budget, which allows them to direct funds under their own roof, stop underfunding them year after year, and then complain about the state of facilities. And most importantly, put it totally out of mind that council can take dedicated parkland away from the people of this city to correct the latest housing crisis. When I first started at the park board, just one out of university, the then superintendent, Stuart LaFoe, sagely said to me, "I have never seen a city with too many parks." He also said, "I have never seen a world-class city that was known more for its buildings than for the spaces in between." And I think he was very right. And thank you for listening. And I hope you reconsider, because I want to remain friends with Ken Sim and all my friends that I have here. And I think it's a very important thing that you're looking into. Don't act too quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak. Terry, next we have speaker 8, Rick Herbert.
Rick Hurlbut.
Yes, I see. I should put my glasses back on. Apologies. Please go ahead.
I wish to make the following 3 points. Firstly, there is nothing wrong with Park Board that cannot be addressed by simply having City Council properly fund programs and facilities to a level that the people of Vancouver deserve. Every time Park Board finds another creative way to increase revenues, Council uses this as an excuse to cut funding. It's a vicious cycle. If playing fields, community centers, and swimming pools are in disrepair, Council need look no further than its own fiscal short-sightedness. If Park Board is broken, as the Mayor contends, it is because successive councils have broken it. Secondly, there's a great deal of irony with the references made to Minneapolis, the other North American big city elected park board. Rather than seeing this as an outlier, casting elected park boards as anomalies, you should really take a closer look at the Minneapolis model and why it works. In addition to all the powers granted to Vancouver's park board, Minneapolis also has the authority to assess its own taxes. You heard that right. They don't have to go before their city council hat in hand. They make reasoned spending decisions and raise revenues as needed. And because it's elected, this makes their park board truly and fully answerable to the electorate. Like all elected bodies, it must tread carefully so as not to overwhelm the tax base. Lastly, with authority comes responsibility, and vice versa. To make Park Board work, give it the full authority that it needs. Let it raise income in the only way that makes sense, directly. Lastly, at best, this looks like paternalism, that Park Board needs the guiding hand of someone with superior judgment, wisdom, and maturity. Paternalism, just like the colonists inflicted on the savage and uncivilized First Nations of this land, because the Native peoples were incapable of managing their own affairs. At worst, this looks like a bald-faced power grab. Let's face it, if it looks like a duck and walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. This looks and feels and has every feature of a power grab. Are these really the optics any of you wants going into the next election? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Speaker 9, Aaron Jasper. And next, we have Speaker 10, Libby Davies.
Council, given the short timeline to speak, I'll get right to the point. My name is Libby Davies, resident of Vancouver, former Park Board Commissioner, former City Councillor, and former Member of Parliament. In 31 years in elected office, I've seen a lot of things go down, but this takes the cake. If you support this motion, you are about to break the most important ethic in politics, betraying the public trust and betraying the voters of Vancouver. You have no mandate to fundamentally change the Vancouver Charter. You are abusing your power by trying to eliminate a duly elected institution of 130 years, a body that has direct accountability to the people of Vancouver. You have no right to dismantle a democratically elected board. This unilateral political maneuver is unprecedented in Vancouver's history and maybe across the country. This is why you are betraying the public trust. No doubt the critical question is why. Reading the motion, all we can learn is that the Park Board is inefficient and that you don't like the Auditor General's recent report. A report the Park Board has accepted but has been barely given an opportunity to work on. So much for fair play. Can you imagine if we called for the abolition of City Council because you too are inefficient, are you not? We'd have no level of government left if we adopted your reasoning. So it's not about saving dollars or efficiency. It's about the same old game of seizing more power. I have a few questions that require your disclosure. Why were community center associations, the backbone of our parks and recreation system, not aware of this maneuver and not consulted? Why were First Nations not consulted? Where is the information you claim that millions of dollars will be saved? What is the secret deal that you have with powerful developers, your buddies, to sell off public parklands? Why did you feel compelled to do all this behind closed doors, blindsiding your own park board commissioners, never mind the people of Vancouver? I was proud to be an elected park board commissioner in this city. It serves the public much better than your proposal for a politically appointed board or committee with people buried within a bureaucracy.
I'm just going to pause your timer
good
there,
faith,
Speaker. I'm going to pause your timer. You have 15 seconds left.
if you have any good faith, I will call on you to reject this motion.
I'm just going to, there was a point of order, so I just.
So I'm looking at our rules of conduct here, but of course, many of them have to do with council members, and I know there is a item here, but it's just with regards to questioning the motives of a council member, and I know Councillor Fry will tell me to cite the number, but I only have 61A, which is with regards to a council member and not a speaker.
Section 7. I'd like to help here. Section 7.8C relates to the conduct, if Councillor Klassen doesn't mind me jumping in, of speakers and suggesting that there are backroom deals or casting aspersions on motions of members is, I think, covered under improper conduct. So if we could remind the speaker.
Thank
I think
you.
that's where Councillor Klassen is going, that we're not here for character assassination, but we are here to hear from
Thank you.
speakers.
I've got the number. Yeah, that's great. So I think we're ready to move on to the next speaker, but I will caution all speakers that are here to speak and also listening that we will be asking that every speaker comply with the rules of conduct and the procedure bylaw as stated so that we can continue this process smoothly. So we'll move to speaker number 11, Donna Morgan. She finished speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sorry, I have another point of order. Speaker was finished.
Sorry. Yeah. Oh, I thought you said that there were some seconds left.
And continue to talk. So we heard the rest of the remarks. So we're going to be moving on to speaker 11, Donna Morgan. And I'll just ask,
Hello.
Speaker, if you could let us know, are you a resident of Vancouver? I have to ask as part of the procedure bylaw.
Donna Morgan, my pronoun she. I'm a settler on Coast Salish territory. I lived in Vancouver for 30 years, but I'm currently a resident of New Westminster. I'm a former park commissioner. I was elected in 1993 by campaigning to phase out the bedraggled and cruel zoo in Stanley Park. I was part of the community-led greening of Hastings Park. I championed better parks in the east side and supported community centers. I want you to know that you have no mandate for this decision. A mandate is based on the things said during the election. If you change your minds, even if it was with good reason, you need public input. And public input requires information. This is so true in our era of toxic social media. Representatives have a responsibility to go beyond online polls and memes to have deep, respectful conversations of divergent views. When Vancouverites voted for you, this move was not on the table. Public discussion is needed. The motion is being put forward with a false sense of urgency. 7 days' notice on this change to the charter is not enough. You have not consulted First Nations, nor have you consulted with stakeholder groups like community associations, field and facility users, sports groups, or anyone else in the public. A false sense of urgency is a colonial tool to prevent discussion and to disrupt the development of relationships. It divides rather than improves. This motion seems created to divide. Embark upon a proper review of the whole charter if you want it to be more effective. The number of city councillors was last changed in 1957. Should we increase it or decrease it because 2 councillors would make up for the entire park board stipend? Should we elect in wards, add a seat for First Nations or youth or the unhoused? so many ideas to improve democracy in a public and transparent charter review. And you do have time. I'm sure the city legal has explained that even if you pass this motion today, these changes could not take effect until the next election in 2026. The votes that Vancouverites cast for park commissioners in 2022 cannot be invalidated in the middle of a term. This elected park board will complete its term. Briefly on the benefits of a park board. The park board protects. This issue has united what might be considered a very disparate group of former park board commissioners. One thing we have in common, which I heard in the words of Commissioner Hare on Monday night, is we have a vast and globally recognized park system, and it is the elected park board that has protected that. This park board also engages. The elected park board engages the public. This was in evidence even at Monday's very fractious meeting, where neighborhood park use and water features were discussed, and had more public input than this drastic move. As Commissioner Verdi noted, the process that the park board went through allowed the commissioners
I'm
to
just going to
change
have
their
to pause
minds.
you there. That is your time. We have a number of speakers, so I have to be pretty strict on the 3 minutes. Thank you for calling in. Our next speaker is speaker 12, John Cooper.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
My name is John Cooper. I am a 3-term elected park commissioner and former chair. I'm a long-term resident and taxpayer in Vancouver and live in the Olympic Village neighborhood. After the last election, I, like many Vancouver residents, were happy with the election of the mayor's team, both at council and park board. I was especially pleased to see former park board chair Councillor Kirby Young top the polls. I was filled with optimism that finally a majority on council and park board, a strong park board advocate, Sarah Kirby Young at council, finally everything was lining up at council for the park board to be properly funded and respected after years of chronic underfunding. Shockingly, the opposite has happened. Park board was again underfunded and clearly unsupported. Additionally, the mayor and council have been unresponsive, and unavailable to park commissioners, specifically those in his own party. Last week, the mayor suddenly announced his intention to dismantle the park board, a Vancouver institution, an independent board directly elected by residents, which has shaped the city and created a park system with unparalleled waterfront access and world-renowned destination parks. An undemocratic action with no mandate. Completely opposite to his stated promise during the election. There has been no consultation with any of the park board partners and stakeholders. Community center associations, sport groups, child care providers, senior centers, aquatic clubs, paddling, sailing, marina associations, and sadly our First Nations MST partners. Even park commissioners of his own party were not consulted. Since 1890, all previous mayors and councils have over their terms come to see the value of an elected park board, and all understood it creates a check and balance in our civic government and prevents the development of valuable green space. Residents have direct access to elected commissioners, and the only legitimate action to remove them is every 4 years at election time. My own experience reinforces the need for an elected park board. In 2009, a rookie mayor advised by City of Vancouver staff was all in for shutting down the Bloedel Conservatory because of budget cuts. Due to the work with partners and Van Dusen Botanical Gardens, we crafted a solution, and the park board listened. And since then, that iconic attraction has flourished. Without a responsive democratic park board, it would have been lost forever. Mayor Sim and Council, please step back, reflect on the moment. Don't abandon democracy. Don't let this be your legacy. It will be a stain on our great city, and you will be judged by history as failing democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was perfectly timed. We're going to move on now. We have speaker number 13, registered in person, Christopher Richardson. Not seeing Christopher. Is he on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Richardson, and I am a resident of Vancouver. In the interest of time, I would ask that you refer to my submissions in detail, and I have nothing further to add to the submissions I've already made. And I thank you, Councillor Bligh.
Thank you very much for bringing our attention to that written submission. We'll make sure we take a look. We are now moving to the next registered speaker on the phone, speaker 14, Sarah. Okay, so we do have, go ahead. In person? Great, thank you very much.
Yeah,
can
thank you.
Start when you're ready.
So my name is Sarah Blythe. I'm the former chair of the Vancouver Park Board. And I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I'm sure we can all agree about the importance of public parks, social connections, nature, and community. Community centers, associations, First Nations, sports groups, Vancouver voters, and the public have not been properly consulted. I have no idea why you would be doing this to this democratic institution. It's pretty much feel like I'm going to have a heart attack over it. But anyways, how do I know that they haven't been consulted? Because they've been desperately calling me. They've been calling me every day, all day, saying, Sarah, can you help me? What is going on? Why are they doing this to the park board? What's going to happen to our organizations? And I feel terrible for them. I feel terrible for all of them. Public spaces are public wealth, and they're very important. It's all we have, really, and especially for poor people who all they have is our parks. Parks were put in public trust over 135 years ago. The park board is the most grassroots democracy where people come to speak. They come right to the table and we have conversations. There was a 15-year-old kid who came to the park board meeting to talk about a pond, and he put his motion, or he puts forward his information, and it was taken in and into consideration by the commissioners. And he was so happy afterwards. There was no way that any other level of government could do that. I'm begging you to consult with the public first to run on it in the next election. I'm begging you to stop with this right now and put it to the voters. Ask the public. Talk to the First Nations people. Talk to the community center associations that are in every different neighborhood. Run on it in the next election, like that run on it. Be honest about this. I was a youth at risk with ADHD, and I had a lot of trouble, and I went to a community center, and I volunteered all my time. I was volunteer of the year at one point, and from then I worked with Alan DeGenova, and we built 8 different skateboard parks. We built BMX parks. We worked together to make the system better for young people, better for youth. And I'm proud of the work that I did. And for a person with a learning disability, it was very difficult, but I've never been so proud as I was being a park commissioner and being able to help youth get what they needed in their parks. So this is really, really sad what you're doing, and I really need you to at least consider not doing this and consulting with the public.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to Council, Sarah. We next have speaker 15, who's a registered speaker on the phone, Adriane Shum.
Hi there. Hi, can you hear me?
I can, and could you please clarify if you are a resident of Vancouver?
I am registered as a speaker on behalf of the Vancouver Park Board, and I had served as a park commissioner.
I just have to ask, as part of our procedure bylaw, if you're a resident of Vancouver.
I am currently an owner of a property in the home of Vancouver.
I'm not sure if that fulfills the bylaw.
You can challenge it, or the bylaw that allows me to speak.
I'm going to just leave it there. I just have to request as part of our procedure bylaw, but you can go ahead.
All right. Yes, hello, my name is Adriane Shum, and I had served as a vice chair and former park board commissioner in the city of Vancouver. And as a passionate advocate for the preservation of Vancouver parks, community centers, and the essential role they play for the community, also, as being the first Chinese female park board commissioner from 2014 to 2018, I have witnessed firsthand the power of these spaces that bring people together. The last week has divided a lot of people who share the same priorities of protecting and enhancing our parks. Based on my experience, abolishing the park board risks diminishing the legacy and benefits of our parks. So in an effort to reduce complexity, it would also reduce representation. I urge you to reconsider this proposal, which has become a lightning rod, and instead focus on collaborative ways to increase the park board's effectiveness. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you very much for calling in today. Next, Speaker 16 is withdrawn. Next, we have Speaker 17, Alan Featherston-Ho.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Featherstone Haw. I had the privilege of serving for 6 years as a park commissioner from 1993 to 1999. I was the chair of the board in 1998, 1999. When we joined the board in 1993, there were many problems. Funding problems, issues with community centers, public perception, etc. What we did was, as a board, we worked to solve those problems. We had a management review by outside consultants to completely change the way the park board was run. We took over Hastings Park and made it into an open space. And we also, what I was particularly proud of was a community center renewal program. There was a study done by an engineering firm that said there were 6 community centers that needed to be replaced, 6 that had things that would be nice to be done, and 6 that didn't need anything. There was only 18 at the time. We knew we needed more money, so we came up to City Hall and we got more money on the capital plan specifically for community center renewal. The reason why we have a elected parks board is that we have the 250 parks in this city. We have 24 community centers and all their facilities. We wouldn't have that if there wasn't an advocate to the general public for parks and to city and the taxpayers, et cetera. You know, parks would be a secondary interest to city council. It would be just like any other thing. Because of funding cuts by the city council to the park board, and by taking away the responsibilities of the park board for looking after the facilities, et cetera, that's one of the reasons why there's a problem at Kitts Pool. Because nobody at the park board was aware that there was a problem, because the engineers up here didn't consult with them down there. So that's a problem. Since 1890, members of the elected park board have given the citizens a direct say in Vancouver. Now, I've thrown out my notes, and I'm just going off the cuff here to say a few things about what other people have said. It would be an absolute disaster to eliminate a 133-year institution of citizens' input without any consultation with anyone. That would be unacceptable. And I'm going to end with, to the mayor and council, anyone who supports this motion, history will judge you harshly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking to council. We are going to move to Speaker 18, Sherry Brashears. Great. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Please feel free to
thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Sherry Brashears, and I'm here to urge you, Mayor and Councillors, to vote against this motion to change the Vancouver Charter and eliminate the Park Board. I'm a resident of beautiful Hastings Sunrise neighborhood and a longtime volunteer at my local community center. I started volunteering there 17 years ago, just after my first son was born, and I've been volunteering there ever since. And the reason I'm so involved in my community center is because I care deeply about my community. My friends and neighbors, our parks, and our community center Vancouver's system of parks and recreation is absolutely unique. These are not leisure centers, these are not rec centers like you see in neighboring cities, like Burnaby, not to slam Burnaby, love Burnaby, but they don't have community centers like we'd have. What we have are community centers. They're for the community. We have local governments where we can have input into our parks and how our parks are run and into what happens at our community centers. And we work closely with park board commissioners to make this happen. Park board commissioners are tasked with one thing: to protect and maintain our shared spaces, our green spaces and our community facilities. With a growing city, these public spaces are more important than ever, and we need to have an elected body that is directly accountable for listening to local residents about what we want to have in our parks and recreation system. What is really concerning to me about this motion and about the way it's been presented by the mayor is that it hides the fact that while Park Board has been working behind the scenes, engaging with communities to plan for new community centers, it's City Council who has refused to fund the renewal of community centers. It's City Council who has allowed public buildings to deteriorate, just as Mayor Sin just pointed out when he spoke to his motion and said that City Council has failed the Park Board. Does this City Council actually care about parks and community centers? It sure doesn't seem like it. I want a governing body that's accountable to taxpayers and that takes care of our parks. And that's what an elected park board is for. So I'm asking you this today to actually listen to what the citizens of the city are telling you. If you came here today with your mind made up, I challenge you to reconsider your decision, because those of us who are invested in our parks and community centers are not going away. We're not going away without a fight. We have too much to lose. And so I ask you again to please vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going to hear from speaker number 19, Anita Romaniak.
Hello, and good afternoon, councillors and mayor. I assume you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I am a former Parks Commissioner, a former board member of Douglas Park Community Center Association, and currently Vice President of Mount Pleasant Community Center Association. In my term as Parks Commissioner, I was very proud that we both promoted and encouraged public consultation. We revamped the community committee system to invite the public and then welcome them to speak. We did outreach to communities all over Vancouver by holding some park board meetings at community centers and other venues such as Van Dusen to make it easy for people to attend a meeting close to where they lived. We took our responsibilities as elected representatives seriously, acutely aware that our power came directly from the people of Vancouver because they elected us and we were accountable to them. That is the value of an elected park board. This motion before you does anything but. It ignores the mandate given to the 7 elected park commissioners by the voters of Vancouver to serve as their representatives for the next 4 years. It flip-flops on the mayor's promise during the election to not eliminate the elected park board. It gave the public little warning and no chance to have a discourse about the future of an elected park board, and which has profound consequences for anyone in Vancouver who uses a park or recreational facility in this city. From my experience as a park commissioner and also chair of what was then the finance committee for 3 years, I know that you will gain little financially from this move. Council already controls the total amount that Park Board gets, both in terms of operating funds and capital funding. You don't need to eliminate the Park Board to do something about that. If Council provides adequate funding to Park Board, especially for capital projects, which you will be addressing in 2.5 years when you do the next capital plan, but you also have some leeway during your term as well. you will solve a lot of the problems that the park board has because it is being underfunded by council. Please, council, do something about that and don't destroy the park board that is accountable to all the people of Vancouver. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, number 20, Stephen Boas. And there's a presentation, some slides. Yes, we have it up on the screen for you. So when you are ready, we will start.
Okay, just adjusting the level here. Okay, and you're able to advance, or should I advance?
Yes, you can just say next slide.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting you address this council. My name's Stephen Bose. I'm a renter and a resident of Grandview Woodland, and I live in Vancouver. I first spoke to council in 2009, and what got me out to council was when I heard about the decision to close the Bloedel Conservatory. This was in November and December, and I attended that special meeting of council. Just in the back, I didn't speak, and I just heard speaker after speaker urge council, don't cut the budget for the Bloedel Conservatory. And there were a couple of councillors who were very, very supportive and tried to change this, but the decision was made and the Bloedel would be bulldozed. Fast forward a few years, if I could have next slide, please. I also spoke to Park Board, and Park Board did what they could to save the Bloedel Conservatory. It was just one small step at a time. First of all, don't demolish it right away. Is there a way we can save it? And now it's kind of the jewel of Vancouver. And this is the real value of the Park Board, where you could say no to council and see what can we do to save these special parts of Vancouver. Park Board recently decided to repair the Jericho Pier. They decided to have a turf field at Killarney Field. So there are a lot of things where they're independent. If I get to my next slide. So this is actually something that came up yesterday, and I'm just going to mention it because I sent in some correspondence to the public hearing. It's a small minor point, but staff had concluded that this new development would shade the park, and I didn't say I was opposed or I support. I said there's a bit of information here that you have to consider, that the staff report says that there's going to be no new shading on this park, which is Ash Park and the schoolyard next door. And I did a shadow diagram and it shows otherwise, and I submitted this to council and it was never discussed. And back in 2014, there's a large tower at 8175 Canby that was built, and the staff report again said there was going to be no shade on Ash Park, and that's actually not the case. Next slide, please. And that's a quick view, and we can go into the history there. So next slide. I think safe to say is I have trust issues here, and I think there's a good reason why park staff can advocate for parks. They're under the GM there, and they can be independent. So I would urge council to keep the independence of Park Board. I'll remind you that a lot of things have happened with it. Procedure bylaw changes that have reduced democracy here. And I would also ask is if you're going to go ahead with something, change the wording on having all temporary parks protected as well. So thank you for your time.
And thank you for being on time as well. We are going to speaker 21, Stephen Ingram.
Speaker 21 is not on the line and not in the chamber.
Speaker 22 has withdrawn. Speaker 23, Darlene Corneos.
Hello?
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, great. My name is Darlene Corneos, and I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am in support of the report recommendations. I am passionate about parks, amenities, and green space everywhere, but I think a better process has been identified to streamline decisions, take action, and create efficiencies. I think the City of Vancouver and the residents of Vancouver have a right to save millions of dollars. What may have worked 40, 30, 20 years ago doesn't mean it's right for today. It feels like an antiquated system. Times have changed, needs have changed. It's akin to having too many cooks in the kitchen. If two governing bodies provide accountability, in the end, no one is held accountable. It's not a people issue. It's not a reflection of the Parks Board staff. It's a systematic issue. If one governing body could take a holistic approach, there would be enormous efficiencies gained. And this is from the standpoint of residents trying to work with the Parks Board on small issues to much bigger issues. And we can't ignore the numerous shortfalls in recent years and deteriorating facilities. Having the opportunity to review and reconsider and eliminate the Park Board is a fair and key step in democracy for the City of Vancouver and its residents. I think the citizens should have a voice. And to me, it is very telling that in all of Canada and the United States, that Vancouver and Minneapolis are the only two major cities with an elected park board. I enjoy traveling. I enjoy going to parks all across North America. Amazing parks that are run differently. So I think it's time to make things better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next, we'll hear from a registered speaker number 24, Maureen Charon.
Hi, everybody. As I look around the room, there are 8 of you that I know on a first-name basis and talk to, including the city manager. I know all kinds of people within the city. I probably know better than anybody how the city operates. I'm going to question, Ken, your suggestion that millions of dollars will be saved. And I will say that Penny Ballum actually beat you to the punch when she and Councillor Carr and Sarah Kirby Young will remember this, when she basically centralized all services within the city. So there's no duplication for HR, for vehicles, for building maintenance, all that kind of stuff, right? So I'm wondering where you're going to get the savings from, maybe then a couple of people that do board relations. Because there's no excess within the park board staff. So the second point of that I put in an email this week is that the city already owns all the facilities and is responsible for ongoing maintenance and upgrade, except for the 8 sites where there's an ice rink, and then there is somebody on site. But from a pure staff perspective, I question whether there's going to be much in the way of savings. I never write anything down because I always listen, and my speech always changes when I listen to the people. That young fellow from Winnipeg, the key point of what he said was independent. And gee, I thought, I love the park board. I don't want you to get rid of it, but what a great idea he brought up. Having it run by an independent body. I'm just amazing how people come up with great ideas. Now, the former NPA people here know me as the closer. I'm the person you want on the doorstep. I'm the person you want in the call room. Ken, I'm going to address this to you, and I will be completely respectful. You are getting a reputation that is not as positive as you would like. Can I ask you to demonstrate some, and I campaigned for you strongly in 2018. Can you take a step back from this dramatic motion of saying, let's get rid of it right now, and step back and go with the intent of your motion, which is to bring together people from across the spectrum to figure out how to make things run better and drop the notion of abolishing the motion. That would be true leadership, Ken, and you would be remembered for that.
Thank you very much for coming to speak. Next, we have speaker number 25, Paul Bligh.
Is there a timer that I can view?
It will start right next to you there.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right. My name is Paul Bligh, and I live in Sunset on Musqueam lands. I am in support of motion A2 for a number of reasons. The first being redundancy. Recently, a community group from South Van advocated for resources, first at City Hall just a few months ago, and then this past Monday had to go to Park Board to get funds allocated to save the pond at South Memorial. And then they were back again this morning to advocate for the outstanding funds. That kind of redundancy, is redundant, no pun intended. Park Board is 33 years old, I think. You would think an institution that old would have enough time to decolonize their systems and make them more accessible to marginalized communities. Yet here we are in 2023, making community members of Sunset advocate through redundant processes. A community that, by the Park Board Chair's own admission, is underserved. Why? Because barriers still exist in this antiquated institution that in 133 years couldn't find a way to meaningfully engage a community in which over 81% identify as a visible minority, one in which over 55% identify as long-term immigrants. The source of the data is right here. Our elders' priorities when they first came here was just simply to try to make it. They faced barriers and still do with language and technology. I'm privileged enough that I don't have those barriers, and I can navigate the bureaucracy and the processes that exist in this institution too. And I'm able to advocate for my community of South Van. This conflict isn't about to have a park board or not to have a park board. This conflict is about the haves and have-nots. Conflict that exists because of class structures that are perpetuated by a repressive park board system that has failed to evolve and has failed its citizens. I still remember stories of how park board administration first made the community raise money towards a new center at Sunset. And they never gave back the swimming pool, then literally locked out the CCA by changing the locks because they wouldn't sign a new JOA. That legal battle is still ongoing, for those of you who don't know. So I asked the coalition of former park board commissioners who so vehemently and passionately opposed the abolition of an antiquated institution full of colonial practices, what are you really trying to preserve? Park space that will be safeguarded by layers of protections through policy framework, or an outdated system that only seeks to uphold an exclusionary power dynamic and bureaucracy? Perspective is everything. And from where I'm standing, this political drama has been exacerbated by a wedge issue of infrastructure in South Van in the form of a turf field. I'll simply say this, we got the support for that field. So thank you to Mayor and Council for that support. Please abolish this outdated and out-of-touch board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to pause for a moment as we are 20 minutes, almost just after 4 here. Thinking about the dinner break, we do have a number of speakers here, and wondering if there would be any opposition to us taking 30 minutes just so we could continue hearing from speakers. Okay, looks like we'll go 5 to 5:30 or 5:30 to 6. It doesn't make a difference. Okay, so we'll do 5:30 to 6, 30 minutes, and that allows our clerks now to let our speakers know that they can continue to join after 5 o'clock until 5:30. Then we'll break for 30 minutes and come right back. Okay, thank you very much. We will continue with speaker number 26, Sal Robinson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please,
Great.
Feel free to start.
Okay, I'm Sal Robinson, and I am a lifelong Vancouver resident, and I could not be more opposed to this motion. Sharing my opinion are so many of the people speaking to you today who have deep knowledge and experience of the history, purposes, functions, accomplishments, duties, and occasional missteps of the elected park board, much more knowledge than I have. And those people have more knowledge and clearly more passion on this issue than you guys have. If you campaigned with ABC, you promised to improve the park board by undertaking a full audit of all operations, finances, and facilities. Have you done it? The Auditor General's report released just last month dealt only with revenue management. Have you collaborated with the park board commissioners and staff on implementing its recommendations? Have you worked to make the park board better, which you told voters you would do? Some of you are new at this, only a quarter of the way into your first term. If you make a judgment now on this very important matter with limited understanding and opposite to what you promised to the people who voted for you, everything else you do for the next 3 years is tainted. I speak now to everyone with a vote on this. Great to have a vote, right? In 1905, the Park Board sought an amendment to the city charter to provide a set budget formula, and the council of the day turned it down, as have councils ever since. Do something wonderful for Vancouver. Be the city council that finally ensures the elected Park Board gets the resources it deserves to do its job. I request that Mayor Sim withdraw his motion, and if he does not, that the rest of you vote against it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for calling in. We next have speaker 27, Kimberly Marie Streitert. Just give the caller a second to join.
Speaker 27 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have speaker 28, Casey Crawford. Registered in person, but I'm not seeing.
Not on the line nor in the chamber.
Okay, speaker 29, Laura McDermott. Thank you, and we'll just lower the, can we just, yes, please? Thank you, and you are free to start when you're ready.
Well, good afternoon or good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura McDermott. I was a Park Board Commissioner for 6 years, 96 to 2002. I've had a long time to think about Mayor Sim's motion and how I was going to speak to it. And I decided that the best way to do it was to be positive and to give you some information about what an effective and well-run Park Board and City Council and the best mayor that we ever had, Philip Owen, can do with working together. So I'll give you a few of those samples. I brought in the off-leash dog parks. That was under my tutelage. I brought in, and with the board that I was on, we brought in something, little known thing called the 2010 Olympics. We sat on the bid committee, I sat on the bid committee, and the 2010 Olympics was something that Vancouver has still benefiting from the legacies in our parks, in our recreational systems, our ice rinks. The other thing that is a little known initiative called Communities in Bloom. I don't know if any of you know of it, but Communities in Bloom is a contest that is across Canada, and it looks at the cities with different municipalities and population up to 500,000, of which Vancouver was registered into that. And I had the pleasure of being part of that. We won first prize in that competition, and we had judges from all over the world come to our system. And from that came our moniker, the most livable city. That's where it came from. Because those judges saw the benefit, and they went inside the bowels of our system, and I'm talking everywhere, to judge what our system looked like. It is world class. Yes, we've had some watered down boards in the past, but I think what's been said before, if you fund the Park Board, if you change your motion and work together with your duly elected Park Board that was handpicked, I guarantee you that you will make inroads much like effective boards have in the past. There's so many things that can be done if we run this as a team. No reference to anything else other than working together. I'm serious. So I want to tell you that during my last couple of days, I spoke with a few Park Board employees, because Park Board employees, in my view, are right there at the grassroots, right there at the ground, telling you what's happening. And I want to tell you, he asked me to share with you what he thought of this motion. And he said, overwhelming. Think about that. This is going to be run off the side of your desk. It's not going to be given the privilege and the focus that it needs. We have a world-class system. Let's keep it. I just have one more word from Jamie Lee Hamilton, please. She says, don't do it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Laura, for coming in to speak. I was a little off on procedure a second ago. We do need a motion to extend past 5. I heard Councillor Dominato and then Councillor Boyle. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. So we are now going to speaker number or Speaker 30 withdrew, as did Speaker 31. So Speaker 32, Carl Brandes.
Speaker 32 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 33, Adi Cabazo. Nope. Speaker 34 is withdrawn. Speaker 35 is Alan Gelfand.
My speech is 3 minutes, so I just want to make certain that I have been a supporter of ABC and a friend, so I take this very seriously. On December 5th, 2022, the newly elected Parks Board did the right thing by passing their first promise to return Stanley Park Drive to pre-COVID. However, that needed Mayor and Council to fulfill their end of the promise, to pass a motion the next day to remove all impediments along Beach Avenue in order for that ABC promise to be completely fulfilled. You did not, thereby sending the Parks Board into a wild, frenzied scramble, using all their available resources to come up with different other options that generated massive public outcry, potential lawsuits, more animosity between cyclists and owners, vehicle owners, continued safety issues, and even unnecessarily restricting over 1 million cyclists from a 3-kilometer stretch of seawall, all because of your one broken promise that still exists today. How is the Parks Board supposed to do their jobs when they don't get Mayor and Council promised support less than 30 days after being elected? Now you're trying to break another promise with 6 individuals that you described as people with incredible lived experiences who have the skills to fix our parks, along with asking them to commit the next 4 years of their lives to supporting ABC, and then giving them the walking papers. If that's not throwing your peers under the bus twice, I don't know what is.
Speaker,
Your
I'll just have
statement,
you, Speaker, could you just step back from the mic a little bit? It's hard just for the audio. Thanks.
your statement that the system is not working could not be truer. And this is just one factual example that clearly shows why. To quote Councillor Bligh on an ABC promise, any majority voted decision by ABC will not be based on ideological views, but on analytical, data-driven facts. Where are these facts? The facts that I'm aware of is that the Parks Board is responsible for over 20 million visitors a year at several hundred locations and multiple events. That's more visitors than the combined number of annual visitors to all of Greater Vancouver's 25 regional parks, and 25 times greater than the annual attendance at Rogers Arena. To add to that, Stanley Park was ranked the #1 park in the world in 2014, and 6 months ago was named the 22nd best attraction in the world. No other destination in Vancouver is ranked within the top 25, including Niagara Falls. All of this under the 133-year stewardship of the Parks Board, so you don't have to look much farther to understand why we have the only Parks Board in Greater Vancouver and Canada. Where is the data that says you're going to be able to run this more efficiently, never mind how you're going to handle this massive undertaking? Where are the assurances that protect our jewel park, never mind anything else under the Parks Board? Moving past this without a detailed plan could potentially be suicidal and a privilege you're not elected to have. This is your defining moment, ABC. Passing this single motion will break 4 ABC promises within the first year, sending a clear message that your promises are just words, your words mean nothing, and you have no respect for the democratic process that put you in the seats you're currently sitting in. Or you could do the right thing and vote no to this motion, replace it with another to remove all the impediments on Beach Avenue, thereby fulfilling your first election promise, and then supporting the elected Parks Board for the next 3 years, where you have more than enough time to gather the factual supporting data lacked here and present it to the 2026 election or plebiscite for the public.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies, I just got to keep everyone on track. We got a lot of speakers to go. So Speaker 36 has withdrawn. Speaker 37 is Alex Bruce.
Speaker 37 is not in the chamber.
Speaker number 38, Nataraya R.D. Hyman.
No, not in the chamber.
Speaker 39 is withdrawn. Speaker 40 is Jerry Maguire.
No, not on the line.
That's okay. Speaker 41 is Lucy Maloney, and that's registered speaker online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Please go ahead, Lucy.
Thank you. I'm an active transport advocate and I've been a public speaker at the Park Board meetings many times. I'd like you to let the City of Vancouver voters have their say at the next municipal election so people can properly consider whether they want to keep the park board and discuss whether to change its structure, for example, how it receives its funding, or whether it should be merged with the city. It's also important to me that appropriate consultation and collaboration takes place with First Nations as required by the Declaration Act. Although many other cities don't have an elected park board, our park board does benefit democracy and civic engagement in Vancouver. I've lived in 5 different cities and the park board is very special. Vancouver's community centres particularly are unique and precious. I'd like to amplify the comments of the earlier speaker from Point Grey, who described the park board as a gem of democracy in a time when democracy is under threat from every side. Earlier today, we heard many of you make important comments from councillors make important comments about how licensed venues contribute to community connection and decreased isolation in our communities. For children and young people, it's our parks and recreational facilities that largely provide these third places apart from home and school that children, teenagers and young adults need so desperately to give them a venue to hang out that doesn't require them to spend money. The Park Board has been the caretaker of these places in Vancouver despite funding pressure year after year. The Park Board is a less intimidating forum for ordinary people to speak directly to their elected officials about issues that affect them directly in their own neighbourhoods. My favourite Park Board meetings are when people who don't often have a voice come to talk about the places and facilities in their communities. For example, when the skateboarding community came to the Park Board, many for the first time to have their say about the Vancouver skateboard strategy that a number of them had been integral in developing side by side with Park Board staff and commissioners. The Park Board has also played an important role in preparing commissioners to become future councillors and MLAs. If the Park Board is dissolved, I hope that this council carries out ABC's election promise to install a permanent separated bike lane on Stanley Park Drive and implements the recommendations of the Stanley Park Mobility Study, which staff will deliver to the Park Board or Council early next year. I urge the Mayor and Council majority to properly fund the Park Board and allow full cooperation of City staff to support the elected Park Board Commissioners to carry out their duties in the meantime. In conclusion, proper consultation with the First Nations should take place before the Vancouver Charter is amended, and the current commissioners should be allowed to serve out their term. I hope Council will do everything in its power to allow the elected commissioners to effectively continue their duties until the next municipal election or the Vancouver Charter is amended. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, we will hear from Speaker 42, Vic Khanna. Welcome, Vic. Please feel free to start.
Great. Welcome. Thank you for allowing me to be here. It's my pleasure to speak in front of the Mayor and Council today. I'm Vic Khanna. I'm a BIV Top 40 Under 40, well past. I'm 52 now. But I'm also a Ivy Quantum Shift Business Fellow. And I come here and I say that because for the last 4 years, I've been devoting my entrepreneurial energy to our school board and our public education system. And what I see here is that my journey has really shifted to solving a very big problem that will help us create a thriving society and economy. So I have a proposition here, which is to balance democracy with efficiency. So I signed up as the other today in speaking in terms of whatever's happening in terms of the motion, but I have a lot of thoughts on the Vancouver Charter and how it is the answer in reimagining the roles of both our park board and our school board. So retain the boards for program focus. Park boards concentrate on recreation programs. They do a really good job at that. School boards focus on education programs. They need to do a little better on that. Why? Specialization ensures quality and community alignment. Now, efficiency is really important. So we need to centralize capital planning, transfer responsibilities, move capital cost allocation to a citywide planning body. The outcome will be streamlined decision-making, leading to cost savings and more efficient resource use. The case is really easy. Today we have 3 different planners. They meet kind of once a quarter for a couple hours, and we think we're going to move things forward for our city and social infrastructure somehow. No. So you guys are on the right track. Everyone here is on the right track in the sense that we need to get more efficient. Why does this all matter? Because democracy is really important. So retaining an elected park board and an elected school board preserves democratic representation and community engagement. Financial prudence is super important to us. We need to centralize capital planning, especially in light of these housing bills that say we're going to become incredibly dense, and we already are in a school space crisis. So what are we doing? Why are we not building schools now?
That is the end of your time. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in to speak. We're going to move to speaker 43, Hashim Abul Hossein. Apologies if I did not pronounce your name correctly. Dropped off? Okay, that speaker has dropped off. If that's due to some technical issue, then we will reconnect them. But we do know speaker 44 is on the line. Cecil Merritt?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
All right. My name is Cecil Merritt, and I'm a resident and taxpayer of Vancouver, as was my father, grandfather, son, and grandson. The situation in Vancouver is that the city must cancel the property tax increase of 7.6%. Previous and current councils increased the tax burden on the working middle class. The bloating city bureaucracies dream up more programs without considering those who pay. Spending metastasizes. The city already benefits from an increase of income by reason of the fact property values have increased dramatically over the years. The mission is to have Vancouver reduce taxes by 10%. Consider the fact that many of us are on fixed incomes while others live day to day. It's ironical that the working middle class do not get a 7.6% increase.
I'm just going to, Speaker, I'm listening. I've just stopped your timer. I'm listening just to see if you are going to relate this back to the motion that is being debated, which is the amendment to the Vancouver Charter.
Am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
I figured that was the case, but I was about to get a point of order, so I just wanted to interject there and find
Fair
out.
enough.
So you do have 2 minutes.
Yes. If the issue is in order to reduce your costs, you're going to have to eliminate the Parks Board, the Human Resources, Legal, and Welfare departments. You're going to have to pass a law preventing any and all green spaces from ever being developed. The remaining departments must be responsible to the taxpayers via the mayor and council. So it's important from one point of view. There should only be one city of Vancouver and one organization, and it's got to be under control. One can contract out personnel services and hire experts to deal with problems. You can contract out all construction services, but the city of Vancouver must reduce spending, and therefore anything you can do, including getting rid of the Parks Board to get our costs down, is number one priority. We're not going to give you more and more money. Thank you for listening to me, and a Merry Christmas to the council and to the mayor. I hope we bring about change. Amen.
Thank you very much for calling in, and best of the season to you as well. So now we have speaker number 45, Raj.
Yes, hi. Thank you for
Hi.
the...
Thank you. I just need you to clarify if you are a resident of Vancouver as per our procedure bylaw.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling in to oppose this motion to eliminate the Parks Board. The primary reason, as relayed by many of the others, is that this wasn't a platform that the ABC party had ran on, and I feel that it's not democratic to change the approach early in the mandate when initially the platform was to maintain the Park Board. If anything, this should be either put to a vote or some kind of referendum or plebiscite so that residents have a say. Also, I would like to state that I favor a Parks Board that has a specific focus, and instead of laying blame on inefficiency, actually consider that there hasn't been a proper consultation to improve engagement with the communities. There hasn't been a discussion about the chronic underfunding, which I understand is to the tune of $20 million a year. And this is not an issue of duplication, because a lot of speakers have alluded to that there has been political considerations where there has been, for lack of a better term, infighting and blaming the other side. If we want a proper democratic voice in democracy, maybe we need some kind of white paper or community consultation, even perhaps a ward system, where residents and communities can get a proper consideration. Also, I want to say that, for example, if this were taken to the city and city councillors and absorbed into city operations, I know several citizens, including myself, that have had difficulty in obtaining information, services, even meetings or response from councillors, and adding another item to the list of their workload would make it even more difficult to get feedback on some of our individual needs. And my final point here is I agree with one of the earlier speakers that there needs to be a decolonization lens applied. And if Parks Board and City has had this problem, what can be done to improve this? So a motion like this shouldn't look at administration itself. It should also look at the equity factors, which I think was definitely missed here. So, in conclusion, I oppose this motion. If anything, there should be a vote, and we should advocate for a ward system potentially with the Parks Board, but also with City Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for calling in, and we will continue. So, speaker number 46, Eric Meager. Okay, I don't see that speaker in the chambers. Speaker 47 is withdrawn. Speaker 48, Constance Barnes. Sorry, did I say that right? Yes, Speaker 48, Constance Barnes. Not on the line. And Speaker 49, Cheyenne Boone.
Hello?
Hi there. Is this Speaker 49?
Yes, it is.
Great. You can start when you're ready.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm here to share my concerns on the process that has been shared so far on the intention to eliminate the Parks Board. I think the merits of an elected Parks Board versus another well-organized governance structure are debatable, and certainly the ballots each election could stand to be shorter. However, as with any organizational structure that has stood for 135 years, the mundane tasks that need to get done have largely gotten done, with most of the controversy being around a few items that in the grand scheme of the full Parks apparatus are not representative of the enormous amount of responsibilities they have. I'm afraid now that instead of thoughtfully reviewing the Charter through proper engagement with park staff, First Nations, and other relevant stakeholders, that we are proposing to hastily eliminate all the current structures in place, forcing a small hand-picked partisan transition team to come up with new systems of governance in a very short period of time, to rush towards a provincial deadline that exists because we are shoehorning this into an unrelated process to amend the Charter. Just in the past few days, many very good questions about the unintended consequences of the legislation came up. To assuage fears of losing protections for parks land, it has been proposed to require a unanimous vote and referendum, but this now makes returning public land to the First Nations more difficult, maybe even impossible, as well as preventing land swap deals which could help consolidate smaller parks into bigger, more ecologically significant ones. I believe this would have come up immediately had there been more Indigenous involvement from the start. I also think that the proponents on council for this change are potentially not thinking about the implications on their time if parks business becomes council business in the near future. Do you really want to sit through public hearings about beach logs and pleasure piers? Do you really want to undergo the same months of onboarding that the Parks Board commissioners went through? Or if you choose not to, do you really believe you can make better decisions without that information? And so I urge you, don't be so hasty. Leave the current governance structures in place until a plan can be proposed to the public. A citizens' assembly composed of appointed members, randomly selected citizens, and Indigenous nation representatives should be in charge of the transition. Make sure the costs, benefits, and challenges of replacing the Parks Board are fully presented to the public. Then, once all that has been done and candidates to run the new governing body have been selected, then is the time to dissolve the current Parks Board with all the confidence that their important work can continue with as little interruption as possible. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 50 has withdrawn. Speaker 51 is Bill Thielman.
And councillors and mayor, appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I am a Vancouver resident and taxpayer. I wanted to start by saying I had repeatedly raised a question to the previous council about the democratic deficit that existed in our city council, but I never expected the new council to try and eliminate a democratically elected park board. It's simply unbelievable. The only good thing you've done, however, is to unite every other political party in the city, which is quite some feat. Let's be blunt. This motion is going to pass with ABC councillors and Mayor Sim in favour. It will then go to the provincial government to determine the fate of the park board. Your only saving grace would be to request a binding referendum of the province, which is entirely possible within your purview and the province's. That would have to happen in the next Vancouver election, with the park board as currently elected by Democratic voters, continuing its important role until the voters of this city, not 11 council members, decide. If you do not do the right democratic thing, I and an astonishing alliance of left, center, and right-wingers, all voters in Vancouver, will surprisingly unite to demand that the province insist on a democratic referendum at the next election, if it decides to consider your undemocratic request. I hope that you reconsider. I don't expect it. I expect this will be a battle in Victoria. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for calling in, Bill. Speaker 52 is withdrawn. Speaker 53 is Colleen Hardwick, registered in person, but I don't see.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Okay. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So, yes, my name is Colleen Hardwick. I'm a fourth-generation Vancouver resident, a former city councillor, granddaughter of the first woman elected to the park board, and I'm also a mom and a grandmother. And it may come as no surprise to council that I'm here to speak in opposition to abolishing the park board. After 130 plus years, the park board has proven its uniquely important role in representing the interest of Vancouver residents. The board was originally established because of the unique asset of Stanley Park in a city that is uniquely governed by the Vancouver Charter. This is not antiquated, it's a legacy. First, I want to be abundantly clear that what we are talking about here is abolishing an elected board of commissioners and replacing them with a board appointed by the mayor and city council. This is profoundly undemocratic, a betrayal of the public trust, and a power shift. Second, the claim that abolishing the park board will save taxpayers money is unsupported. What it will do is replace 7 park board commissioners with approximately $20,000 annual stipend with an appointed board who will certainly also receive your remuneration. The recent Auditor General report is well equipped to make suitable recommendations. The suggestion that a centralized bureaucracy would more efficiently manage a park department smacks of empire building and centralized power and control. Abolishing the park board would make it easier for the city to dispose of park board property. And believe me, land is at the meat of this matter. The park board should be left intact and its ability to protect its land from the circling predators who threaten our precious parkland. The proposed abolition has distracted attention away from the budget. As someone who has spent considerable time inside line item budget detail and revenue modeling, I can tell you that while the mayor and his experts go about looking for finding efficiencies, the reality is that what is going to take major surgery to recover balance in the budget. A year into this council, and you have failed to perform a baseline review back to 2008, which was the last time there was major regime change. Now they say the budget is more complicated than they realized. This park board drama is a distraction from that core truth. In closing, the emperor has new clothes. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in. Speaker number 54, Morgan Greenwell. Speaker 54, Morgan Greenwell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. You're free to start.
Hi, my name is Morgan Greenwell. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a resident of Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish Nations, and I live specifically in Grandview Woodland. My grandpa, Dusty Greenwell, has a park named after him, and my mom, Donna Morgan, is a former Parks Board Commissioner. She spoke earlier. Vancouver has had an elected Parks Board for over 130 years to protect green space, and in his interview on CBC regarding the removal of this service, Kenson took aim at seemingly random issues which the Parks Board doesn't have any control over. He mentioned 1 in 4 trees in Stanley Park are dead, which has nothing to do with the Parks Board or their lack of funding, but is obviously due to climate change. Another issue that was brought up was film permits for parks. I work in the film industry, and it's well known that acquiring permits is necessary for any location, and it's a very important part of protecting those locations. And having the Parks Board helps ensure that these sensitive areas are not damaged. So I'm unsure how dissolving the Parks Board would aid this. Vancouver is known for its parks, and keeping the elected Parks Board is a vital part of that. The Parks Board is a staple of this city's democracy, and removing it without any public consultation is a massive slight to the voters of the city. These park commissioners have been elected by the citizens of Vancouver, and to remove them due to what seems to an outside viewer because of lack of ABC party control showcases the blatant disrespect that is being shown for the democracy of this city. To make such a large change in the democratic process should require months of consultations, not snap decisions made after a week of disputes. I think it's very important that all elected Parks Board members should complete the terms they've been chosen for without intervention for the respect of our democratic system and the voters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. We will move on to Speaker 55 is withdrawn. Speaker 56, Michael Cow. I'm indicating has withdrawn. Thank you very much. Speaker 56 is withdrawn. Okay, Speaker 57, Duka Vuarma.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes, please.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of the Vancouver Hastings Sunrise. As president of the Hastings Community Association, I'm speaking to vote against this motion. For almost 90 years, can you believe it? Next year, we're celebrating our 90 years as a Hastings Community Association. During that time, we have closely worked with the Vancouver Parks Board and the elected Parks Board commissioners. And what we do mostly is we advocate strongly to bring the community voice to the local residents, but also to develop programs and to be innovative and viable board that then looks at ways of engaging the community from the standpoint that all community members matter. We invite community members to our center from the standpoint that what we want to do is that we want to realize that our situation where we are, our communities are interconnected. We're close to other community centers such as Thunderbird, such as Raycamp, Britannia. So we have a vested interest in creating an interconnected community engagement, which we're really working strongly for. We have worked with other groups such as Hastings Park Conservancy, the Boardwalk Association, and on and on. What we're really concerned about is you're going to silo all our communities in the Lower Mainland by doing what you're proposing. You know, we need to have some representation and enough time to be able to talk to this motion further. But right now, what it is, it's being ran through as a result of last Wednesday's announcement. Our communities are not silos. By doing what you're proposing, you're going to silo our communities. All the partnerships that we've created, all the networks we've created are not going to work. Our goal is to engage everyone in the Hastings Sunrise community, but beyond that, because our communities are interconnected. And that's really important. And you fail to see that by just saying that we only have one shop to go to, which is City Hall. That's not the way community and the societies work. We have to work in engagement to bring forth people to have the ability to have a voice in the Lower Mainland. So I'm urging you, please take time to consider this motion and to consider what the impact you're going to have on not just Hastings, but the partnerships we have within that are interconnected with us, so that we don't all feel that we're siloed. And that's a really important factor in my experience working with various communities. I used to be on the Britannia board. I've worked with Raycam. I've worked with Thunderbird. And Hastings is working and trying to engage all of the areas that we have a profound interest, but also to bring the citizens' representation to the Hastings board. And we're working on our strategic plan to do just that. So I thank you to reconsider this motion, and thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for calling in. We have Speaker 59, Ronald John Monk, in person. Great. Please start when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for this opportunity to talk. I'm a professional engineer. I'm a third-generation Vancouverite, a taxpayer. I'm a former director of the Vancouver Minor Softball Association, which is a youth sports league mainly for open to all genders, but it's mainly most players identify as female. I'm in favor of this motion, and I'm in favor of this motion for the main reason being the current governance structure, in my mind, is broken because the things the Parks Board want to do need to be budget approved by Council anyway. And as demonstrated in the Auditor General's review of Parks Board, they're not adequately talking to Council about their plans. And so I think it's time to move forward, get rid of the Parks Board, and create a better city. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for coming in to speak. We are now going to hear from Speaker 60, James Boothroyd. Speaker 60 has withdrawn. Thank you. And 61 is withdrawn. 62 is Herman Hoy. I am getting these numbers real time, so speaker number 62 has withdrawn. Speaker 63, Elizabeth Murphy. Not on the line. Thank you very much. Speaker 64, Jonathan Liu, who has withdrawn. Speaker 65, Sarah Thomas. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Thanks very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me today and for engaging in conversation on this topic. I'm a community member and daily appreciate the different amenities and parks that we have in the city. I want to express my opposition to the motion and echo what many previous speakers have said this evening and this afternoon, that in Vancouver here, we have such a unique situation with a Parks Board and a group of people who are specifically putting their names forward to sit on the Parks Board with their unique skills and background and a passion for our parks, for our fields, the community centers, and the different aspects of that, and have a specific, through that passion and energy and more time and capacity to be engaging with the users, with people in the community, and understanding the different needs and perspectives to bring forward and add value to the park offerings. So at the very least, if we're going to consider changing the process, I think it's really crucial that there is engagement and conversation with all of the different user groups, with the different community members, the nations whose host territory and territory that Vancouver is sitting on, and a real comprehensive overview and analysis of the role that the Parks Board plays. And I really was pleased to see the Auditor General's report on the revenues of the Parks Board, and was really excited to see that there were some real concrete actions put forward and discussion with Parks Board staff and with the Parks Board and the staff to say, let's, make a plan, and that plan seems very clear, to move forward on that. And so let that happen. And can we not do that in other areas and further that? And if there's a discussion that, well, do we want to remove the Parks Board? That needs to be a separate conversation, and doing that real analysis of what is the financial implication of doing that. As was mentioned earlier, when you have a team of people that are provided a small honorarium, they're doing a much larger job than that in the outreach and the engagement that they're able to do and put forward. So just want to say thanks very much for, as I say, entertaining these kind of conversations, and I really hope that no action is going to be taken so suddenly, and that more time and engagement can be done into understanding the implications of this move. Thanks very much.
And thank you very much for coming in to speak. Speaker 66, Chris Livingston, is not on the line. Speaker 67 is Laura Stannard.
I'm on the line.
Hi there. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi. Sure. My name is Laura Stannard, and I live in Vancouver on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and I have for 60 years. I was also a commissioner with the Vancouver City Planning Commission for 6 years, so I think I have a fairly good understanding of civic process in Vancouver. I am vehemently opposed to this motion. It is unfathomable. As Libby Davies says, it takes the cake to, in this day and age, throw out a 133-year-old democratic institution with no public or Indigenous consultation, and because of one Auditor General report, particularly given its criticism. They didn't run effective framework for achieving revenue-related objectives for its revenue-generating assets and services, whatever that means. Is there no remedy other than total annihilation? And as others have asked, what is the urgency? Why can't this wait for an election? Our elected park board commissioners have protected our parks from land profiteers for 133 years. I have no faith you or a future council won't decide the value of a certain parkland is too high to be left as park and must be developed if we really want to be world class. You have no mandate or right to disenfranchise Vancouver citizens by destroying a 133-year-old democratic process. Should this motion pass and the province agree to your requested charter change, nothing less than a full referendum must occur. The citizens of Vancouver must make this decision, not you. Those of us following civic issues, to us, this move is reminiscent of a misbehaving child's temper tantrum because they didn't like the way some of their friends played. I urge you to vote against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 68 has withdrawn. Am I at the right spot? Yes. Speaker 69 is Peter Bonney. Not on the line. Speaker 70, Phil Rankin.
Hello. My name is Phil Rankin. I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver. I still live in Vancouver. I'm phoning in to speak against the motion of repealing the Vancouver Parks Board. I probably was one of the worst critics of the last board, and I guess it's self-evident that I don't always get along with the Parks Board, but I never in my wildest imagination thought we should not have one. It's self-evident to me that democracy is somewhat inefficient. It's sometimes less economical, but it's always better. Better decisions are made if you have a board, and particularly the park board focused on the amenities of Vancouver and the green spaces of Vancouver. A huge change is taking place in our city, a huge amount of densification, and we have to have a group focused on preserving green spaces and amenities for Vancouver to make the place livable. I don't know if it will be livable. I'm too old to really worry about that, but I do worry about a future with Vancouver looking like just a Manhattan skyline and nobody there taking care of the interests of the recreational interests and the interests of the amenities and the green space. I know that they would, but not like a park board, nor are they subject to participation by the public. And I've gone to a lot of park board meetings. I've disagreed with them a lot, but I'm glad they're there. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next, we have Speaker 71, John Clancy.
John Barr, taxpayer, Vancouver. I've lived in Vancouver for over 30 years. I'm also carry a certificate of Indian status. I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and primarily my biggest issue I have is why is Vancouver the only large city in Canada that has an independent elected board to look after parks and recreation? So I'm speaking again in favor of the motion, and thank you very much for the mayor and councillors to hear me.
Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 72 has withdrawn. Speaker 73 is Michael Wiebe. I'll just ask the clerks to check the line. We're looking for Speaker 73, Michael Wiebe. No, not on the line. Thank you. Speaker 74, Alan DiGenova. No. 75, Ian Robertson. Speaker 76, Ryan Matthew Campbell. No, and I'm just let the public know that I'm getting indication from the clerks if they're on the line or not. Speaker 77, Ward Sterrett.
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is Speaker 77, Ward Sterrett.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am a fifth-generation resident of Vancouver, and I am vehemently opposed to this unprecedented motion by Mayor Sim. It's very concerning to witness such a naked power grab aimed at de-establishing the Parks Board by removing elected commissioners and replacing them with an appointed transition team, answerable, it seems, only to the mayor himself. The intense centralization of power is being obscured behind the rhetoric of cost savings, as if it's sufficient justification to sidestepping normal democratic processes. To my observation, the motion is self-evidently the first step towards wresting control of Vancouver public parks, specifically by changing the Vancouver Charter and expressly for the real estate industry to exploit. The ultimate goal of taking over our parks, beaches, and other cherished public assets for private development was made more evident during a recent leaked exchange between the mayor's transition team and a well-known real estate fixer. While there are 230 parks, many of them are not clearly denominated as permanent parks, as defined in the Charter. The balance of these parks would be at risk of not being protected as permanent parks within that definition. This fact was already identified in the 2020 Council report, which recommended urgently addressing these loopholes. Fixing loopholes, not exploiting them, is to my mind the essence of responsible governance. The destruction of the independent Vancouver Park Board and its absorption into a top-down management model is just another step in the corporatist consolidation of power, one that signals that the real estate industrial complex comes before citizens. This motion is a statement of Vancouver's democracy belongs to corporate private interests, not citizens, and I urge Mayor Sim to first and foremost humbly withdraw this motion, and then the alternate for all councillors of good conscience to please vote against it. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 78, Ryan Melvern. No. Speaker 79, Dave Payson.
Speaking. I'm here. Thank you.
This is Dave.
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Please start. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sim and Council. I want to begin by wishing you all a very festive holiday and Merry Christmas. I'm writing today because I regret having actually to write or speak today, but I felt compelled after the events of the past week. I've had the pleasure and honor of serving on the boards of 3 different community centers and serving as president of 2 community centers, West End and Hillcrest. During my tenure, I witnessed the deterioration of funding by Vancouver City Council towards successive park boards and their budgets, and the subsequent deterioration of services. We had to live through Penny Ballum's destruction of the park board and its services towards a variety of different things, projects, including community centers and parks, consolidation of services, which resulted in the deterioration of services. The drastic cuts have resulted in the continual deterioration of service and maintenance levels at all facilities and parks administered by the Park Board. I've also had the pleasure of seeing some very strong commissioners from across the spectrum elected who strongly advocated for increased funding to restore Park Board's ability to serve residents and visitors alike in a fashion that befits a large multicultural city like Vancouver. Over the past 137 years, through good times and bad, the Board of Parks and Recreation have served residents and visitors alike to the best of its ability. Elected commissioners ensured park land was created and protected from development, developed a robust and diverse recreation system, established and maintained a healthy community center network, and worked to develop a healthy network of community center associations. Community center associations are the backbone of the community center network and are recognized as such in their joint operating agreement. It's with great alarm that I read on the weekend that 2 elected park board commissioners advocated complete control of parks, and that would, of course, mean the elimination of community center associations. Community center associations provide services and programs such as before and after school care and much needed child care. And those contracts for those types of programs are with community center associations, not the city. But even Penny Ballum could square that circle. We also organize special community events and offer programs to a wide variety of community members. We are the ones that help develop programs to meet the needs of the community. Park board and community center programs are now in danger of being destroyed by a council and mayor who demonstrated they have little regard for the work of the park board, its dedicated employees, and the community center associations. I'm distressed that 2 elected park board officials have signaled their support of the mayor's desire to control all of parks and those who control it replaced by a politically appointed council. Elected officials be replaced with political appointments at the behest of the mayor and council. I'm really disturbed, and I would hope that Mayor Sim would have the honor of withdrawing this motion until it's much more well thought out, and put before the voters of Vancouver at a referendum. And I would urge the province to do the same. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it, and I hope all members of council will vote against this motion if the mayor doesn't withdraw.
Thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate you calling in. Councillors, I just want to advise on 2 things. And we've been moving through the list very quickly, and I just want to acknowledge that Speaker 73, Michael Wiebe, has arrived in person just a couple of speakers ago, as well as Speaker 74 was dropped from the line when it was their turn to speak. So I'd just like to allow those 2 speakers, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, great. So we'll start with Speaker 73, Michael Wiebe.
Hi, friends. I'm fully bleeding, and my heart is pounding like it's never pounded before. My suit's ripped. To be here today is hard, like really, really hard. The amount of calls I've had to take over the last week from all the organizations and associations and groups has been hard. It's been amazing. But it's also been harsh, and it's been powerful, and I'm speaking with people that I don't normally speak to. I'm not here to say yes or no. What I'm here to say is, use the resource of community. We all want beautiful parks. We had a great conversation about this before the election and talked about what is the passion of the parks? Why is this so important? Why was I 10? Did I change the maps? Why did I work for Park Board for 12 years? Why was I wanting to be at Park Board offices? and listen to people and be in that element where you're dealing with their backyard, you're dealing with their heart, you're dealing with their passion. You listen to them for 5 minutes, you ask good questions. You are the community. Our community center associations, I don't think people really understand, but they get the money to do programming that they choose, not you, not park board, not elected officials, but the people from that neighborhood. They choose to do a seniors food program at Thunderbird, and you go there and you cry with them and you share a moment with them. It's so powerful to be in community. We're losing community here. We're going to do what Penny told me she was going to do, and we're going to have a heart and stroke program at every single community center, and it's going to be the same program. That's not okay, because Kerrisdale is different. We're a city of communities, and we're not today. Today is a really tough day. I don't really think you understand all the work those elected officials have done to sit there and listen to the public, all the community groups, the thousands of hours that go to making this place so amazing. I've looked at the budget. I know the budget well. I've gone line by line. I can show you where the spots are. One of my biggest regrets now is when I sat at council, not being able to bring council and park board together more often, because realistically, together you could do something amazing. Apart, you're not going to be able to do that. Monday was a beautiful meeting. I appreciate Adriane Carr for being there, but you heard public say councillors showed up in South Vancouver to that pond. They invited the commission, they invited council. You guys are busy. You really are. Do council work and let park board do park board work. Together you can be amazing. We can have a beautiful city. I would love to hear from any of you for solutions, be a part of something. I've asked, where's the money, what we're doing, why are we doing this? I haven't heard answers, either as the public. So I'd say, let's do this together as a community, because people want the best parks. We want to be a world-class city. Let's do it. I just don't believe this is the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in to speak, and I hope that you are okay. So we did have a note about potentially a technical issue with speaker 74. I'm just going to look for clerk's note. There's no speaker 74 on the line. Okay, so we will keep going. Speaker 80, Charles, Eric.
Arnold.
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you. Please feel free to start when you're ready. Sorry, did I hear a speaker there? I thought I did. Okay. Yes, okay, so I'm looking for speaker 80. That's Charles Eric. No, okay, great. Thank you. Speaker 81, Derek O'Keefe. No, not on the line. Thank you. Speaker 82, Grace Tate. Not in the chambers. Speaker 83 and 84 have withdrawn. Speaker 85 is Bruce Clark. Speaker 86, Jonathan Ma. I believe we do have speaker 86, Jonathan Ma.
Yes, that's me.
Oh, great. Okay. Please feel free to start.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just good evening, Mayor and Chair and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I apologize. I didn't have time to prepare too many remarks. My wife just had a baby last night, and I've been busy. But I just wanted to keep this really brief and just say that I'm opposed to the motion, and I haven't actually had time to kind of dig into it and learn whether it's a good idea to amend the charter and abolish the park board or not. But actually, that's not the reason why I was calling. I was actually more just focused on maybe like sort of the democratic aspect of it, and sort of that's sort of not what was talked about and what was promised, and so I was kind of, like I would say to my kids, try to do what you say and say what you do, or say what you'll do and anyway, do what you say. So hopefully the councillors can just vote against this, and kind of look into this further. And just wanted to thank everybody for their service, and wish everybody a happy holidays. Thanks for your time.
And thank you, and congratulations on becoming a dad.
Thanks.
Speaker 87, Jag Sangara. No. Speaker 88, Mashid Salahomam.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
My name is Mashid Salahomam, and I am manager of the Vancouver Network at Park People, which is Canada's national city parks advocacy nonprofit organization. I'm also a resident of Vancouver and passionate about our city parks and community spaces. I'm calling in today because I would like to express my opposition to this motion. Restructuring and amalgamating park services in other Canadian cities in the past has resulted in many years of disruption and confusion, and it takes a toll on city park staff who are already pressed to deliver our services. Park People believes that the primary focus should remain to safeguard Vancouver's parks and to ensure that they remain accessible, well-maintained, and vibrant spaces for all. The Park Board is currently working on some Canadian leading initiatives, which we often highlight in our work, from park equity efforts in Van Play to ongoing decolonization work through initiatives like the Local Food Systems Action Plan and other things that have been highlighted in the leading colonial audit that the Park Board did. These things wouldn't be done without a separate Park Board that has a specific focus on our park system. Let's not lose momentum for this important work. This rush process, with feels like such a little foresight, will cause a loss in our engagement processes and is likely to cause even more difficulties in our systems given the number of holes that might appear with such a little foresight. Maintenance budgets are falling behind. New park development is challenged to keep up with growth, and changes to our park use and with climate change and increased usage are putting severe strain on our park systems, and blowing up the century-old structure of how we deliver these vital park systems will only serve to be a complex, lengthy, and ultimately distracting process, where instead we could be increasing park budgets and looking for smaller ways to improve the system. I hope that you vote in opposition for this and give it the time that it needs to be done properly, and to also include First Nations in the decolonization line. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. I just want to double check. I've got a speaker 89 is on the line. Farah Tamana.
Yeah, speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Sarah, and I'm a resident of Vancouver, a professional whose entire career has been in the public sphere, and I vehemently oppose this motion due to the lack of transparency in planning. As we all know, having access to nature and green spaces is critical to improving mental well-being, especially in a world that is still struggling collectively after COVID. Despite that, there's already a disparity in the city. Affluent neighborhoods have measurably more access to refuge, wild nature, and diversity of vegetation, and they believe that eliminating the park board will only exacerbate this vast divide. As once abolished, park funding may be at risk of being shifted to less desirable groups under the charter who cause demonstrable societal harm, not healing. While I understand that the park board has and will make decisions that will not always be popular with the public or other politicians, just like any elected body in the public sphere, the fact is that they are a democratically elected board of over 130 years. Once we set a precedent of overturning elected officials, we can fill in the gaps. While I am in favor of reform and improvement to the park board's functions, the public, the primary users of the green space, should be consulted in these potential reforms. There should especially be deep and an ongoing consultation with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations regarding their unceded territories, as it is their expertise in land management and stewardship that we should be modeling after. We need to be aiming for progression, not regression. I am honestly astounded by the mayor's audacity in unilaterally making such a decision, ignoring the divide in his own party to abolish an elected body without any consultation whatsoever. But this is unsurprising, as both ABC Commissioners' private members' bills and Councillor Kirby's amended report regarding Moberly Park also sought to skip consultation. Mayor Sin then proceeded to attempt pre-selecting officers for board elections. This is clearly the beginning of a pattern, and one that highlights a complete disregard for the residents of Vancouver and democracy at large. I think it is critical that this motion is reconsidered. It is appalling that there's no alternatives provided and no transparency in how to ensure ongoing protection of both designated and undesignated parks. the latter of which amounts to over 176 hectares of at-risk green space. If there is any respect or belief that you serve the people and they do not serve you, I highly suggest you reconsider your rash and disrespectful motion to admit the only saving grace of democracy today, citizen participation, and let the people decide on the changes they wish to see. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in tonight. We are now going to hear from Speaker 90, Albert Singh Wei Lee. Next is Speaker 91, Jerry Fast. Next is Speaker 92, Elizabeth Ball.
Yes.
Hi there.
I'm here.
You are welcome to begin.
Oh, thank you. So we're going on with 92 now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight on this very important issue. I do appreciate it, and I especially appreciate all the work that each and every one of you do as a councillor. As a long-standing councillor and for over 3 sessions, I wanted to mention that I had worked very collaboratively with 5 different mayors, and not once in the terms of those mayors was the loss of the park board ever contemplated. And I think that is for very good reason. Vancouverites are rich in democracy. We're able to access several levels of government, our school board, our park board, our Vancouver City Council, when we're able to, and the Metropolitan Board. I think the loss of our park board would be a huge detriment to our city. And I know that every single person who has called or spoken to me since this came out has mentioned this and spoken with great concern. So I just have 3 points, very succinct points that keep being brought up to me. And I do agree with all 3 of these points. So the first one is that I do not understand how this move could possibly save the city any money, because all the things that need to be done in the park must be done. And if the city council is taking them over, they are agreeing, as they have in the past, that they must be responsible for the funding. And they usually send the funding to the park board, and then the park board disperses it where it is most needed, because they are the ones that understand what is most needed in the parks. To actually say the city's going to take it over, well, they're still going to have to pay for everything, every tree that needs to be cut down, all the people, all the experts that we need to run a park. You can't just abandon all the actual needs and walk off. So I find the idea that we're going to save a huge amount of money somewhere is ridiculous. And certainly the park boards, the elected park board commissioners who serve now are not being paid vast amounts of money. They have very, very, very small honorariums that simply allow them to get to the places they have to go and all the things they do within their communities. So that was a major concern for many of the people who spoke to me. And one of the other, I hear terror in people's voices.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, I have to pause you there because it's after the 3 minutes. Thank you so much for calling in.
Oh, well, thank you for your help. Thank you. Bye.
Bye now. Speaker 93, Mike Hannafin, and that will be our last speaker before we break.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. My name is Mike Hannafin. I live in Vancouver, and I speak in strong opposition to this anti-democratic motion. Having a park board or not having a park board isn't really the issue to me. It's how this is being done that bothers me and should bother every citizen. We held an election. 6 ABC Park Board commissioners were democratically elected with nothing in ABC's election campaign to indicate that they'd be eliminating the elected park board 1 year into their 4-year term. I highly encourage everyone watching or listening to this meeting to read Dan Fomano's excellent piece in the December 8th Vancouver Sun, or listen to Gloria Makarenko's December 7th CBC radio interview with the incoming Park Board chairman, or other media, including today in the Tyee by Jen St. Dennis. These media pieces explain the non-gaslighting version of what's happening here, a poorly executed, heavy-handed power grab after the mayor didn't get his way on some Park Board matters, or including who should be elected chairman. Why the power grab? That's a good question, hopefully answered in future media reporting. According to the newly elected chairman, the mayor hardly spoke to anyone on the Park Board about any issues in the past year, although they did indicate there was some pressure to influence their vote on removing the Stanley Park bike lane. Some ABC commissioners, quote-unquote, held their noses to vote it out, with grand promises, even from some councillors in this chamber, of funding for a new permanent bike lane, which of course was fantasy at best, gaslighting at worst. Want to abolish Park Board? Make it a campaign issue in the next election, or run a referendum. That's the democratic way, not this. Many ABC councillors in this chamber have resisted previous calls for the Park Board abolishment, even campaigned on keeping Park Board. One ABC councillor also tweeted to the Green Party commissioner that he was lucky ABC didn't run 7 candidates for Park Board. What also bothers me about this motion and the announcement is media reports of backroom political maneuvering, secrecy surrounding it, and who is involved and what groups might be involved behind the scenes, including the mayor's appointed transition group. It appears the mayor or the mayor's office, not sure, lined up the approval of the premier in the province before making this announcement and sprung this on Park Board commissioners with little notice. If Premier Eby or his staff are watching or listening, I suggest they think twice about just rubber stamping this. Changes to the Vancouver Charter shouldn't be done on a whim or as part of a backroom deal. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Keep asking and watching closely who profits. Anyway, whether you think there should be an elected Park Board or not, we did elect one. What also bothers me is that none of this public reaction, including mine, will likely make a difference. Or will it? Only ABC councillors can decide that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in to speak today. So that actually does have us at 5:31. We're going to take a dinner break, and we will be back at 6 p.m. to hear from the remaining speakers.
Hi there. Please note the TELUS line will now be disconnected. Please join back at 5:50 for the next session.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Hi, Olivia. Can you hear me?
Yep, thank you.
Perfect.
All right, we do have quorum, so we can start the meeting. That was a quick dinner break, so just thank you to staff for helping us make sure that we get to hear from everybody. So I'll just ask, oh, is it the mayor again? Okay. All right, let's get back to the list. So speaker number 94, Gordon Zhang. Okay, not on the line. Speaker 95 is withdrawn. Speaker 96, Louis McQuaid. Not on the line. Thank you. 97, Madeline Northcott. Registered in person. On the line. Is Madeline Northcott there? I hear something, so we'll just give you a minute or a second.
Hi, can
yes.
you hear me?
Great. Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
You're welcome to start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Madeline Northcote, and I am a Vancouver resident living in the Strathcona neighborhood of Vancouver. I enjoy the amenities of the city's parks and facilities on a near daily basis, and these are facilities that I am grateful for every day, specifically the pools of Britannia and Templeton and my garden plot at the Strathcona Community Garden. Many speakers have voiced many concerns around how this motion has been handled undemocratically, far more eloquently than I am able to, and I hope that there are considerations that are taken seriously by Mayor and Council. I can tell you from experience that what we are currently have here in Vancouver is special. Growing up in Etobicoke and then living through the amalgamation into the city of Toronto, I watched the gradual loss of green space, including riparian habitat and some of the last stands of old growth trees. Every time I return to Toronto, I observe the ongoing poor care of city facilities, as well as increasing loss of green space. It is why whenever my family members come to visit me, I bring them to Vancouver's touchstone, our parks and pools and community centers. For those listening in council and online, do not believe that Vancouver must become just like other cities and get rid of our parks based on that alone. While it's not a perfect institution and it's certainly in need of decolonization, there are undoubtedly many aspects of this institution that have made this city so green and still home to so much biodiversity. This is a motion that is far too dramatic and far too quick. I feel like I speak on behalf of many who are unable to register in time to speak for themselves tonight. Many community members I've spoken to are still struggling to make sense of this. We are forced to put our trust in the hands of City Council to conduct affairs in a way that is prudent and in the interest of our future generations. To raise this in a matter of days rather than months, and without formal consultation with the Indigenous nations of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, whose lands and territory we are guests on, is out of alignment with UNDRIP, DRIPA, and the spirit of the city's 2021 UNDRIP strategy. Please do not forget your duties that you exercise on behalf of us all when you make this decision tonight. Council, tonight this motion seeks to eliminate a democratically elected board with an appointed board selected by the council themselves, despite there being no good evidence that this move will improve efficiency. Stepping into the shoes of the park board is way too much for a council to take on, and in my opinion, is a role that elected individuals who are passionate about these issues should hold responsibility for. Mayor and Council, thank you for your time. Tonight, I ask that Mayor King withdraw his motion and in the alternative that Councilors reject the amendment to the Vancouver Charter.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now going to hear from Speaker 98, Daniela Elza. Not on the line. 99, Gary Chalk. I'm not hearing anything and not in the chamber, so we're going to move to speaker 100, Julia de Montigny. No. Speaker 101, Yvonne Fang Yen Tam. Yes. Speaker 101. Okay.
Hello?
Oh, there we go. We can hear
Did
you.
Did you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. So thank you to the speaker, the mayor, and the city council working so late for everybody to have a chance to speak. I'm a Vancouver resident, the citizen, the voter, and the taxpayer. I found out Vancouver is the only municipality in the entire country with elected part board. So all the city, they all directly under the direction of the respective city council. So the mayor motion, I fully support the mayor Sim to remove this requirement of elected part board from the Vancouver Charter. Even though this part board is 100 years old, it is a historic out of date. If that system is not function efficiently, why we are so scared to change the system, make it much in line with the city? Because like Toronto doesn't have an elected park board, but they also run the all the park everything very efficiently. Why we are so scared not to follow the other city? I have heard most of them come from the park board or some of the beneficial of this park board. That's why they fully support it, because they got the benefit of this park board. But all the funding all got from the city approval, and all the city get funding from our taxpayer. I have no relationship of the city or the park board, so I'm not a beneficiary. I just look at the whole. When it is time to change, then we need to change to the better system for the benefit for the whole Vancouver, not for just some group of people because they have worked there or they got beneficially, and then they reject the reform. So if the city council, they look at it, if it's obsolete, they need to change. Why don't have one change? Because some of the mayor, they oversight to see this part board. Because it is a burden to the city that we always have to increase tax. And why we have to do this if some of the redundant additional division or the system is not functioning properly, we need to trim it back into properly functioning and all in line with the revenue of the city that can raise. Because they have priority that this part board should follow. So I fully support the mayor to have this motion to amendment of the Vancouver Charter. The city mayor did a very good job in the downtown east side, and they did not ignore the other party. If you want to, you can talk to the press secretary that a lot of the other group got informed that, like Museum, First Nation, Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden Society, Marble Committee Board of Directors, Vancouver Berkshire.
Okay, Yvonne, I'm going to have to pause you there. We are over time. Thank you so much for...
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, have a good night.
You too. Speaker 102, Adam Hawk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just find it curious that not the mayor or anyone on council today has asked one question of any of the speakers. So I just find that remarkable.
I'm just going to clarify, Speaker, that according to our procedure bylaw, we are not allowed to ask questions of Speaker. That change is from many months ago, but just so you know, that's why questions aren't being asked. And I'll give you back 15 minutes of your time, or 15 seconds of your time. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Yes, I understand that the other change that was made was limiting the amount of time people can sign up to speak to council as well to help with our democracy, apparently. Okay, and that's not here or there. I'm calling because I'm very opposed to to this motion. The Park Board has one mandate, and that's parks. This focus has given Vancouver some world-class facilities. It has served us well. It's protected our precious green space. City Council is busy. You guys are talking about, bar licenses and high density and view cones, and the parks won't get, and community centers just won't get a fair shake. They won't get their necessary time if this is brought into council. The other issue is that the City Council is always working with developers, and developers are putting a lot of pressure on councillors for all kinds of different things, the last thing we need is developers getting closer to our parks. You want which developer wouldn't love to carve out a piece of Queen Elizabeth Park? You'd have the best views in the city. So we need to protect these spaces, and there's nothing they'd want more than to get their hands on that. And to say that this is about money, saving money. This current council, when they were offered free money for basically from TransLink. TransLink offered to pay for an all ages and ability bike lane on Broadway and to help cover the cost of those major repairs along Broadway. The council voted it down. They voted against it, based on ideology, not about being wise about our money. On the same subject, $400,000 were taken from the permanent active transport infrastructure budget and used to pay to remove that temporary bike lane in Stanley Park. So we used money that was allocated for permanent infrastructure for ideological reasons. So, this council has wasted a ton of money on ideology, and this is just another one of these ideas where we're going to bypass these democratically elected
Okay, I'm going to have to
councillors.
pause you there only because we're at your time. So I will have to move on, but thank you very much, Adam, for calling in. We are going to now hear from Speaker 103, Barbara May.
Many of the current Park Board members received more individual votes than many of the current elected councillors sitting at Vancouver City Hall. It has been clear that the electorate wanted to change from the previous council, as all the ABC candidates were elected with the public knowing little about them individually other than the party name. Many of the new ABC members, including the mayor, have never held political office prior to being elected in 2022. Mayor Sims' announcement last week that he wanted to get rid of the elected Park Board without public or political consultation came as a shock to many, and it was a great disservice to the 417,571 voters who voted for the different Parks Board members. There was only 465,969 votes for ABC council members, not much of a big difference there. The Parks Board members had no idea what was happening until the mayor briefed them in a 5-minute session and then left the room, according to news reports. In a recent interview, Mayor Sim claimed that eliminating the elected Parks Board will save the taxpayer money, but was extremely vague as to details other than to say he had a black belt in karate. It's my understanding that each Park Board commissioner receives an annual salary of $18,500 per year, which is a minuscule amount in the city's budget. In a recent Thai article, Park Board Commissioner, I can't pronounce his name, was quoted stating many of the services shared between the parkland and the city have already been aligned, including HR and finance, further adding that abolishing the Parks Board is an erosion of democracy and the centralization of power. It seems that Mayor Sims may have been prompted by the Vancouver Auditor General's report, who found that while the Parks Board had strategies to guide the delivery of parks and recreation, it had not proactively engaged with City Council to align its priorities with available funding. The Parks Board did not have a full, comprehensive understanding of delivering services, but the AG report contained 6 recommendations to enhance enhance Park Board's ability to achieve its revenue objectives. The Park Board accepted all the recommendations and have provided actions and plans. There has been a continued deterioration in services and maintenance levels at all facilities and parks over the years due to drastic Park Board budget cuts made by the City of Vancouver. These cuts made it impossible for Parks Boards to fulfill their mandate properly. The moth infestation is their current native to BC, and they come every 15 years. So that's what's happening in Stanley Park, not the Parks Board. There are currently 90 parks in Vancouver that are temporary parks. Are they to be excluded from any protection against future subdivision and sales? As Vancouver becomes increasingly densified and people are living in smaller and smaller spaces, access to public parks and other community facilities is essential for mental health.
Okay, Barbara, I'm going to have to pause you there. I'm sorry that 3 minutes does go quickly, but you are past the time. So if I can just say thank you very much for calling in.
Anyway, I'm opposed to this motion.
Thank you. We are going to speak, we're going to hear from Speaker 104, Aaron Arnold.
Hello, I'm Erin Arnold. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a resident of Vancouver and strongly oppose this amendment to the Vancouver Charter. I feel no one was notified, no public information has been given, and it's anti-democratic. I am a mother with an active family that utilizes many of our parks, fields, and community centers. I urge that there are clear pros and cost savings before a final decision is made. Please ensure Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations are included in the plans for the future of Park Board. Consent with the city's commitments in implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples work and the province's legislation. Thank you for your time and consideration to share why I'm opposed to this amendment to the Vancouver Charter. Good night.
Thank you very much for calling in. We're going to move to Speaker 105, Emerald Hassan.
Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And would you mind just letting us know if you're a resident of Vancouver?
No.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Dear Honorable City of Vancouver Mayor, City of Vancouver Councillors, and relevant stakeholders, my name is Emerald Hassan. I'm the President of Vancouver Field Sports Federation. Currently, I'm not a resident of Vancouver right now, but I spend about 70% of my time in Vancouver as a lecturer of economics and public policy at UBC. I'm talking on behalf of all of our members at Vancouver Field Sports Federation and delegates to address this motion. As an advocacy group is striving to enhance Park Board policy and resource allocation for amateur field sports in Vancouver, we represent various sports disciplines including baseball, cricket, disc golf, field hockey, football, softball, rugby, soccer, and many others. While we understand that the plan to abolish the Vancouver Park Board Commissioner has been under consideration for quite a bit of time, the sudden announcement has taken us by great surprise. So we want you to know that our intent is not to take sides, but right now we are opposing this motion to emphasize the need for extensive public consultation and a thorough hearing before making any decision. As VFSF, we are committed to transparency and plan to conduct a survey to gather the opinions and suggestions of our numerous permit holders we represent. Given that this is December 2023, such a critical decision demands adequate time for comprehensive discussions. The Council should extend the timeline to allow us and public to express our views thoughtfully. The proposed motion may impact ongoing capital plans and projects, and we wish to avoid hasty decisions that could hinder these initiatives. We acknowledge the importance of recently elected V2B commissioners familiarizing themselves right now with VFSF and our collaborative efforts with Vancouver Park Board and other stakeholders. Our concern is not in thinking about the proposal itself, but in the timing of the proposal and the subsequent decision-making process. Expressing our disappointment in the limited time provided for impacted community groups to review and contribute to this plan, we respectfully request the Council to defer the proposal until at least April 2024. Moreover, we propose the appointment of an independent body to conduct a public consultation on this matter. As VFSF, we have numerous questions and comments and a survey consultation process which enable us to gather valuable insights Key concerns include who will take on the responsibilities in place of the elected officials and how the proposed changes may impact our ongoing capital projects, sports field strategy, track and field strategy, and other proposed initiatives. It is crucial that this process does not impede any ongoing projects concerning the sports field, given the existing concern about the pace of development in Vancouver compared to other cities. We also want to ensure that our collective voice is not compromised. We understand the importance of timeliness. The proposal certainly appears rushed, needing more community consulting, reasoning, and implementation plan. We hope that affected groups can voice these concerns immediately. Thank you for your attention and understanding.
Thank you very
That's all.
much. Thank you very much for calling in today. Speaker 106, John Catliff.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks very much. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks for listening to me, and thanks for considering this. I don't support. First of all, I'm a 58-year resident of Vancouver, and my mother was chairman of the Vancouver City Planning Commission for over a decade in some formative years of Vancouver. To say my opposition to this proposal is obvious. It would be piling on, but I want to address Ken's redundancy claims. And really, as a business strategist myself, which is why I voted for him, why does he think that he can effectively govern the parks for the price of 5 or 8 directors without just getting it lumped into general business by the council? And I also sit on the board of the largest field user group in Vancouver, working with the Parks Board. And while I don't speak for them at all, and I'm very disappointed in the Parks Board and their history of field development, largely due to some cancerous claims out of California, which is something we don't need to get into, but we're sadly behind in field development here for our field users group and for other things, but that's because of the handcuffs that the Parks Board had on their funding. So notwithstanding the rush, notwithstanding the timing, which is around Christmas and sweeping this under the rug, notwithstanding the history, we just need some consultation on this amongst all of the groups that are affected by it, not just City Council and their expediency. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next, we'll move to Speaker 107, Zoya Mateos Ferry.
Hello.
Hi there, we can hear you. Please feel free to start.
Perfect. Right. Hello, my name is Zoya. I'm a Vancouver resident and a voter. I wanted to voice my opposition to the proposal of eliminating the Parks Board. First, I want to say I think this issue is frankly a waste of everyone's time. On a practical level, the parks must be managed by someone. What you seem to find fault with is that the parks are managed by elected officials, where you would prefer them to be appointed officials, appointed by you. This change would be anti-democratic, in my opinion. Every single member of the Parks Board was elected by voters, and by dissolving the Parks Board, you are making these votes obsolete. You are reducing our democracy by taking power away from your constituents. You may be frustrated that democracy is not always easy, that it can be a slow process. As mayor and city council, you may at times find yourself at odds with the elected Parks Board. But there are aspects of democracy, in my opinion, that are by design. Disagreements with other elected officials is by design. In democracy, we move forward by pulling together, and we reduce mistakes by sharing power. We do not cast aside elected officials when they disagree with us. Again, I want to reiterate, this is at best a waste of time, and at worst, an anti-democratic consolidation of power. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 108 has withdrawn. Speaker 109, Dale Leibel, is not on the line. Patricia Milsom, Speaker 110, is not on the line. Speaker 111, Jason McGarry.
Yes, hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Jason McGarry. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a taxpayer and a voter. I'm also the past president, past treasurer of the Hastings Community Association. Currently, I'm the vice president. I would like to bring everyone's attention to the letter given to you on behalf of the association's president's group, which represents 17 community centers in Vancouver. And please review the letter that the Hastings Community Association also sent you, which was voted on. We had to do an emergency meeting to approve these letters as our boards operate democratically. And we achieved consensus through our elected boards, unlike the appointed system and consolidation of power that the mayor is after. The Park Board's been around since 1890, 133 years, and Hastings Community Association has been around coming up on our 90th year. We're going to have a celebration in July, and I invite all you, the mayor and the councillors, to come and join us, please. This motion betrays the trust of the public. First Nations were not consulted. CCAs were not consulted. Where's the public discussion and consultation? Please do not fail democracy. And then you're going to dump all of this 250 parks and 24 community centers on the councillors. I don't see the cost savings there. Vancouver's system of parks and recreation is absolutely unique, and we have a unique relationship with the Park Board commissioners. They're not leisure centers or rec centers like you see in neighboring cities. In Vancouver, we have local governance where we can have input into how our parks are run and into what happens in our community centers. And we work closely with Park Board commissioners, and we have a Park Board commissioner liaison that comes to our monthly board meetings and gets feedback from us. Park Board commissioners are tasked with one thing: to protect and maintain our shared spaces, our green spaces, and our community facilities. With a growing city, these public spaces are more important than ever, and we need to have an elected body that is directly accountable for listening to local residents about what we want our parks and rec system to be. What's really concerning to me about this motion and about the way it's been presented by the mayor is it hides the fact that while Park Board's been working behind the scenes, engaging with communities to plan for new community centers, it's City Council who has refused to fund renewal of community centers. It's City Council who has allowed public buildings to deteriorate. Does this City Council actually care about parks and community centers? It doesn't seem that way to me. I want a governing body that's accountable to taxpayers and it takes care of our public parks. And that's what an elected park board is for. Please, I urge you, all councillors, to vote against this motion. A vote for this motion would just simply be to bolster the real estate industrial complex. Please vote no to this motion. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much for calling in. Speaker 112, Catherine Langmaid.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. Your time starts now.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Catherine Langmead, and I oppose this motion to abolish the Park Board. Our community has been working closely with the Parks Board to restore and repair the pond at South Memorial Park. They have been nothing but supportive with phone calls, meetings at the pond site, and inviting us to speak at the Parks Board office. This move by the mayor to unseat democracy and kick out the people we voted for is nothing more than a backstabbing power grab. He then elevates himself to a vertical of power, making all the decisions, all the appointees, and that doesn't sound like a democracy to me. That is a dictatorship. He has attempted to sell it via a false sense of urgency. How is it saving money to can the Parks Board? The work still has to be done, or would the City Hall simply abdicate responsibility? So that argument makes no sense. The Parks Board is notoriously underfunded. They can't move forward with any decisions until they go to City Hall with cap in hand. Why is City Hall so miserly toward the Park Board? City Hall clearly has to be overhauled and be financially fair to the Parks Board. Clearly, City Hall has failed in that regard and now moans about what they perceive as shortcomings within the Parks Board. I oppose this motion. It's transparently undemocratic, a power grab, and disrespectful to the citizens of Vancouver and our elected Parks Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 113, Roberta Olenek.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks very much. You can go ahead.
I'm Roberta Olenek. I live and pay taxes in Vancouver, and I oppose this motion. The Park Board opposed the Broadway plan for its failure to add additional park space to support increased density. This type of advocacy is exactly why Vancouverites need an independent park board. It illustrates that the board's mandate to protect our green spaces is essential as a balance to City Council's mandate to manage development. The last thing I want is for green spaces now under board jurisdiction to be turned over to Council, especially this Council, which has repeatedly shown itself to be staunchly pro-developer, evaluating everything in terms of revenue potential. That monetary approach negates the true value of our green spaces. Our parks, forests, shores, wetlands, meadows, golf courses, and playing fields are priceless and irreplaceable. They allow people to connect with nature and gain the health benefit that provides. They offer shade in a city rapidly becoming a deadly heat island of concrete towers. They provide critical habitat for urban wildlife in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, with species disappearing faster now than during the mass extinction that wiped out the dinosaurs. Our green spaces will only become more and more precious as Vancouver's population increases. Mayor Sims says he supports retentions of parks and golf courses, but he once said he supported retention of the very park board he now seeks to eliminate. Will he also flip-flop on his support for green space? I don't trust that he won't. And consider the paragraph in his motion requiring a unanimous council vote before any public park could be de-designated. Would the mayor and all 10 councillors have to be present for such a vote to be valid? Or would it only require a yes from those actually in the room at the time? If the latter, what if all the councillors opposed to de-designation just happened to be absent? Public parks sold to the highest private bidder. As for the motion's requirement for a public referendum before a park can be sold off, assuming that is a requirement and not an option, I strongly support referendums regardless of whether the park board is abolished or not. As worded in the motion, both the council vote and referendum would apply specifically to areas designated as public parks. What about those not designated? What about golf courses, community centres, and other park board assets? Are they considered parks as well, or could they be auctioned off without impediment if the board were gone? Clearly, the best way to safeguard our public green space and other park board assets is to leave the board in place and ensure that council finally starts funding it sufficiently for it to do its job. Clearly, it is completely undemocratic to get rid of a democratically elected body in the midst of its term without proper public consultation. Any decision about the park board's future must be made by the citizens of Vancouver through a referendum during the next civic election. No other process is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. Thank you. Speaker 114, John Johnson.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I thank you. I thank the Mayor and Council for their time this evening, as well as I want to acknowledge the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and the Squamish. Okay, that out of the way, I'm a voter and resident of Vancouver for over 40 years. I've never felt the need to address Council before now, and it's with grave concern that I do that today. The very essence of democracy in our civic jurisdiction and discourse is under attack with the potential elimination of an elected body, the Vancouver Park Board. Through the proposed yet to be justified asking to change the city charter of this council and the potential removal of the currently elected members. It's an issue that the removal of elected officials should be taken to the electorate and not be decided through council despite unsubstantiated claims of cost efficiencies. Where no mention of such action was made by the now majority ABC and Mayor Sims platform, only words to the effect that ABC Park Board would work in the best interests of the people of Vancouver, or words to that sentiment. I I doubt whether this dissolution of an elected body by this proposal, which I am vehemently opposed to. I will duly note that Mayor Sims previously stated a wish for the Park Board's disbandment during his failed mayoral candidacy against, prior to his winning election, his first failed candidacy. I'm asking as a voter that the Mayor and Council rescind the motion currently before the Chamber to request a city charter amendment. To allow the act of removing the elected Park Board, and should ABC wish to pursue such a path, it's up to the people of Vancouver at the next election. I implore each member to consider the anti-democratic nature of this action represents, and the Mayor of Vancouver has no legal nor political right to unilaterally eliminate an independently and democratically elected board. I thank you for your time, and please note that I am vehemently opposed to this amendment request by the city as a voter and a resident. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, great.
Oh.
Speaker, thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 115, Jean Iscutea. No, not in the chamber and not on the line. Speaker 116, Joyce Gillespie.
I'm a Vancouver resident, and I served on the board of directors of the Dunbar Little League for 6 years, 3 of which as president. My term came to an end in November of this year, and I'm speaking from the perspective of my direct experience at having to manage the league's relationship with the Parks Board for the better part of the past decade. Let me start by quoting Commissioner Jensen's recent comments in Monday's Parks Board meeting, and I quote, he stated, "I think what makes this board very powerful is it gives a voice to those in the community who often don't get a chance to speak. Based on my experience, while it may be true that a volunteer-based, nonprofit user group who pays significant operating permit to use fields and facilities is in theory supposed to have a voice with the Parks Board, the opposite in reality and practicality was true. At best, the Parks Board was non-responsive, non-collaborative, and non-communicative. At worst, the dealings with the Parks Board were stringent and at times confusing, and not to mention complicated. At no point in my tenure was the Parks Board proactive in its communications, willing to engage our user group's concerns, desire to improve our facilities, or discuss potential best usage of the park for its varied user groups. One such example is the multiple emails I had sent to the Parks Board over many years concerning significant safety issues being posed by aging infrastructure. There were multiple fly balls that would escape the diamond over the backstop fence and land directly on spectators and children on the swings nearby. We supplied the Parks Board with documentation from our insurance provider, letting them know that they would be incurring any liability if a child or spectator was injured, as they, not the league, own the fence. No response. The one time I was able to speak with someone in person because they happened to be at the park, they informed me that if we wanted to raise the funds ourselves to improve the fence line, we could apply for permission from the Parks Board. We obtained quotes, conducted a fundraising campaign, and still no response from the Parks Board with regards to permission. On another occasion, we asked for permission to put gates on the dugouts, again for safety purposes, and again we were denied. The gates were to be unlocked. Again, another fly ball hit a child and nearly cost that child his eye. This was in 2022. No response from the Parks Board, once again, to the incident. The field sits empty at the end of July to the beginning of October, and yet the Parks Board is not willing to engage, or was not at that time, in conversations as to possible permit changes. In conclusion, the current structure of the Parks Board simply does not serve its communities in an effective manner any longer. I urge this council to vote to change the Vancouver Charter. Based on my experience, I fear volunteer community-based programming will not be sustainable because in my tenure, we simply did not have a voice that was actually listened to. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 117, Brian Angus. Not on the line. Speaker 118, Janice Corrado. And that speaker is here in person. Welcome. Thank you for coming in. You can start whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Janice Corrado. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I'm speaking against the motion to abolish our elected park board. I was born and raised in Vancouver and raised my family here. My children, grandchildren, and I have greatly benefited from all the good work our park board has accomplished over many decades. I wish for that to continue for the enjoyment and well-being of our future generations. I witnessed democracy in action at the recent December 11th Park Board meeting as our board listened to and supported the many people who spoke about the importance of saving Memorial Park in South Van. I was in particular very proud of the passionate and eloquent 15-year-old young man who truly values and appreciates his park. We have many valuable and inclusive community resources and much to be thankful for. Let us not even consider allowing the dissolution of our duly elected park board, who work hard to take good care of our wonderful parklands and provide excellent, inclusive, and caring community resources and programming for everyone. Our parks and our park board I urge you all to vote no to this undemocratic, out-of-line proposal, and please work together instead.
Thank you very much for coming in to speak. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 119, Eric Gretland. Not on the line. Speaker 121, Andy Wang. Oh, sorry. Speaker 120 has withdrawn, and Speaker 121, Andy Wang. Not on the line. Speaker 122, David Leonard. It's Speaker 122, David Leonard.
Me?
Oh, hi there. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Feel free to
Okay.
start.
All right. So I'm calling today as a resident of Vancouver and an ABC voter to oppose this motion. This was not what I was sold during the election. I remember going into the election saying, oh, this is the only party that's actually pro-abolishing the park board. That's a shame. And then I was told otherwise. So I looked deeper and I saw what I thought looked like a good platform. You know, let's fix the problems with this park board. Let's fund them. Let's do the things like get the emergency restoration fund, which has not come to pass. That was part of the platform of ABC. We know many of the problems that are with the park board come from its chronic underfunding. I don't know how that is not one of the priorities for trying to fix it. Completing this Auditor General report, which just came out, and how can we say we've done any work to fix it when it just came out? The whole way this thing went down is just, to me, repugnant. Doing it with 8 days' notice, leading into the holidays, voters have not had time to really consider what is going to happen if this goes through. I don't understand how anybody could believe that this is an okay thing to do. As a comparison, this would be like the province in 8 days telling Vancouver City Council that you are to be amalgamated with Metro Vancouver. Sorry, we decided we're not going to show you any proof, but we have decided that you have too many redundancies. We're going to sort this out. how would you city councillors feel knowing that within 6 months, potentially, you are going to be removed from office? You will have no voice for all of the people who voted for you. I just don't understand how anyone could see this move as anything other than undemocratic. I really do hope that you ABC councillors that I voted for reconsider this. I think, feel deep in your heart. I don't know what kind of pressure you're under. I have to hope that some of you are considering going against the mayor's motion here. I really implore you to just listen to your conscience on this. I'm very distraught at the idea of this happening, and I don't believe the public was consulted in a meaningful or significant way, given enough time to express their opinion with the proper information that the mayor hasn't yet to provide. We have not heard how this is going to save money exactly, other than the removal of democratically elected people whose salary amounts to almost nothing, $18,000 a year. Anyways, that's all. Thank you for your time tonight. Okay.
Hello.
Apologies, my microphone was not on. Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 123 to 125 has withdrawn. Speaker 126, Mel Lehan.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Mel Lehan.
Great.
I'm an 80-year resident of the City of Vancouver, and I'm strongly urging you to vote no to this amendment charter. We, the residents of Vancouver, are incredibly fortunate. We have an elected Parks Board to look after and to shepherd our parks and recreation system. We need an elected Parks Board for many reasons. In this time of climate crisis, we need more parks, more trees, and more vegetation in our urban environment. In this time of growing income disparity, we need more than ever more community centers and their programs that allow people to participate in free or low-cost physical activity and recreational, cultural, social, and educational programs. And in this time of ever smaller housing units and loss of traditional yard space, people in urban settings vitally need the more rural opportunities that parks provide us within our city boundaries. If we use our independent Parks Board, what are some of the inevitable consequences? Well, when there are budgets to be cut at City Hall, councillors will be tempted to cut first the parks and recreation programs, as there is no longer an elected Parks Board to fight for these amenities for the citizens of Vancouver, as they have done so admirably so many times in the past. When developers come calling for more land for development, parks are now more expendable without a Parks Board to passionately defend them. This is an issue of great importance to the residents of Vancouver. If you believe this move to be a good thing for us, then do the morally correct thing in a democratic society and open up the discussion of the people of Vancouver through a thorough public hearing process. Do not do to the citizens of Vancouver what you did to your own ABC Parks Board caucus. Do not throw this at us without seeking our input, especially after you stated in your election campaign that you would not do this. I've been involved in Vancouver civic affairs for 55 years. Joining together against this motion are speakers from virtually every civic party in the history of Vancouver. Former park commissioners from all parties have joined together and signed up to speak against this motion in a wonderful and very telling show of unity. Believe me, this sort of unity is not a common occurrence. I am certain that you, ABC, want some legacy statements. I do not think that this is the legacy that you want to be remembered by, to be the first sitting Vancouver City Council to unite every party in Vancouver history to oppose your dark-of-the-night, devious proposal to terminate the wonderful elected promoters and defenders of our parks and recreation system. Do not do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in tonight. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 127, Bill McCreary.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm a former Parks Commissioner in the 1970s. 8 days 1 week's notice that Ken Sim wants to do away with the elected park board, a democratic institution that has served Vancouver well for 130 years and produced a parks and recreation system that's the envy of the world. Why? He says it'll save taxpayers millions. Really? Where's the proof? But isn't this just really about the fact that the park board recently confirmed once again that Langara Golf Course was not available for housing? But why would the mayor be incensed about that when there's already more than enough zone land to increase density well into the 2200s? He promised during the election that Langara was off limits, but not now, apparently. Why not? One wonders about his credibility. In addition to backing off on Langara, here's how he's doing hiring those 100 nurses and police. Well, only 9.5, mostly not nurses so far. He's passed two budgets, the first 10.7% higher, last week 7.5% higher. What did he do to cut these costs? Well, not much. But he did give back $3.8 million in empty homes taxes to his developer donors. What other accomplishments has Mr. Sim achieved? Can't think of many more. Can you? Let's compare what he's done so far with what my park board did in the 1970s, made up of lowly, apparently ineffective commissioners. We acquired more new parks than any board before or since. Van Dusen Gardens, Jericho, Everett Crawley, Devonian Harbor Park, and the necklace of large parks in Falls Creek. We reorganized the park board staff to become more efficient. We built 3 new ice rinks and 2 new neighborhood pools, installed the first separated bike lane on the Stanley Park seawall, and much more. I was park commissioner on Council's Falls Creek Planning Committee, and we planned both the north and south sides of Falls Creek. That work has brought worldwide recognition and admiration to Vancouver as a livable city. We worked together with council, but last year's park board chair says he hasn't met with you once this past year, and a performance audit was only received by the board a month ago. So how can you claim commissioners aren't capable of fixing that what's broken? This includes major recent funding cuts, by the way, that have never been reinstated by council. Do you really understand what the problems are? What the solutions are? It seems not. So is this really about a cheap land grab after all? Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 128 has withdrawn. Speaker 129, Melissa DeGenova.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking today in opposition to the motion to amend the Vancouver Charter, requesting the province to change legislation that would abolish the elected park board. As a former park board commissioner and city councillor, I know the importance of having an elected park board. The park board has a long tradition of protecting parks and green space in our city, but it's not about the past, it's about the future. This is about a board elected democratically by the people and for the people. The park board is special and unique. It should be celebrated for safeguarding and protecting our parks, green space, and recreation facilities. It is true that the park board has been chronically underfunded, but that won't change with the elimination of the park board. Those same costs will fall on City Council. It was less than an hour after your press conference where the plan to abolish the park board was announced that messages and calls flooded into me. I heard from past and present Community Center Association presidents and other park board stakeholders who were devastated and had not been consulted. They deserve better than to find out about this from the media. If nonprofit, volunteer-run community center associations who are invaluable to our city weren't consulted, who was and how was this decision made? Without these associations that raise significant money and bring in grants operating their community centers, this will cost the City of Vancouver significant money that is currently not included in your budget. I won't repeat the well-made points of other former commissioners, but I will share that during my time on Park Board, along with other commissioners, I worked across different levels of government, and tirelessly advocated for the Killarney Senior Centre that I guarantee never would have been built without a park board. At the time, commissioners received less than $10,000 in pay per year, and I put every spare moment I had into my advocacy for that project. I'd like to draw attention to a compelling point: the unity of former Park Board commissioners. Regardless of their political affiliations, these individuals have joined forces to preserve the Park Board. This collaboration transcends party lines and stands as a testament to the importance of this institution. It underscores that the Park Board serves a unique purpose that transcends political ideologies. I am impressed by much of the work this council has done over the past year. I'm asking you to stand up for the Vancouver Park Board and protect it. Please save the Park Board and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 130, Jolene Simpson.
Hi, my name is Jolene Simpson, and I'm deeply concerned about the proposed disbandment of the Parks Board. While I understand you're tasked with making difficult decisions that impact the well-being of our community, these proposed changes will have far-reaching consequences. Public parks play a crucial role in recreation and community well-being. Research consistently underscores their positive impact on mental health and stress reduction. Extensive studies show that the engagement with one's community is a significant factor in personal happiness. Recognizing this, the Vancouver Parks Board prioritizes community engagement and consultation with Indigenous communities and land use decisions to guarantee that outcomes regarding publicly shared land reflect the collective voice. This commitment provides citizens with a meaningful avenue to actively participate in decisions that directly affect their community, fostering a sense of connection and shared responsibility. Considering that Mayor Sim has blindsided his own party members with this motion, I lack confidence that this level of engagement with public would be upheld should the board be dissolved. This motion infringes on the democratic principles of representation and citizen participation. The Parks Board is an elected body, and disbanding it prematurely shows a disregard for the democratic mandate given by the citizens who elected its members. This action will undermine the legitimacy of the democratic process, as elected officials are expected to serve their terms unless there are compelling reasons otherwise. Disbanding without robust public consultation and input may limit our ability to voice our concerns and preferences on matters related to parks and recreational spaces. Furthermore, without a clear and transparent process for such a significant structural change, there is a risk of concentrating decision-making power in fewer hands, potentially diminishing the pluralistic representation that democratic institutions aim to uphold. The decision you make today will shape the Vancouver of tomorrow. Let's prioritize community input, transparency, and democracy. Let's preserve the integrity of the city charter. Thank you.
Thank you. We are moving to Speaker 131, Mia Cohote. Not on the line. Omri Haven, Speaker 132. Speaker 133, Melina Auerbach.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
So I feel that the speakers before me who have opposed this motion, as I do, have spoken very articulately about the reasons to object. So I'll try to be brief. The first being the anti-democratic nature of unilaterally deciding to dismantle a publicly elected body should be reason alone to not let this go forward. A referendum or an election is what should be what would be legitimate in terms of making a change to the Parks Board. Democracy is messy, and I am not here to say that the Parks Board is perfect and that I love every decision that they've made. I've been at odds at times with decisions and processes, but eliminating a legitimately elected board of individuals is a shameless power grab, and I urge you strongly to withdraw the proposal and let the electorate decide. Parks and community centers are valuable community assets that that need to be protected and should be governed by, we're lucky enough to have a parks board whose mandate it is to protect and preserve and be forward thinking about community centers and public green spaces. People have talked about, the densification, about climate change, about smaller homes and the importance, health and otherwise, for protecting these spaces. The rationale for doing this has not been substantiated with any evidence, and furthermore, cost effectiveness, cannot be the only lens when we look at the public good. We can't always monetize the public good, and nor should we. I am also extremely concerned about the clause that would allow the delisting of non-designated parks and what that means for the preservation and maintenance of public assets. They need to remain that way, and they should not be exploited for development. Also, the fact that then the reason that people bring up that this is one of only 2 parks boards in North America is neither a reason
Melina,
to eliminate.
Melina,
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I am going to have to pause you. You are over your time, so we'll have to leave it there. Okay. Thank you so much for calling in. Speaker 134 has withdrawn. Speaker 135, Eileen Kudo.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Eileen Kutel, and I oppose the amendment. I live in the Lower Mainland, but I have formerly resided in Vancouver for 17 of my 77 years. People have an interest in the parks and facilities of Vancouver, even if they don't reside in the city. I had the privilege of working for the Vancouver Park Board at its head office in Stanley Park for 11 years until 2010. So I have seen firsthand all the achievements of the commissioners of the board and all the park staff who work throughout the city. For over 100 years, the Park Board has developed parks and facilities with success. So why the rush now to disband them? A retired Park Board member has opened my eyes recently about some of the facts about parks, and I will include them in my talk. With this amendment, the City Council will take away the ability of the park's chartered rights to fully provide parkland and services to the public. The creation of parkland has failed in the last 15 years in the face of major immigration to the region. We are also in danger of losing what has been created. For example, the attempt to sell Langara Golf Course for housing. The city already holds land through the Property Endowment Fund, but they want our parkland to get subsidized housing built. Under the Charter, permanent park designated land requires the board's agreement with council to sell or repurpose. Without a park board, no charter-based agreements are necessary, and the council is free to sell the parkland for housing. Without the board around to provide a platform for dissent, the media value of a housing versus parks debate is diminished, and the land grab slides through without too much community backlash. Park space per capita in Vancouver has been decreasing since the 90s. When will the population wake up to a diminished quality of life in a city with less green space? Where will the people living in the thousands of new condo units go to stretch their legs and enjoy recreation and nature in our parks? The board is needed now more than ever to safeguard a park system for Vancouver's quality of living. We must preserve the park board for the future generations. So please reconsider this amendment. I know that Premier Evie and Mayor Sims are under pressure to provide more housing in the city. I think in a nutshell.
Speaker, I am going to have to just pause you there. We are over the 3-minute mark. So,
okay.
yeah.
Well, thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you so much for calling in. Okay.
Yeah, bye.
Speaker 136, Lisa Nielsen.
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Lisa G. Nielsen. My pronouns are they and she. I was born in Vancouver, and I'm a resident and homeowner. I'm a settler on the unceded lands of the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam Nation. I've worked as an artist in remote Indigenous communities since 2007, and what I feel connected with is the importance of community and the protection of land and the environment. I wish I could vote no to the amendment of the Vancouver Charter for Park Board removal. Our green spaces are an important part of the health of the city. Environmental parks and green spaces improve the health and for sound. Third,
we're actually having a hard
without
time
spending money. Hello?
Okay, Speaker, yes, we're not, we didn't have a clear line, so do you want to try again?
From the beginning?
Yeah, it's coming in intermittent. I think it's maybe not a good connection.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, I'll start again.
Oh, I think we got the gist of the first minute, but maybe if you want to continue, and we will give you back 20 seconds.
Okay, sounds good. This kind of decision needs to have public consultation with all the residents of Vancouver, most importantly, our host nations and urban Indigenous. We need to prioritize Indigenous voices in the stewardship of our lands. And we also need to consult with folks the parks most affect, for instance, the community centers. We heard about youth, and I think we need to hear unhoused voices. Some speakers talked about the park board being a colonialist system, which I also agree with. I tried to support Crowd Park residents. The park board was using military tactics to kick folks out. Vancouver has a serious housing issues, and I think that there needs to be creative ways to use the parks to support residents. So yes, we have to question the systems. Yet I believe a plan needs to be in place before it's canceled. I'm wary of continued undemocratic and paternalistic politics. A plan for a plan is not a plan. We need to work together to create a clear way forward so we can all understand and trust a new process. Listening to the many speakers today voicing their concerns, I too am worried that the parks are going to be used for capitalist development projects, and I'm worried how decisions are going to be made, and I worry the council is too busy to put parks as a priority. We need checks and balances to ensure our parks and green spaces are protected and cared for. There have been a lot of examples today of ways that we would have lost important spaces without the park board. After the outpouring of concern from the residents, I want to trust that the mayor and the council will change their mind and take a pause and vote no for amending the Vancouver Charter and move forward with this idea of a more democratic fashion. I'm not sure if the mayor's even in there, but I hope he will have a listen to what people are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience with the connection of the line. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 137, Carol Volkart.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Carol Volkart, and I am a Vancouver resident. I oppose this motion. I am concerned that it is the first step in handing over our precious green spaces to the development industry. As far as I can tell, this council has granted every request that developers have made so far, whether it's returning millions in vacancy taxes, making further concessions on the Little Mountain site, or refusing to limit the pace of demolitions along under the Broadway plan. Why would it begin saying no now? You can make all the promises you want that there will be protections against this happening, but ABC also promised that it would allow an elected park board to serve out its term. Obviously, we can't depend on its promises. I'm also concerned about the lack of democracy.
Killing the park board kills one of the few remaining avenues for citizens to influence local issues that really matter to them, and parks, beaches, and recreation centers do matter. We know we're losing public hearings on housing and zoning under new provincial legislation. We don't have a ward system that would at least give us one representative to talk to about local concerns. Now we're losing even a smaller body that deals with recreational issues. City councillors are already overwhelmed with work. Will they really have time to talk to individual citizens about outdoor swimming pools or dog parks? I'm also concerned about the lack of proper process in killing a democratically elected body. This entire process seems to have happened behind closed doors with no evidence that it will improve anything. We don't know who was consulted, if anybody. It was a surprise to the public and even park board commissioners. We've been told it will save millions with no evidence that this is so. We've been told it will avoid duplication, but there has been no explanation of how a new streamlined system would work. We're being asked to take your word for it, just as the mayor promised a budget task force that would keep property taxes under control. Promises should be backed up with proof, and there has been no evidence that this will save money, improve the system, or result in better parks. Please reject this motion. If you still want to kill the park board in 2026, hold a referendum and let the public decide. After more than 100 years of usually good service to the city, it really isn't your park board to kill. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 138 has withdrawn. Speaker 139, Lisa Marr.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Marr. I'm a fifth-generation settler resident of what is colonially known as the City of Vancouver, and I oppose this motion. Vancouver's public parks and recreational facilities are precious gifts that belong to everyone. We must all have a voice in envisioning, discussing, and actively protecting their future. Mayor Sim's seemingly unilateral decision to abolish the democratically elected park board and his rush to push it through council is a red flag that perfectly highlights the critical need for the independent public body he is trying to eliminate. This motion proposes an alarming centralization of power in combination with a drastic immediate restructuring to be facilitated by a transitional working group selected entirely by the mayor, without prior meaningful consultation with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, community members, vulnerable populations, park board workers, community center associations, schools, arts groups, social service organizations, sports groups, and many others. Council, there is an invitation here to carefully consider all the informative and passionate words we've heard today from people who so dearly love this city. Please take what you are learning to heart. Affordable and accessible housing, safe supply, climate crisis impact, and long-delayed justice and equity for Indigenous and racialized communities are just a few of the very pressing issues facing our city right now. I ask the mayor to withdraw this motion, and barring that, urge council to vote against it and get back to the important work that awaits you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 140, Corinne Rossiter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You're free to start.
Hi, I'm a resident of the Grandview Woodland neighborhood, film industry worker, and Vancouver Park enjoyer. After watching Ken Sim's interview on the CBC's On the Coast with Gloria Makarenko, I began to realize how transparently Ken Sim spoke on the direct ways this process of dismantling the park board would undermine a democratic process that has been in place for over 100 years, as well as funnel money to private interests. Since I have limited time, I will mention only a couple examples of the many issues that came up in regards to this story. Ken Sim championed further expansion of the Rogers-owned company Moby, as well as reducing permits for the multi-billion-dollar film industry. It seems as though Ken Sim's plan is to allow corporations and developers to utilize community land once controlled by a democratically elected board in order to funnel profit to already dominating companies that have no accountability to the members of the community in which their products appear, but have accountability to their shareholders. Myself, as well as my fellow community members, fail to see how these maneuvers benefit us, the members of the community that want parks to serve the function of increasing quality of life, not furthering corporate control of our land and centralization of power. What should this vision of world-class parks be? Ken Sim's personal and party vision, or the vision of the communities and taxpayers that fund Vancouver? Ken Sim has repeatedly stated that it is not quantifiable the amount of money that would be saved or increased by this decision, and has insinuated that we need to trust him on workflow of this due to him being a lean certified black belt, but has failed to give solid reasons beyond that as to why this is a necessary amendment to the community members who are increasingly concerned with consolidation of power in both government and private interests alike. I know that I'm not the only one that feels the reasons Ken Sim has provided are not substantial enough to dissolve a democratic organization that has been around for over 100 years. Ken Sim repeats the talking point that we are one of the only cities in North America to have a park board, but fails to recognize that this is not the dismissal he thinks it is. We Vancouverites know that our city is unique when it comes to our parks. That is why we want to live here. Thank you to the Council, and thank you to the fellow speakers tonight who have made such strong points on how undemocratic this motion has been.
Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 141, Bill McIntosh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor Sim and members of the Council. This is a very important opportunity for all of us tonight to be. So I should clarify, I'm a long-term resident of Vancouver. This is such an important opportunity to speak to you about the value of this treasured park board to the city, to its citizens, and to the millions of people who come to our beautiful corner of the world every year. I have 4 points that I'm not going to focus on the anti-democratic power grab aspect of this. That's been very well done by others. I really want to focus on the Auditor General's report. And to be clear, yes, park board change is needed, but dissolving the board and rolling its assets and operations into the city would not address the revenue management issues identified by the Auditor General. And it would not, but it would make Vancouver's 250-odd parks and beaches and all our community centers and all of our playing grounds and golf courses all vulnerable to the politics and ever-changing priorities of City Council. Second, the board's independence is vitally important, as is the election of commissioners directly accountable and accessible to the people of Vancouver, as many have eloquently noted tonight. The significance of that independence is laid out so clearly in the charter itself at section 488, and I'm not going to take your time to read that to you, but please, I implore all of you, go back and read section 488 tonight. Third, the mayor's motion misrepresents the findings and ignores the recommendations of the Auditor General. Nothing in the Auditor General's report supports the premise of the mayor's motion, which at Article 12 of the preamble, it just said, in recent years, it has become abundantly clear, given the poor state of Vancouver's parks, recreation services, and infrastructure, that a fundamental change in governance and structure is needed, and it's the only viable path forward. There's nothing in the Auditor General's report that alludes to anything like abolishing the board or major governance change. And nothing in the mayor's motion addresses or even acknowledges the 6 excellent fiscal responsibility and planning and financial framework recommendations set out in the Auditor General's report. And finally, yes, much better communication and cooperation is needed between Council and the Park Board. That is a two-way street, though. As the Auditor General makes very, very clear, the Park Board is responsible for these permanently designated parks. But the Charter only authorizes Park Board to make expenditures that have been approved by City Council. And so it's Council that has sole responsibility for committing those funds. And clearly, there is a gap here in funding. There is a lapse in communication. today's story in the Daily Hive by Ken Chan sheds real light on the board's challenges in achieving the proactive engagement with the mayor and council that the auditor general calls for. So I beg the mayor to withdraw this anti-democratic and ill-considered motion, and as many others have begged in the alternative, I beg city councillors to listen to their hearts and their conscience and vote against this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Perfectly timed. So we are now moving to Speaker 142 that has withdrawn. Speaker 143, Sean Cassidy. As in person, and I'm not seeing anyone in person, so I'm going to move on. Speaker 144 is withdrawn. Speaker 145, Colleen Carson. Not on the line. Speaker 146, Jag Nagra.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jag Nagra. I live on the unceded territories of the Katzie First Nation, and I'm an active community member and advocate in South Vancouver. Vancouver's current governance structure with the Park Board as a separate entity leads to inefficiencies, complexities, and added layers of bureaucracy in decision-making. By integrating park management into the city's broader administration, there's ability for streamlined processes, clearer lines of accountability, and more efficient resource allocation. While Vancouver boasts beautiful parks and recreational areas, there are real and valid concerns about the lack of equitable resource allocation. Certain neighborhoods, especially marginalized areas like Sunset, have historically received disproportionately fewer resources for park maintenance and development. Reimagining governance structures would allow for a more equitable distribution of resources across all communities, regardless of demographics. Park Board commissioners, past and present, have not largely been made up of people of color or our lived experiences. And Sunset has historically been underserved, and this perpetuates ongoing cycles of inequality. Our communities are constantly fighting for equity. Redirecting resources away from a park board structure will allow for a more community-driven approach. It would allow local residents, community leaders, and stakeholders to actively participate in processes regarding their neighborhood parks and pathways, and removes redundancies which are currently in place. This localized approach ensures that the specific needs and aspirations of marginalized communities are not only heard, but also effectively addressed by Council. And finally, the cost savings by eliminating duplicate administrative functions between the Park Board and City administration would result in a more streamlined operation and more efficient use of taxpayer funds. I'm in favor of abolishing our Park Board. Other cities in North America have proven that cities can flourish without them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 147 has withdrawn. Speaker 148, Mimi Ip.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, I'm Mimi Ip. I'm a Vancouver resident in the Renfrew Collingwood community. I oppose this motion, and firstly, I wanted to say I hosted several of the ABC law signs during the election because they were the only team that supported the parks and for the dog parks also. So now this is not what I've signed up for, and that I feel that I've been misled by ABC. I don't want to see the park board being disbanded and have, other plans to see that the use of these green space to be used for the capital business purposes and just to make a profit. So please, the council members, I ask to save the park board and keep supporting and elect the park board's members and park commissioners and help us come together as a community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 149, Chloe Leslie. Not on the line. Speaker 150, Ainsley Kwan.
Hi, thank you.
I am a longtime Vancouver resident and a member of the Killarney Community Centre Association. I have volunteered at my community centre for more than 20 years. While I had many things to say, in the interest of time, I will be brief. You have heard from many speakers about the benefits of the Park Board, the relationship they have with community centres, so I won't go over these points again, although I wholeheartedly agree with the points raised. I believe the backbone of our vibrant parks and recreation system is community engagement. I have seen the question raised many times since Mayor Sim's announcement. How will City Council have time to take on all of the responsibilities of managing the parks and recreation system? I think today is quite telling that you can't. I have been waiting for my turn to speak since 9:30 this morning. Being behind so much other city business, I knew it would be a long wait. Being the 150th speaker, I knew it would be a long wait. The list moved quicker than I thought it would. Why? Because so many were not able to have their voices heard because of this lengthy process. This is not community engagement. People that wanted to speak to the motion couldn't. It is the busy holiday season. People don't have endless hours to wait for their turn wait to see when it will be their turn to speak. But for some unknown reason, this motion needed to get rushed through. This is only one Park Board issue that you will have to deal with. What happens when you are responsible for all of it? How many community voices will be lost? Mayor Sim and councillors, I voted for many of you at both council and the Park Board level and was excited to see a strong mandate at Park Board. I was excited that now we could get some progress made on community center renewal and other key Park Board projects. ABC, you campaigned on having an elected Park Board. I believed you, and I voted for you. Is there a better way to manage parks and recreation other than having an elected Park Board? Maybe. You owe it to the citizens of Vancouver to show us how and why City Council can do better, and then put it to a vote. Make abolishing the Park Board part of your next election platform or hold a referendum. I urge each of you to vote no against this motion and take the time to consult with community members and stakeholders who will be affected by your decision. I have a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that despite all of the opposition that you've heard to this motion today, the majority of you will put your heads down and vote to pass it. I hope you prove me wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 151, Stephanie Blandino. On the line, 152, Betty Shum. Not on the line. 153, Jillian McGuire. Not on the line. 154, Devanzo, or Paulo Devanzo.
Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Can you hear me, folks?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, awesome. Wow. You know, I'm just sitting here in my room and listening to hours of people speaking truth and speaking love and speaking joy. And I'm not counting, I'm not a mathematician, but I feel like there's a handful of people that support this motion, and there's been hundreds speaking from their heart, from their lived experience, opposing this motion to abolish the Park Board. So I guess I want to talk a little bit about love, and I'm going to tell a story that parallels to why I'm here tonight and why I'm speaking. You know, I was born in Italy to a Canadian mother and an Italian father. We lived all over the world. But I settled down in Canada with my partner, who also spoke earlier tonight so eloquently. And this is my home, and I love it. I love everything that is here. And I taught for 20 years. I ran a community arts center in Los Angeles, East LA. And we did a piece on the LA River. And I had these kids say, Mr. Davanzo, what's it like to go to the ocean? And I said, what do you mean, you know, Pedro, the ocean is 10 miles away, but he'd never been to the ocean, right? And I had another girl, little girl, Maria, she said, Mr. Davanzo, what's it like to walk through a forest? And I'm like, oh my God, it's beautiful. It's life-changing. So when I finally settled down in Vancouver in 2019, I live in Grandview Woodland, but I volunteer and do a lot of my activism and cinema work in South Vancouver. I feel like every time I come to the city hugs you. And everyone on this call, everyone in this room knows what I mean. You come by land, you come by sea, you come by air. the mountains, the sea, the nature. This city gives you a hug, and I feel like this hug is getting pushed away by this action of the city council, and specifically Mayor Sims. And I really want you to think, like, where does it start? First, the destruction of democracy. I did not vote for ABC, and I really hope in 2024 that these people's voices rise up and we push you out. But I feel like people did vote for ABC, and they had a voice, and they were democratically elected. And so now we're abolishing that democratic vote. And what is next? It's open space. Developers come in, and we start selling it off. So I feel like this is a very slippery slope. And we need to ask ourselves what we're doing and really stand on the side of the people. And the people want parks, they want green space, and they want an active park board. I've done a lot of work through the arts and culture. A shout out to the arts and culture department of the park board. They do profound work during the pandemic. We were doing classes for elders online. They were scared to leave their home. It wasn't safe. We were doing classes over the phone. We built a bicycle cinema where we went to old folks' homes and we were showing movies on the bicycle cinema so they could stand safely on their windows and look out the windows and see the movies we were showing. And this was through the mentorship, the guidance, the spirit of the park board, specifically the arts and culture department. So please don't eradicate this. We need this. The city needs this. Love to you all. Peace and ceasefire in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next, we'll hear from Speaker 155, Craig Amundsen. Not on the line. Speaker 156, Nova Hannon. Not on the line. Speaker 157, Denise Brown. Speaker 158, Ian Marcuse.
Hello.
Hi there. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you to the others who have spoken so passionately on this issue. My name is Ian Marcuse. I was born in Vancouver. I live in Vancouver currently. I guess I have a love-hate relationship with Vancouver. It's a difficult city to live in financially. It can be stressful. I work hard, but I don't have a lot of money. I live in a co-op, which gives me a degree of financial stability, but I see many of my friends leave the city due to the cost of housing. But I'm not here to talk about housing, but rather what do I love about Vancouver, and that's its natural beauty and its amazing park system, our seawall, where I ride my bike frequently, our world-class iconic Stanley Park, Trout Lake, which I use a lot. This is where I find my happiness, my connection to nature, and my much-needed health and relaxation. So I am opposed to this motion. No, our Parks Board is not the norm in most any other city in North America, but perhaps this is that we are not the norm, that we have such an amazing public amenity, and which many cities have applauded. I get it that the Parks Board is not perfect, but overall I feel that they've managed our parks very well over the years. Council has not explained well enough how the board has broken in any detail, nor how subsuming the board under the council will make things much better. At least I don't feel they've communicated that well to me. So I want more information and to hear how we can improve the existing system rather than completely throwing it out. I'm all for change and strengthening democratic governance, but this motion has come up suddenly, and I would like to see a proper public consultation around this very critical and, quite frankly, precedent-setting anti-democratic decision. The city has so many other interests and often conflicting interests to deal with: large developments, transportation, housing, infrastructure, and much more. And I fear that our parks priority will get lost and/or have to compete within these larger interests. Parks Board commissioners come to this job with skills, knowledge, and passion necessary to protect and care for our parks. And I want us to respect this democratically elected body and the unique and important work that they do. If there are problems, as you say, then let's fix them. But let's maintain the integrity of this critically important function and what we love most about Vancouver. And one last consideration that I feel is very important, and I applaud Vancouver's support for UNDRIP and efforts toward reconciliation and decolonization. And a key aspect of UNDRIP is the principle of prior and informed consent. And where our park system has been highly complicit in colonial land takeover, we absolutely must consult and properly engage the host nations in such a critical change. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
And thank you very much for calling in. Next, we have Speaker 159, Leslie Brown. Speaker 159, Leslie Brown's not on the line. Speaker 160, Elaine.
Hi, thank you, Councillor Bligh. I'm a Vancouver resident and a business owner. I'm calling today to oppose this motion. Like many Vancouverites that spoke tonight, I was blindsided by Mayor Sim's surprise motion to abolish the elected park board. I have heard no speculation, but no persuasive evidence that the mayor's motion will address the Auditor General's report. If the mayor's motion truly has merit, why have you not directed staff to study the feasibility and impact of amending the Vancouver Charter? Why haven't you provided time for the public to consider and debate this proposal? Why have you not engaged the host nation? As others have said, the Vancouver Parks Board is unique to North America. So are our Vancouver parks. It's no coincidence. Robust democratic institutions lead to better public spaces and services. I urge you to vote no on this motion, and if you still feel it's valuable, take the time to treat this move with the gravity that it deserves. Tonight we heard from residents and former Parks Board commissioners who first got involved in civic life as children, engaging with parks. This is my first time speaking at a public hearing since this council shortened the time for public speakers and eliminated question and answer. This motion will reduce opportunities for democratic participation and hurt the ecosystem of democratic engagement and civic leadership in Vancouver. This is serious. Mayor Sim, I urge you to withdraw this motion, and Council, I urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for calling in. Next, we have our Speaker 161 is withdrawn, so our last registered speaker, and then we'll go back through the list, is Speaker 162, L. Dallow. And I am getting indications that Al Dallow is on the line. Okay, they have disconnected. So I am going to go back through the top of the list. Actually, I'm going to call on Speaker 5, Tom Digby, Park Board Commissioner. I had agreed to put him at the bottom of the list as he was unavailable earlier. So I just want to check.
Hello.
Oh, is that Commissioner Digby?
Yes, hi, good evening. Commissioner Digby here.
Wonderful. You have 3 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillors, I know you're anxious to move on and get to a vote and debate on this motion, but I cannot let you go until we really understand that what the motion we're looking at here is a giant real estate play. It is literally an attempted real estate coup d'etat. This is the biggest record-breaking land assembly in a city of vast and shocking land assemblies. With this motion, the mayor wants to be the biggest rogue in a rogues gallery of smash and grab land developers, which for some ugly reason has been written into Vancouver's DNA since before Vancouver became Vancouver. I don't need to remind you all that all this started with an unauthorized land seizure from the First Nations, who are here before settlers since time immemorial. You know, I had originally wanted to focus my remarks on the value and the meaning of 135 years of local democracy. You've heard that from the 160 speakers that preceded me. This motion has brought together the most diverse coalition of political actors ever seen in the city. And I wanted to talk about the relevance of local democracy. But then late last night, Councillor Pete Fry and Councillor Adriane Carr and the new feminist icon, Commissioner Laura Christensen, helped me understand that the motion before you today is at a whole other level. By all definitions, it amounts to a real estate coup d'etat. You are bumping off a layer of government to have access to a vast area of undeveloped parkland within the city limits.
A point of
And
order,
wait,
Chair, if I can.
I'm just going to
yeah.
pause the timer.
Yeah, I know that Commissioner Digby, as an elected official, I'm sure is probably very familiar, but
number of the
6.7 is just a quorum of the speakers, because I'm not sure if the commissioners read the motion, but it's clearly not a land play. Maybe he could focus his comments on the motion substance.
just ask the speaker
Okay,
to refrain from speculation of intent and just stick with the contents of the motion. Thank you.
thank you, councillors, and precisely where I was going, because you say the motion protects permanent parks with a unanimous vote. But there's two other categories of parks in Vancouver. There's temporary parks, and there's care and control parks. And these are parks like Nelson Park and Rupert Park and the Cloverleaf at the foot of Granville Bridge. There's over 90 parks and unofficial green spaces throughout the city. And if you approve this motion, you're removing the one political barrier that prevents untrammeled real estate access to these temporary and care and control parks across the city. You know, it's no wonder the mayor didn't know how much money he was going to save with his efficiencies on this motion, because he has no idea. For the record, it's $150,000 a year, but he didn't know because he doesn't care. It's not about the efficiencies. This motion is a real estate coup d'etat, plain and simple. Commissioners, the councillors, you didn't come here to do this kind of thing. This is not your fight. I urge you to vote no and oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in, Commissioner Digby. We will continue on now with those who were registered speakers and not available for the first round. And I'll start actually with Speaker 4, Park Board Commissioner Angela Hare. Point of procedure.
Yeah, sorry. It's just a question around the timing. I have had a few media contact me asking me to estimate whether we'll get to debate and decision tonight. I'm wondering, Chair, if you could provide some general assessments around that for the sake of the broader public.
Thank you for the question. I think that as we are still only at 7:45, while we do have a number of speakers that I'll need to call on, we have no idea who will be here. So we'll just need to muscle through the next little bit and figure out who's here. But I suspect we will go to debate and decision based on how these proceedings typically go.
Yep.
And we'll do that tonight.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so as I understand that Speaker 4 is not on the line, so Speaker 9, Aaron Jasper.
Well, thank you very much. I was there earlier this afternoon, but I unfortunately had to run off to grab my kids from school. So I do appreciate the chance to at least get on the phone. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. I have to be honest, it's not a good day for our city. Political parties come and go. Some parties in our city have lasted for generations, some a flash in the pan. But truthfully, I never thought I would witness in my lifetime the possibility of the dismantling of our democratic institutions. I don't want to repeat many of the good points that have been raised already tonight. But again, I think it's worth noting that 30 past park commissioners from across the political spectrum have come together. Many of us were fierce political opponents back in the day. And, you know, within hours of hearing this announcement, as Melissa DeGenova said, the phone calls were coming in. Within a day, I had talked with a dozen past commissioners. Within 2 days, we were 24. And as I said, 30 past commissioners. And despite our political differences and old grievances and old battles, our common theme was the respect and our love for this institution. And I can appreciate that there may be a view by our mayor and by council that the park board isn't working. But I would put it back to you, Mr. Mayor and council, that you ran on a promise to keep the park board and to fix it. And I would say that is your mandate. Give your park commissioners the opportunity to take the report that was just published, to look at the revenues, look for efficiencies, continue to do the good work. And if at the end of this term, if you feel that it's just not salvageable, then by all means, make that a key plank in your election and ask the Vancouver voters for direction on how you want to proceed. I do want to touch on a couple of points. Part of the rationale for this was looking for efficiencies. I think Terry Clark earlier in the day highlighted this. Well, when I became the commissioner in 2008, we went through a recession. And because of that, we went through a process, the shared services review, looking for efficiencies. We took our garbage collection department, morphed it in with the city. Maintenance of our community centers was given over to the city. And again, the idea was looking for efficiencies. And I had many people expressing concerns, some of my former colleagues expressing very, very serious concerns about losing the autonomy of those operations. But again, in the name of efficiencies, we endorsed those actions. And I can tell you, it didn't work out as well as we had hoped. The garbage collection in our parks, the standards dropped substantially. The maintenance of our buildings, instead of making a quick call to fix a broken window, now you've got to put it in through the city, and sometimes it takes weeks. So for the desire to find efficiencies, careful what you ask for. You might find efficiencies, but will the level of quality of service and maintenance be maintained? My experience, it hasn't.
That is your time. We're over 3 minutes, but we do appreciate hearing your voice.
I urge you to not go through with this motion. Thank you.
Move on. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Speaker 21, Stephen Ingram, please. Okay, not seeing Stephen Ingram. Speaker number 27, Kimberly Marie Streichert. Oh, 28, Casey Crawford. I'm not seeing Casey Crawford. Speaker 32, Carl Brandes. Speaker 33, Addie Cabazzo. Speaker 37, Alex Bruce. It's a registered in-person speaker, so. Speaker 38, Nataraya R.D. Hyman, also an in-person registration, no. Speaker 40, Jerry McGuire, also registered as in-person and not seeing anyone come to the podium. Speaker 43, Hashem Abulson, registered as calling in. Speaker 45, Raj. Raj already spoke. My apologies. Okay, Speaker 48, Constance Barnes. I'm looking at. Okay, I'm just triple checking with the clerks here. So Speaker 46, Eric Meager. (48) Constance Barnes. 63, Elizabeth Murphy. I did call that name. Speaker 66, Chris Livingston. Speaker 69, Peter Bonney. Speaker 74, Ellen DeGenova. In person. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome. Please feel free to start when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The other mayor is absent. Councillors, my name is Alan DeGenova, and I have served as a Vancouver Park Board Commissioner for 5 terms or 15 years, and also a term as Vice Chair. I am here with no surprise, speaking in opposition to this motion to abolish the park board. The mayor has talked about saving money, and I know getting rid of the park board may be a way of doing that, but actually it's going to end up costing money in the long run. Beyond preserving and protecting parks and rec space and delivering community centers and parks board commissioners are of great value. For an example, I was one of the first commissioners back on the edge of Chinatown when we delivered a skateboard park. And that was tough in the city at that time, also spending that money in that area and dealing with engineering. With the Vancouver Skateboard Coalition and being creative with the city and other funding coming in, we managed to deliver that. And working with then Commissioner Sarah Bligh and others, she carried on to be a commissioner later in my opposition years after working with her, but it was all about working together. I also had worked with the federal government, the provincial government, and the city to bring together funding to deliver, if you may remember, Sunset Community Center in South Vancouver, where it's a strong Indo-Canadian community, Chinese community, and where I grew up at 6455 Windsor Street in the same neighborhood. It was old, antiquated, and the community was growing as it has been growing. Deputy Mayor, and I can tell you, City Council at that time, as today, could not handle the capacity, didn't have the time really, and they definitely didn't have the money. So creatively, coming together with 3 levels of government, as an elected official, we managed to get that funding to do so. Without a park board, we would have lost Nat Bailey Stadium. The elected board worked hard with the community. Private money came in, helped to work to save the Nat, and managed to build, and today became very affordable. I can tell you, if it was an appointed board, we would not have Nat Bailey Stadium and what we have for the young players. I was shocked and saddened to learn that our community centers were not really advised, who are the backbone throughout our communities with all ethnic groups that need translation and understanding. So I wonder about Stanley Park, run by the federal government. It was the elected board at that time that worked hard to retain Stanley Park under a long-term lease once again. We went to Ottawa to fight that. Council didn't have that strength or the connections. We would not have Stanley Park in our jurisdiction under a lease for 99 years going back. So when I finished my term in 2008, so for that reason, we are very fortunate to have elected board to maintain Stanley Park. What happens to an appointed board that has those connections in the community? Also, the mounted squad, when you cut your police budget, you increased it this time. It was always cut the mounted squad in Stanley Park. I worked with Ray Canuel, got private funding to help come together creatively. We saved it and it's there today. It wouldn't be there by an appointed board. So we owe the future to generations right now to maintain our parks and keep it going. So I would ask the board, the council, to please consider not moving forward with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to this motion. And we now have Speaker 75, Ian Robertson. Okay, 76, Ryan Matthew Campbell. Okay, great. Please feel free to get started when you're ready.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. So first of all, I'm Ryan Campbell and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm opposed to the motion, not because I'm diametrically opposed to the idea of an appointed park board, but because of 3 things. 1, details in the motion. 2, the lack of a mandate, and 3, the process itself. For the details, I think having this transition board, which is strange when you have an existing parks board anyways, you would think a clean break would be at the next election. But having them wholly appointed by the mayor rather than appointed by council, by the existing parks board, having representation from the host nations, that seems like it comes across as a power grab, whatever the intention is. And it comes across as not very well thought out either. The other detail is around the protection of parklands. As others have pointed out, it leaves some land quite vulnerable to being sold or repurposed. But I'm actually concerned from the other standpoint, which it leaves other land unfeasible to repurpose for public use. I'm not advocating to selling parks, but I do think things like reconfiguring parks with land swaps and actually gaining park space. I do think things like returning old village sites to the host nations where they were ethnically cleansed out of them. I think those are things, or even like, repurposing small portions for other public uses. It could all be things that shouldn't require a referendum. A good example of that is Vienna House. That passed unanimously, and part of that was situated on a community garden. So that would have to go, if that had been one of the protected park areas, and I don't think it was controversial, but that would have to go to a referendum. Now, on a mandate, I don't think, so I would say, for example, that I was opposed to the increase in the police officers, but the worst that I can say about that is that ABC councillors did what they promised. And from a standpoint of faith and democracy, I think that's important, right? If you don't go to voters and transparently say what you're going to do, it doesn't just undermine your own personal credibility, it undermines people's the credibility of the process itself, right? And so I would urge you to seek a stronger mandate from voters. If Sam Sullivan or Gregor Arbison or Kennedy Stewart tried to affect your chances at re-election or your voters' ability to participate with a mandate from 35% of voters, which is what the councillors from ABC got, I think you would be pretty opposed. Frankly, the mandate's from 0 voters. I'm going to run out of time here, but I just say I don't think a referendum is the solution either. Look at the Charter Commission process from Portland. They had equal numbers appointed, one by each councillor, and then randomly selected from the populace. And I think that's a good way to go forward here. So I would withdraw this and think more about the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to speak to council. Next, we have speaker number 78, Ryan Melbourne. Not on the line. Speaker 80, Charles Eric.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much. Feel free to start when you're ready.
Perfect. Hi, Mayor and Council, and what appears to be every former Park Board Commissioner. Yeah, I'm particularly irritated by this fiasco because I actually do fundamentally agree that governance of Vancouver can be improved by bringing the oversight of parks underneath council instead of a separate elected body. And despite sharing this view with the mayor, I think this proposal shouldn't pass without significant amendments to actually broaden the scope for the input of the transition, because it's really quite bananas. Your amendment to protect park space, I know other people have made this point, but it only applies to land that's permanently designated as park space. And I was surprised to learn that actually many of Vancouver's parks only have temporary designations. And so either this was an oversight, in which case you didn't have the full information when you wrote your motion, in which case you should get more information by broadening the scope of your transition, or you deliberately left it out. It's one of those two. Modification of the charter also requires free and informed consent from the Coast Salish peoples, and as set up by the province's Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And that also wasn't included in the motion. So were you unaware of this requirement, or did you choose to ignore it? I mean, these are important questions. The motion that the mayor has put forward seems it's incomplete. As someone who wants to see better governance in the city of Vancouver, and that includes having the city council oversee the parks, I'm concerned that this process is so ill-conceived that it'll actually further entrench divided governance and an elected park board for another 133 years before we get another go at this. Strong leadership isn't just about making decisions, it's about making good decisions and ensuring that you've brought in all of the informed and thoughtful voices and opinions of knowledgeable people instead of choosing to ignore them. So, yeah, let's move forward. Let's plan to reform the governance structure of the park board. But for goodness sake, let's ensure the transition process includes more voices than just the ones that the mayor decides are important. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker 81, Derek O'Keefe. Speaker 82, Grace Tate. Grace Tate. Speaker 82. Okay, disconnected. That is a technical problem. We can deal with that then. Speaker 85, Bruce Clark. It's 85, Bruce Clark. Okay, 87, Jag Sangara. No. Speaker 90, Albert Singway Lee.
Hello?
Oh, yes. Hi, we can hear you.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yes, good evening, BSM and councillors. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'm Albert Lee, a resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Renfield Chinese Seniors Group. We have over 200 members. First, I want to say that I'm opposed to the motion in question to abolish the park board. I think so many speakers have talked about why they oppose, so I'm not going to bother you with most of those questions. But one thing I do want to emphasize why I believe in having the park board is because it's independence. And let's look back in history. It was created back in 1888, and at that time, from what I understand where I live, there were only logging rows, very, very few population, and further out is a swamp. So even at that time, there are so many open space, green areas, trees, and so on. Our pioneers, and I admire them because they have the vision to create such an independent body, park board per se, to protect the parks, which over the years, this is getting much, much more important to the residents in Vancouver. And their vision, their foresightedness, I think, is very valuable because with this, the parks have been protected all these years, even after the Vancouver Charter was created back in 1953. Now, the point I want to make is, as seniors, we actually enjoy a lot of things related to the park, plus the recreation facilities, now also managed by Parks Board. And through direct interaction with them, we always get to the point we can fine-tune our programs that we enjoy as seniors. And at our leisure, we can also enjoy strolling through the parks with our grandchildren, breathe very fresh air, while we know all this high-density urban development is encroaching into the spaces that we enjoy. Now,
Speaker, that is 3 minutes.
Sorry.
That is over 3 minutes, so I'll perhaps just have to pause you
Okay,
there. But thank
let
you.
me just one sentence is, I want you to step out of your party line and think about as an independent.
Thank you very much.
Okay?
I'm going to
Thank
have
you.
to just, in the spirit of equity, just move on to Speaker 91, Jerry Fast. Great. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. You're free to start when you're ready.
Thanks. Mayor Sim and councillors, my name is Jerry Fast. I have been the president of the Kitsilano Community Center Association for 7 years and on the board of directors for 25 years. I strongly oppose the motion to eliminate the elected park board. Let me explain. This council has no mandate to eliminate the elected park board. How is it possible for a handful of city councillors to think they have the right to eliminate a vital 133-year-old democratic institution in Vancouver? The mayor campaigned for election, promising to keep the elected board. Incredibly, there has been little or no consultation with Vancouverites, especially groups who have long-standing involvement with the board, such as community center associations. If you think your proposal is a good one, take it to the electorate in the next municipal election. I shouldn't have to say this. Respect the democratic process. This proposal is not collaborative. It is vitally important to understand the unique working culture between our elected community center associations and other community groups and the elected park board commissioners. It is far superior to the alternative you want to install, where community groups would work with staff in a city department. My point is not to criticize hardworking staff. I simply make the point that commissioners run for elected office. They are politicians who necessarily are strong advocates for park and recreation. They speak publicly on the issues and are at times at odds with elected city councillors. That's not a bad thing. It most often leads to better democratic decisions and protects the board's assets from privatization. Commissioners attend Community Center Association board meetings, listen to our concerns and needs, and work directly with us to resolve our issues. We help shape public policy by presenting at bi-weekly park board meetings. It's a grassroots to grassroots working relationship that can't be duplicated in a city hall department. A truly collaborative model. I can't imagine city councillors will have the time and energy to fill this vital role. The park board structure is not broken. Have the recommendations of the recent audit been implemented to no avail? No, it's underway. Let it happen. City councils over the past decade have reduced both operating and capital funding to the park board. It can't deliver on all aspects of its mandate. The board is now dealing with multiple new issues: homelessness, king tides and severe storms.
Speaker, I'm just going to draw your
Stanley Park,
attention
free
to your
infestations.
time.
Okay.
Yes, you are over.
Thank you. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you very much for coming in and speaking to council. On this matter, we are going to now move to Speaker 94, Gordon Zhang. Not on the line. 96, Louis McQuaid. Uh, 98, Daniela Elza. '99, Gary Chalk. Speaker 100, Julia de Montigny. '109, Dale Leibel. '110, Patty Milsom. '115, Jean Scutea. '117, Brian Angus. '119, Eric Gretland. '121, Andy Wang. '131, Mia Cohout. We have Speaker 131 on the line.
Cohout calling. Hi, Mayor and Councillors. I'm the General Manager of Moby Bike Share and a Vancouver resident, and I am calling today to support the motion. I personally, both personally and professionally, support this. Speaking from our experience working with Moby Bikes and getting new stations, it's a very cumbersome and, it's a challenging process to get new stations. We want to make sure that our neighbors are happy, the users are happy, we don't impede with emergency services. We have we don't impede with traffic. So as you can imagine, it's very challenging and a lot of work to get Mobi stations in Vancouver. And we work really well with the city in doing so. And then having this extra layer of bureaucracy and having to go through the park board means that things are just that much more slower, and it adds years to the process. And we'd love to be able to service our parks, not just Stanley Park, but other parks, in a more timely fashion. So for those reasons, we do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Next, we have Speaker 132, Omri Haven.
Hello.
Hi there, we can hear
Hello.
you. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Omri Haven. I'm with the Vancouver Urban Food Forest Foundation. And I have a few remarks on behalf of the Vancouver Urban Food Forest Foundation and our widespread and diverse community. We implore you as elected council members to oppose the removal of Vancouver's elected park board. You have the power to show Vancouverites that our voice matters, or that it doesn't to you. VUF, our organization, does work throughout the east side of Vancouver, and we've helped implement projects at Burrardview, Oxford, and Clinton Parks, in addition to the Hastings Kamloops pop-up plaza. As a community building organization that is doing work on the ground, volunteer work, might I add, in several of Vancouver's parks, we can testify to the tremendous benefit of working with a democratic, accountable, and forward-thinking park board. That is why we are opposing this motion. Our work over the past years to improve the living conditions, connection to nature, and access to medicines and traditional foods of Vancouverites would have been impossible without the democratic function of our park board. Park board commissioners play an essential role in helping us make a difference, and they did in all of these scenarios that I'm describing. I can't imagine another park department in the rest of North America having done so much to help advance the spirit of reconciliation and advance our climate goals. So this move towards a faceless municipal bureaucracy will basically forfeit one of the essential components of what makes our city so beautiful and so unique. Regular people without access to influence and money will suffer as a result of this devaluing of their democratic rights, and the work from our organizations will be impeded by procedures and policies with no names attached to hold them accountable. And might I just add, listening in today, that there is quite an overrepresentation on the yes side of people who stand to make a profit from this, people who are working at jobs or are part of development agencies or are buddy-buddy with Mayor Sim and the developer class who are willing to say yes to this motion and basically cut corners so that they can do as they please. And that is simply not what Vancouver is about. That's not what our park board is about. And we're surprised and disappointed at the willingness of Mayor Sim to overlook his lack of mandate by taking such a drastic action. Vancouver's voters had no indication that an ABC government would dissolve the park board, and ironically, by running a successful slate of park board candidates, Mayor Sim is further undermining the democratic will of voters by instigating this complete overreach. So please vote no to this motion and restore our faith in the democratic
I'm going to
governance
have to
of our
stop you
city
there.
council.
We are well over time. Thank you very much for calling in. And we'll need to move to the next speaker, Speaker 143, Sean Cassidy. Nope. 145, Colleen Carson. Nope. 149, Chloe Leslie. 151, Stephanie Blandino. And 152, Betty Shum. That's 152, Betty Shum.
Hi.
Hi there. You are free
Hi.
to start when you're ready. Please go ahead.
Hi, dear Mayor and City Council. I'm a Chinese senior who lives out City Park. The park board does a good job keeping these places for everyone. This park means a lot to me and many others in our community and my larger group. Please keep supporting the elected park board and its elected commissioner. They protect our parks and bring us together. So I say no to this emission. I oppose to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for calling in. Speaker number 153, Jillian McGuire. Not on the line. 155, Craig Amundsen. Uh, 156, Nova Hannon. Uh, 157, Denise Brown. Uh, 159, Leslie Brown. And then the final speaker, I think, got disconnected, or 162, Al Dallo.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Could you just...
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Are you Al Dallo?
Yes,
Oh,
Linda
wonderful.
Dallo.
Okay, great. Please go ahead. You're our final speaker.
Okay, thank you.
No pressure.
Right. So anyways, I'll start out with good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Linda Dallo, and I strongly oppose the motion to change the Vancouver Charter and eliminate the elected park board. I'm a longtime resident in the community of Hastings Sunrise and a member and volunteer at the Hastings Community Centre for 17 years. I'm passionate about supporting the democratically elected HCA board as well as the Vancouver Park Board, because I and my child have been involved with a large variety of programs and services available through our community center, including the drop-in, preschool, parent and taught gym, children's programs, too many to mention, after-school programs, and food and garden programs that involve adults and children as well. And the Acceleration Triathlon Club at Templeton Park Pool, which is sort of in partnership with the community center, has been an incredible opportunity for my kid and hundreds of others in our community. We as a community, with the support of park board staff and many volunteers in the community, were able to create food gardens at different locations within our community green spaces, and hundreds of families benefited then and now. We were able to connect with all demographics, ages, and cultures, and we're especially blessed to be able to connect with our Indigenous knowledge keepers and community members. And many incredible special activities have been facilitated through our shared efforts with them. This has been supported and encouraged by our elected park board commissioners and staff, because we were able to reach out to them and let them know of the importance of these local community suggestions and ideas. Templeton Park Pool and their staff and facilities are vitally important and indeed needed for our surrounding community and our very special partner with HCC. And the park board we have appreciated have been important in making sure that these facilities are available to our community. The value of local community-based community centers, local pools, and community center associations is deeply important in the city of Vancouver. We are communities. We don't want to be noted for destination leisure centers or massive recreation centers. We want to care for our local communities and green spaces. I've been involved as a volunteer in the process of governance at the local level and appreciate the importance of meeting the prospective commissioners before elections and the ability to connect with them at our CCA meetings. We listen to community issues, concerns, and desires and work to help these happen. Our extremely vital green spaces are valued and needed in a city which is massively growing. They need to be respected forever, protected, and expanded. We fear that without an elected park board, many of our parks, waterfront, beaches, and green spaces will be sold off to the highest bidder without any democratic oversight. Another extremely important issue in this is the protection, maintenance, in addition to our street trees. I deeply fear what would happen to them with the elimination of park boards. Park board commissioners are elected by the democratic process by us, the taxpayers, to protect and maintain our shared spaces, our green spaces, and community. I'm almost finished.
That is
So
the end of your time. That is the end of your time.
I just want to.
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for calling in to speak to council. So, council, let's take a few minutes. We'll come back at 8:30. This is just a bit of a recess to reset. That's the end of our speakers list, and we'll be moving to debate and decision.
That's how we kill it. I think so.
Let's rejoin. Okay, so we will just call the meeting back to order. And so that does bring us to the end of the registered speakers for this motion. And I would like to thank everyone for speaking to council today. It's been a long few hours, so thank you everyone that called in and came in to speak to council. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby Young, I see you on the queue first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to start off just with a clarifying question through you to the city manager, if I could.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, and just to provide some context, because there's been lots of discussion about the importance of protection of parks and green space, which I firmly attest to, but I wonder if the city manager can just advise why there are parks in the city that are temporary or undesignated and why that's the case.
Thanks, Chair. Through the chair for that question. Yeah, there seems to be quite a bit of confusion on this point. So the charter contemplates 3 different status of property that is either park or that the public may perceive as park. There are parks that are designated as permanent public parks. And those are the parks that are subject to a 2/3 majority vote by council and park board to remove that designation. There is land that is designated by council as temporary public park or temporary park. That status can be revoked by council on a 2/3 majority vote. There's no role in park board in that particular case. There's also other lands that are not in fact park at all, but they are assigned by council, decision of council, to park board under the care, control, and management of the park board. And that assignment can be revoked by council with a simple majority vote. And again, park board has no say in that particular decision. The history of why parks are designated or how they're designated, there is a long history. Obviously, there are hundreds of parks. And there is ongoing discussion between at the staff level between city and park board, and there has been at the elected level as well over the years about designating more permanent parks. In 2022, council designated 7 additional parks as permanent parks. That process is very complicated. In many cases, there is city infrastructure on these pieces of land. And as such, the consequence of designating them as permanent parks has very significant obligations or implications for the city in that there is now an independent body that potentially could veto the city's right to access, rebuild, maintain those assets. So all of that needs to be worked out in each case with park board ahead of time. So in fact, I would say one of the major practical impediments to designation of more permanent parks is in fact that jurisdictional challenge that staff have to work through in each case.
Oh, you need a mic?
There we go. I appreciate that clarification. And I do have an amendment to propose that I've sent in. Chair,
Okay,
if you'd like to move us to
an amendment queue. And Councillor Kirby Young, if you could please introduce your amendment.
I just want to build on a couple of points from the city manager to introduce this amendment. And that was when I was on the park board in 2018 and coming off the term and leading up to that, I was pushing for better designating the outstanding temporary and non-designated parks that we have spoken about. And so I was doing some research in advance of this, and there was a memo that went to Mayor and Council in June 2018 with respect to this matter. And as the city manager was talking about, the intention was to undertake a comprehensive review with the goal being to ensure that our parks and green spaces remain protected. It was a joint study that occurred. The last time I would note that this had occurred, and there was no initiative by the park board itself to do that, was in the mid-1970s, so about 50 plus years ago. And so it was really important to me that we continue to push that forward. I think that there was some confusion tonight amongst the public in terms of permanent parks. This motion, and I said publicly on the record, I would not have supported it if it didn't have stringent protection for green space. And it is a very strong standard proposed by the mayor that it would be unanimous vote of council and a public referendum for the permanent parks. But I did want to deal with the outstanding issue and the perception around these temporary parks, which quite frankly have been challenging to deal with. They might have a sewer main or in a street right away that needs to be accessed. And so that work was undertaken. And of those 90 permanent parks, 7 more have been designated, and the work carries on. There was a comprehensive report that was put to council in March of 2022 when those 7 parks were adopted, and the work continues. But I think it's really important that we signal that. So the amendment, which I think is up there now, is to ask that council direct staff to report back on parks that are currently designated as temporary parks following the enactment by the province of the charter changes requested in Clause A in Mayor Sim's motion. And further, that the report include the status of the ongoing directed staff work to review the properties that are currently designated as temporary parks or were previously designated by council as being under the care, custody, and management of the park board in order to accelerate the transition to permanent park status. And so what this does is acknowledge that this is a process that had already been prioritized, but the importance of accelerating this work, because it is fairly complex, as the city manager described, and each situation has to be gone through to identify. There's a whole inventory done, and then there's a process for conversion. So I'd also note too that the council was the only body that can actually designate and convert these. The park board doesn't have this ability under the charter. So I think that's really important to provide that assurance to the public and to clarify the roles and the process of the different categories of parks that we have, how they came to be, the fact that the work is underway, and the goal is to put more parks under the permanent status. So that is the amendment that I'd like to move.
Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, Chair, I'm wondering if I could, through you, ask a question to the city manager on this. I'm looking at the report inventory of parks, their status under the Vancouver Charter and recommended permanent public park designations from March of 2022, which clearly identifies temporary parks like Jericho Beach, Sunset Beach, Spanish Banks, and many others, and further doesn't list as permanent or temporary other beloved parks like English Bay, Crab Park, Vanier Park, Haddon Park. So I guess to the fundamentals of this amendment, that has already been done in that report that I just cited, the Van Rims 08-2000-20. Has that not already been kind of articulated in that report?
So the report did, thanks through the chair, so that report that Councillor Fry is referencing did provide an update to council at that time. I think there's a whole host of considerations on all of those other properties. Again, I think in the context of a different governance structure, the issues are very different. So the report back to council at that time would be in a very different context. And a lot of the current complexities that we're dealing with around jurisdiction would no longer exist. So I think a report back in that case, if council were to proceed, if all of these things happen that are contemplated in this motion, that would be a different report back than the last one.
Okay, so in follow-up then, to the specifics of the mayor's language right now around protections for permanent parks, pending this report back, none of them would be considered permanent parks, so they're not protected despite this amendment.
The protections in the charter are as they are today, so there would be no change in that regard. Park board, with respect to temporary parks and parks that are under the care, control, and management of park board doesn't have a role in revoking those designations.
I guess to the specifics of the mayor's motion, though, that suggests a referendum or provisions for a referendum and a unanimous vote of council, that certainly wouldn't apply to any parks that are outside of the permanent park designation until said report is prepared and additional
Yeah, my understanding of the motion in that case, of course, is subject to whatever charter amendments the province might pass, but the existing protections in the charter for those two categories of park would remain the same as they are today.
Right. Okay, so I would say that this amendment to me adds a little bit of direction, but no comfort in the protection of those parks. So I can't really support it as it doesn't address the actual fundamentals of what's being proposed in this motion as far as protections for permanent parks, but a little kicking the can down the road a little bit on the other parks, including beloved parks like Jericho, Sunset Beach, Spanish Banks, etc.
Is that all?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll echo that concern to say, great to get a report back on the status of these parks and work, but it doesn't go nearly far enough to provide me comfort about the protection of these parks, many of which most Vancouverites would assume are protected parks at this point. So I also, obviously it will pass, and I appreciate it's like a tiny inch, not as bad as as I feel the motion overall is, but certainly not enough for me to be able to support with the motion overall.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, if I could ask a question, sorry, a point of information through you to the city manager. Thank you. With this cover, tracts of land that are owned by the city, like say through the PEF, they serve as parks, but they're not designated under the park board?
Yeah, as I understand, so if the park board plays no role in, again, there's three categories. There's permanent park, temporary park, and land that is not designated as park, but is assigned to the park board to manage. And then there's a whole, many other city properties that park board has no role in overseeing at all. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
No, but we have purchased some parks or some lands, and we have them used as parks.
Yes.
Under the Property Endowment Fund.
Yeah, I couldn't speak to specifics there, Councillor, but generally in those cases where in the case where the park board is overseeing and managing that space, it would fall into one of those three categories. Okay. So council would have had to make a decision to assign responsibility to that or that piece of property to park board to manage.
So maybe the question is, have all the parks that have been are the lands purchased for park use by the PEF, the Property Endowment Fund, being assigned to the park board for oversight?
I couldn't say. I'm not sure that there is land that's in the PEF currently. There are lands. Sorry, I'm just thinking through your question. There are lands that have been purchased in terms of property consolidations. In some cases, they still have houses on them.
Yes.
So they haven't actually been created.
Like next to Trout Lake?
Yes, they haven't been added to park yet,
right.
But the long-term plan would be that they would be part of an addition to park. In the meantime, they are not being used as park. They're being used for other purposes.
So it's just a long-term intent, so they're in limbo.
But at some point, council would designate that as either permanent park or temporary park, or assign it to park.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Is that all, Councillor Carr?
Yeah.
I just have a point of clarification myself, point of information through you, or through me, I guess, city manager. Sorry. No, I can ask questions. I just can't do debate. Right. Okay. Vice Chair Zhao. Yeah, thank you very much. Point of information to the city manager. Just reflecting back through some of these questions and the initial point of information from Councillor Kirby Young. So is it that the temporary parks or those three types of sort of designations, the ones that are being sort of flagged or speculated as being at risk, regardless of these extra sort of a higher threshold, then wouldn't the city already have the ability to make decisions around that land as it stands now without this change? Or with this change, I'm sort of thinking we're trying to reconcile this argument that's been put forward by speakers, but it seems to me that it's already in our purview, regardless of this motion on the floor.
That's correct. I would agree with that. That authority rests with council right now.
Right.
And the park board has no control over
if
the
we
decision
wanted
to
to-
revoke either temporary park or carry custody control. The only question is it a 2/3 majority for decision for council, which is temporary park, or a majority vote in the case of the other? So the removal of the park board, if this motion passes, and if the charter is amended by the province, has no impact on the current state in terms of the authority that council has over those two designations.
Okay, and granted, this is very complicated. There's been a lot of public speculation around sort of the intent behind this, but what I'm hearing is that we already have the jurisdiction under the charter to make those decisions. Not that we would, but we already could without actually moving this change around the park board authority or the overall sort of park board.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, well, given that, it does seem like an extra layer, which is helpful to add clarity. I'm happy to support it, but also recognizing that it could be argued as unnecessary, and I don't think it is, because I think we need to satisfy public confusion around this piece here. So happy to support. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Zhao. So without seeing anyone else on the queue, I'll take us to a vote on the amendment. And that motion passes with Councillor Boyle and Councillor Fry in opposition. And Councillor Kirby, you have the floor, and you have 2.5 minutes on the main queue.
I'm fine for now, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also circulated an amendment, and I'm hoping we can move to an amendment queue.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. So I will just read it out. My amendment directs staff to work with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations to explore and seek direction on any future changes to the governance of the Vancouver Park Board, as outlined in the City of Vancouver's UNDRIP strategy, which I hope all of Council has read, but certainly at minimum, the four of us who sit on the MSTV intergovernmental table certainly should have read, as well as the province's own legal commitments to consult under their DRIPA legislation and existing work and relationships between the local nations and the park board. I will leave it there for now.
Great, thank you very much. Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting this, Councillor Boyle. To give you a little bit of context, we actually have been in conversations with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and in fact, Chief Wayne Sparrow is a validator on this initiative, and we will continue to engage Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in a conversation going forward. As everyone knows, we, in fact, I think, and we speak for all the council, we support UNDRIP 100%, and so does the province. And we will continue to look at everything through a lens of reconciliation. And because of this, I do believe this amendment is unnecessary. But I do want to acknowledge Councillor Boyle for highlighting this, because it is important and it goes to the core of who we are. So I won't be supporting the amendment because I don't think it's necessary, but 100% support the spirit, and we continue to do that. So,
thank you, Mayor. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I think this is necessary, and I think it's important for council to signal that it's necessary, to have it written down, supported by council, is a very direct message to the public, as well as to the three host nations. And that in itself is worthwhile supporting this. So it's definitely a part. I am, as you all know, one of the members of council that is on the UNDRIP implementation committee. And I think the actual concrete steps that council takes to say we are working very solidly on reconciliation, which this amendment actually does put into writing and focuses on, I think is a really important part of strengthening that relationship and sort of making it real. So I would encourage everyone to not hold back from voting yes. You should, if you believe that this is something we should be doing, should vote yes to this amendment.
Thank you. And Mayor Sim.
Okay, you know what? Good point. We already support in spirit, so let's just, I've changed my mind. I will 100% support it, just to show that we are very serious about supporting UNDRIP and reconciliation, and I'll support it.
Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment that the province will be bound by its commitments to UNDRIP. The city is the city of reconciliation, and we're very committed to that. And I think the testament, we've done a lot of work with them. We have ongoing Council of Council meetings with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh individually with their elected representatives. And so, and I sit on UNDRIP, but I am also have heard in passing the ongoing conversations that Mayor Sim has had with all three of the MST, and I am confident that they understand and are supportive. But we have those obligations already, to be honest, and they have been engaged. So this certainly was a really important part, I think, of the mayor's due diligence on the work. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I do really appreciate that support. My understanding, and actually maybe, Chair, if you'll allow, this is a question through you to the Mayor, just because I want to make sure I have the right information on this. My understanding is that, well, I certainly saw Chief Sparrow as a validator, that the calls with the other nations happened after the motion was public, and partly I get that from information I've seen on Twitter with commentary about it. So just, I guess my interest is in deeper consultation than that. I'm happy to be corrected or hear if more was done than I know about, but just want to reiterate from an UNDRIP perspective that bigger consultation is needed than that, and that should be our approach. Again, I appreciate the support. I'm not trying to pick hairs. I just want to make clear that actually the question of consultation and engagement should be like prior and broader and deeper. It was sort of a question, because I didn't want to give wrong information. You're welcome to respond, but otherwise I think we understand, or at least I want on the record that expectation of engagement is and should be much larger.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Joe, could I hand the chair to you? I just have a point of information through you. I'm just curious. Point of information through Vice Chair to the City Manager. Just, I'm not clear in terms of what seek direction would mean in the context of this amendment. And also, I'm not fully up to speed on the province's legal commitments under DRIPA. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. You may not be either to that level of detail, but I can't say for sure that I know exactly what each component of this amendment actually means when it comes to advancing this motion or not.
Thanks, through the chair. So I think we're also would probably benefit from some clarity. The way I'm reading this as an addition to the existing motion is it's not a condition on the request to the province. It would happen kind of in parallel with that. I think the province does have commitments, and I wouldn't want to speak in terms of what their legal obligations might be under DRIPA, other than there's a general commitment to consult with First Nations. How they would go about doing that and how that would apply in this case would be up to them to determine. We don't consult on the application of DRIPA to the province. So I think that's how I'm reading it. So if that's not the intent or the understanding of council, it may be helpful to understand that.
Okay, so we're basically asking staff to work with, follow-up point of information. We're asking staff to work and sort of guide, which I fully support, the engagement piece, city's UNDRIP strategy, we know that. And then also for city to work with the First Nations. And then there's the piece about the province's legal commitments under DRIPA. Like, I don't know how that is something our staff are able to work on. So I'm just wondering, point of information, if the city manager.
So yes, that would be outside our jurisdiction to engage in a discussion with nations around their relationship with the province on a charter change. That would be between.
So I just want to, sorry, I don't mean to harp on this, but as a point of order, I just think I would need a ruling on whether or not this is in order, because the city staff aren't able to work on the province's legal requirements to DRIPA.
I guess we need to take a short recess to evaluate that. Okay, let's take a very quick recess. Oh, there we go. Okay, thanks everyone. So we had consulting the legal department for the advice, and I'm going to rule this out of order because of the language is not clear. Even the legal department has really confusing about the language. So based on the procedure by law 8.7 F is dilatory, incorrect, and frivolous. So this this amendment is out of order. Okay, so please go ahead, Councillor Bligh.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. And so I guess I'll take the chair
Okay,
back.
I'll return the chair back to
Thank you. And we'll go back to the main queue. That amendment's now off the floor.
Thanks. I'll reword and recirculate so you can take me off. I'll go back to the bottom of the list.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I submitted a strike and replace amendment.
And I'm going to move us to an amendment queue.
Thank you. I'll just introduce this a bit. I am surprised how quickly we got through the speakers tonight, but the sentiment seemed pretty overwhelmingly that we needed to get this right, maybe to reject this motion outright. That was also the sentiment that we saw online by a vast majority of correspondence that we received here by email and the comment portal. And there's a lot to unpack, but I think the speakers tonight did a pretty good job of articulating some of the very real concerns and multitudes of issues with this motion. You know, Park Board was created to exclusively manage leased federal land known as Stanley Park, and back in 1890, and the Park Board has exclusive possession, jurisdiction, and control of Stanley Park, subject to a perpetually renewable agreement reaffirmed in 2006. So what happens to Stanley Park with the elimination of the Park Board? The conversation around permanent parks versus temporary parks and de facto parks, there's a big gap there that's not explicitly addressed in the mayor's motion. Community center associations have voiced overwhelming opposition to this move, and it's clear they haven't been engaged or consulted, nor are they mentioned at all in this motion. Obviously, this is a pretty unprecedented move for a mayor to effectively get rid of an elected board, disenfranchising tens of thousands of Vancouver voters just 1 year into the Park Board's mandate. By far, though, the most compelling piece was that the potential for the Park Board is the purest and most direct form of democracy and grassroots community engagement. And I think we've been presented a real opportunity to enhance this process with thanks to the recent Auditor General report that recommended improving communication and working relationship between our respective boards, Council and Park Board, and improving the framework for fee setting and cost recovery and strategic and operational oversight. You know, I'm not comfortable with throwing out 130 years of work that makes Vancouver what it is on a motion that the public have had less than a week to really consider, and a plan that ostensibly will further disengage from the public through what's proposed in this motion. Now, I really am hoping that this can be viewed through a lens of like almost a friendly amendment as a practical solution that addresses, I think, what some of the mayor's overriding concerns are with Park Board, but reflects some of the real problems that the motion presents for democracy, for parks, and for the people of Vancouver. So the motion to refer would strike out A and B and replace it with that Council refer the motion amendment to the Vancouver Charter to staff to consult with public, stakeholders, and relevant authorities and report back by the end of Q4 2024 with recommendations for improving, including considerations for replacing the function and the role of Vancouver Park Board and options for providing more effective and efficient and effective parks and recreation services for the people of Vancouver. And further, that the requested staff report, including consider recommendations from the Office of the Auditor General's audit of the Park Board revenue management and associated service provision cost savings opportunity that we just received like barely 2 weeks ago. And as well, emerging Park Board strategies, including unfunded revenue and fee structure improvements, coastal and climate adaptation, Muskrim, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh co-management of parklands, which was an actual official Park Board strategy that has yet to be activated, operating agreements and relationships with community center associations, which I feel is very important, and the inventory status and possible dispossession of all de facto parks, crown lands, and lands considered to be under the custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation, which ostensibly is what Councillor Kirby Young had added, and it sort of, I believe, complements that, not in a redundant way, but actually just asked to include that same work into this same report. Honest to goodness, this isn't meant to be like, I know it's been pretty political going along, but I respect what the mayor is trying to do, but I think that this is going too fast, too soon, and is possibly not the way to do it. And I hope that this can be viewed, maybe if we need some more time to think about it, but I think that this could move forward on some of what you're proposing, but still preserve the integrity of democracy for folks. So I am probably close to out of time. Oh, I still have a little bit of time, but I'm going to leave it at that and present to you this referral.
Okay. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I strongly support this approach. I have a lot of comments that maybe I'll save until the end, but for now want to just highlight that there have been glaring problems with the process this has gone through over the last week. That was incredibly evident in the speakers, the wide range of speakers that we heard from today. And a good process is important for a good outcome. There are thousands of people across this city who put time and care into our parks and community facilities who feel sidelined by this approach. And if all of that work gets passed to us and we have burned the bridges of all of those good and dedicated people, we are in a whole lot of trouble. So referring this back and having proper conversations, coming up with a proper plan, and then making an informed decision based on that is a minimum of the approach we need to be taking. And so I will absolutely support this.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, well, I seconded it, so obviously I support it. And I just really want to ask my fellow councillors to pay attention to the fact that so much of what is in this motion is really about working on improving the way in which services are delivered by the park board, and that my understanding was, appears to be the kind of goal of the original language of the motion, but that this just takes that first step of actually, implementing the ideas through the park board itself, rather than eliminating a body to implement the ideas that have been raised by the mayor many times in terms of public debate on this, and instead working more collaboratively. In other words, cooperating, not eliminating.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Seeing no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote. Councillor Kirby Young. And that motion fails with Councillors Kirby Young, Dominato, Montague, Klassen, Meisner, Zhao, myself, and Mayor Sim in opposition. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
You know what? Maybe I'll come back.
Okay. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I do have an amendment that I circulated.
Okay.
And what my amendment does is speak to the process of instead of establishing a working group to implement a decision and an idea that has not at all been tested in public. It takes the step of saying, let's actually ask the voters who elected the park board to make the decision. So it's really who should decide? Who should decide in a democracy? Who should decide whether or not an elected body is eliminated or not? And it's the voters, in my mind, who actually voted for a body of government that should be asked, especially in the middle of a term where they've elected duly and genuinely elected a group of people to manage the parks of this city for a 4-year term. It's, I think, a principle of democracy, and it's something that I'm hoping all of you realize will instill confidence in people that you really care about the elements of democracy, which is should not the people who have been charged with electing a body to govern be the ones who make the decision as to whether or not they want that body to continue versus a process where behind closed doors, without any consultation at all, a decision gets made. So it's striking the transition working group and instead keeping that body in place, the park board, that is, in order to govern as it has been charged to do so by the voters that voted that body in.
Okay, we do need a seconder for this amendment. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I will support this. I'm not wild about referendums, and actually a couple of our speakers today spoke really well to the challenges that are presented in a referendum, but certainly think a referendum is a better approach than what's on the table, which is really no chance for public input or say at all, and a very fast and unilateral approach. So I prefer the amendment on the table from Councillor Carr to the otherwise very exclusionary and I would say undemocratic approach being proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So we will go to a vote on the amendment. And that motion fails with Councillors Kirby Young, Dominato, Montague, Klassen, Meisner, Zhao, and myself and Mayor Sim in opposition. And so we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Carr.
Oh, okay. I'll just give final comments at this point. You know, obviously this motion is about the park board. It is a unique elected body in a unique world-class city that is renowned worldwide for its parks. I don't think that there is a person who wouldn't say our parks have been managed for over a century by a body that is specifically focused on that, and that has helped us maintain this world-class park system. Those elected representatives have protected the parks from the beginning. I've read records way back to 100 years ago that have talked about developers who would have loved to get their hands on, at the beginning, Stanley Park and then other pieces of, at that time, forested land for development. You know, but fundamentally as well, this is about democracy. And I have to say that this particular motion is highly undemocratic. There is no political mandate to do this. It was not in ABC's platform. Mayor Sim tested the idea and then decided no, he wasn't going to go with it, and then recruited people to run for his party, for park board, to work with them to improve the park board's processes. There was complete lack of consultation in the development of this motion, of the public, of First Nations, of the community center associations, park board staff, the people who work for the park board. The process to me is shocking, I have to say. I have never heard of a case where a duly elected body was eliminated by another elected body midterm with the stroke of a pen. I've had people say to me, this is like backroom insurrection. We need ballots in a ballot box by the people who elect the park board to actually make the decision. If they don't want a park board to continue, it should be in their hands. I have to say it's, in my mind, too, based on ideas that I don't think have validity or truth to them. The idea of 1 in 4 trees, which the mayor did talk about a number of times in Stanley Park being dead, has nothing to do with the management of the park board, in the sense that the park board was not in control of a drought that lasted 2 to 3 years, of the insect infestation that killed the hemlock trees in the park. Certainly there were mistakes made maybe early on, decades ago, by planting too many of one species in what would otherwise be a normal mixed forest on the west coast of this country. But genuinely, in my mind, this particular motion is not based in the attempt to make it work with the park board. I don't think, you've listened to the people who spoke to us, people who've been park board commissioners. The issue certainly is you need to fund the activities that are needed to make that park system robust, to maintain the infrastructure and the buildings, the community centers, the parks themselves, so that they are in a good state of repair in terms of the buildings. That's our decision. And if we haven't given them the money, it's not their fault. So I really wish that you would think about genuinely trying to fix whatever you believe the problems are, by collaborating with the park board now, genuinely collaborating with them on budgets, on the streamlining of permits, the kinds of things around funding that the Auditor General of Vancouver came forward with. Implement his plan. So I have to say that one of my more inspiring evenings of recent was actually attending the park board meeting on Monday night and listening to the speakers there talk about how unbelievably well known Vancouver is for the management of its parks, how it has won awards around the world for that management.
Councillor Carr, I'm just going to bring your attention to your time.
Yeah, and so I urge you to reconsider and don't vote for
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm just going to hand the chair back. I just have another point of information through you, Vice Chair Zhao, to the City Manager. And it's related to, there were a number of comments made from speakers, and this sort of notion that there was at some point there was a global budget, and if we got that back to that state, then maybe there would be better maintenance of facilities and assets and things like that. Can you just help explain what a global budget is?
So thanks to the chair. My understanding of that reference is the notion of a budget that is essentially allocated as a single line item to park board, with really no oversight or controls from council or specific approvals on expenditures or revenues. So there have been points at the past, early 90s to early 2010s, where there was a budget allocated by council in that kind of construct, but it's the charter does stipulate specific requirements around budgeting for park board, and council's obligation to approve park board's obligation to submit specific estimates of expenditures and revenues, and council's obligation to approve those. So we would suggest, we believe that that notion is not consistent with the requirements of the charter.
Okay, so because there were comments sort of, and I know the AG report came out some time ago, but it sort of started a conversation, I think, about the general management of park board assets and the relationship with city council. So what I'm hearing you say is that we may have assigned a global budget at some point in the history of the last 30 to 40 years that is not actually in accordance with our legal authority to do that within the Vancouver Charter. And I know you can only respond what you can, not in camera, but do your best.
That's right. So yeah, section 492 of the charter speaks to the requirement for the board to provide estimates and for council to approve those estimates. So there is specific obligations for both park board and council in the charter around approval of expenditures and budgets for park board. And that's what we're referencing in that regard.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. I see others on the queue, but I'll take the chair back. Vice Chair, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the City Manager, I also have a point of information, and it is just a follow-up. You had referenced in earlier comments some of the complexity of having two elected bodies, particularly I think it was around the topic of acquisition of land and planning for park acquisition. I'm just curious if you could comment on the implications of having two separate elected bodies and our ability to deliver successfully on our capital plan.
Thanks through the chair. So I can speak to a specific example that we're dealing with right now. And it relates to our sewer infrastructure and our sewer pump replacement program. And this is an issue that's arisen not in any context related to this motion or park board. It's around our capital delivery. So our sewer system for Vancouver, for many parts of Vancouver, we need pumps to actually transport the wastewater to the Iona treatment plant. So they're a critical part of our system. In terms of the criticality of infrastructure, these are the most critical, obviously our sewage system. We have a number of pump stations around the city. Many are approaching end of life. Many of those are located in parks. In our 2019 to 22 capital plan, we had planned to renew 3 pump stations, all of which were in parks. We completed none of those. We're now targeting 2025 for the completion of those. So we are having some very challenging discussions with our sewers team around the delivery of that capital plan, both myself and the General Manager of Engineering, to understand the issues. And they've done, at our request, have done a very detailed examination of that program and the delays. And the most significant impact on the delivery of that particular capital program is the time it's taken to negotiate the approval for parks to rebuild those stations in those 3 parks. So we're talking years of delay, and given the cost escalation and construction costs over that period of time, the impact to taxpayers has been several $1 million. So this isn't a function of park board staff not doing their job. It's not that at all. They're extremely diligent. Their job, though, is to deliver on park board's priorities. That's what they're focused on. These are complicated arrangements given the jurisdictional construct that we work in that we've spoken about. So it does take time to work through these things. It's arguable that that's a good thing that they're delivering on park board priorities. I'm just speaking to what the impact to taxpayers was in this particular case.
I appreciate that. And I guess just as a follow-up to that is, in other words, where you talk about the complexity of those negotiations involve civic assets. So like the parks, those are civic assets. They're City of Vancouver assets.
City-owned property and city-owned infrastructure on the property.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I submitted another amendment to the clerk.
Okay, we'll go to an amendment queue. And please go ahead and introduce your amendment.
Yeah, and so actually, I'm contemplating just putting together an amendment to this amendment. So I might get Councillor Carr to riff at some point. But the idea here is, I mean, really, these appointments have to be done with transparency and in the public eye. And so I may further amend this just to suggest that explicitly, so this just doesn't end up as in camera. Certainly we can review personal information about folks in camera, but these decisions should be in the public eye. And I am concerned that to this point, so much of this, as we only just learned of this motion within a week, and certainly the Parks Commissioners learned that they were going to be out of a job just the day before with a couple of hours notice. So I think it's important that these have a much more public-facing capacity to ensure that there is transparency and accountability with who's being appointed to this transition team. That it's not just happening in back rooms in the mayor's office, but actually happening here in the public council chambers. So I don't know if somebody wants to jump on like Councillor Carr to talk while I whip up an amendment to this amendment.
We have an amendment on the floor. We've got Councillor Boyle who can move, or